Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Robert Antoinin, host of Black CEO's premier event of 2021, Black and Iconic. And this is day 4, and I am super excited because this is our speakers and authors showcase. Those sites, you will not be let down. We want to continue with your entrepreneurial journey. We want to ensure that you are equipped to stand out, to shine, and be brilliant as you were designed to be. My name is Robert Antoinin, and I will see you on the other side. Make sure that you tuned in, heart it up, comment in the feed, and just stay connected all day with the Black CEO, Black and Iconic 7-day experience.
Well, I am honored to be here today with Brother Belton Shoal. Belton, my man, thank you very much and congratulations on your next book. My name is Dr. Dennis Kimbro, and for those of you who don't know anything about me, let me just hold up that book. I guess this book is, more well known than I am, Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice. No, this isn't about me, and I'm not here to hawk books. This is about Belton Shoal. And we're going to talk about Black entrepreneurship, but let me give you the backflap story as to what I've done. In 1908, there was a knock on the door of Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie in 1908 was the wealthiest individual in the world, and who was knocking on his door? A 24-year-old part-time college student at Georgetown University and nondescript writer by the name of Napoleon Hill. How in the world Napoleon Hill got an interview of 1 hour of the time of the world's wealthiest? He was a writer for Bob Taylor magazine, which is no longer in existence. So he knocks on the door to Andrew Carnegie's 64-room mansion overlooking Fifth Avenue in Central Park in New York, and his butler goes down to answer the door. Butler tells the young, impressionable Napoleon Hill, Mr. Carnegie's been expecting you, and takes Napoleon Hill to his book-lined study. A few moments later, in comes Andrew Carnegie, and prior to Carnegie coming in the study, got a frame of reference as to Andrew Carnegie's keys to success. Well, Sunday afternoon came along, and it was time for Napoleon Hill to say adios, to say adieu. But before he did, Andrew Carnegie gave him a chance that really gave his life new meaning. He pulled him aside and he says, "Young man, I have an offer for you. Just like you spent the weekend interviewing me, you see that roll top desk over there? In that desk, I have a little black book. And in that book, I got the contact numbers of all the game changers and the wealth creators, not only here in the United States, but globally. What I'm asking you, if I could set up the interview, just like you interviewed me with a Harvey Firestone, a Charles Goodyear, Alexander Graham Bell, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, I'll set the interviews up. And if I could set the interviews up, would you be so inclined to write down, take copious notes of everything that they tell you about wealth, achievement, success, business ownership, organization, free enterprise, and the like, encapsulate that in one single book, one single volume for not only this generation, but for generations to come? Would you do that? And immediately Napoleon Hill said yes. As a matter of fact, Hill said yes so fast and so quick that Carnegie more than 20 million copies. And there you have it. He got 100 pages into the manuscript. Hill was 87 years old, and he died of a stroke working on that book. Well, W. Clement Stone, who was not only Napoleon Hill's manager, but the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, he held on to those 100 pages for 16 years until the day, November 4th, 1986, that I walked into his office. And he made me an offer, just like Carnegie made Hill an offer. W. Clement Stone made me an offer. Now, you got to wrap your mind around that. And let me scoot back here and get a copy of this book. I know it's pretty bright in my study. It's called What Makes the Great Great. That was the book that I was working on as soon as I graduated from my alma mater, Northwestern University. Yes, my 3 years there working on my doctorate, I was studying wealth and dependency among underdeveloped nation states. So much energy regarding what makes the great great, because that really was the first of its type, that I would go around the country and interview successful individuals, what we call great individuals. And what did I find out about greatness? Greatness is not about genetics. Greatness is about mechanics. And what do the great from an African-American standpoint have in common? Number one, discipline. Number one, what do we call direct discipline habits? Number two, they surround themselves with the best. And last but not least, they master their craft. And you go ahead and you utilize will come to call you great also. So I was in the second year of writing that book when I got a phone call from W. Clement Stone. He said, "Young man, we heard about you. When can you come to Chicago? I would like to meet you." Now, that will give you an indication how the rich, the powerful, and the affluent think. Here's a guy calling me up out of the blue, asking me to get on a plane and go meet him. Get on a plane and rent a car and go meet him. Well, if he wanted to meet me so bad, why wouldn't he fly to Chicago to Atlanta, Georgia to meet me? So I took him up on it. I had just returned home from spending the better part of a day in New York with Earl Graves, the publisher of Black Enterprise magazine. And when I got home, my wife said to me, "You need to check your answering machine. You got a number of phone calls on your answering machine." And before I went to bed, I went ahead and I clicked it, and it was W. Clement Stone. Well, the next day I returned the call, and less than 2 weeks later, me and my wife flew up to Chicago and didn't have the slightest idea what he had in mind. And there I walked into his office, palatial office, suburbs of Chicago, outskirts of Chicago. He's surrounded by a sea of lieutenants and yes men. I was the only person of color, well, the only African-American really person of color in that room. And W. Clement Stone is seated behind a big mahogany desk, smoking one of his Havana signature cigars. Bright butterfly, yellow polka dot bow tie. And he says, "Young man, you're not the first person to go around the country interviewing successful African-Americans." And I said, "I'm not." And as a matter of fact, I took pause and I looked around the room and I said, "Who else has been doing this?" Because I had performed a content analysis and there was nothing like that out there. And I said, "I'm not." And he says, "No." I said, "Well, who else has been doing that?" And at that point, he reaches into his credenza and he pulled out the last 100 written pages of Napoleon Hill. And since you are in my study, in Belton, I'm gonna give you the red carpet treatment. And we are in my study, and let me look over here, and bang, here we are. I hope you can see this. Can you see it right there? It says, "Blacks are growing rich, Napoleon Hill." And I know I should have this in some type of safe deposit box or strong box or something. And here we are. There you go. You can see it right there. I hope you can see it and it's clear. These are Napoleon Hill's last 100 written pages, from his Hamilton typewriter to my hand. And you can look at it. And here we are, last 100 pages. And he didn't have any chapter headings. He was almost like writing freelance on a number of issues. And he only had 3 interviews with African Americans, none of the interviews that I could use. He interviewed Ralph Bunche, who at the time was Undersecretary to the United Nations. He interviewed a gentleman in Kansas City, Missouri by the name of James Brown, who happened to be the CEO of Crusader Life Insurance in Kansas City. So I couldn't use any of those interviews, but getting back to my meeting with W. Clement Stone, after he dropped these 100 pages into my lap, he said, young man, I have a proposition for you. And I said, what is that, Mr. Stone? He said, we want you to, finish and update this book. And I said, what book? He said, the book that's in your lap, these 100 pages. And my first inclination was, Mr. Stone, I'm honored, but I can't do that. And when I told W. Clement Stone no, those lieutenants that were in the room, all of them took a step back to make sure that they were out of my line of fire. Here's a man who wasn't used to hearing the word no. And he said, and why not? And I said, well, I'm writing a book of my own. And he said, young man, if you have any sense, I suggest that you push that book aside and finish this book. And then I said to him, well, Mr. Stone, I guess I could take you up on your offer if you would give me some type of financial support. And he said to me, what do you mean? And I said, for the last 2 years, I've been living off every dime. My wife has been working as an accountant. I got 3 small children. As a matter of fact, my wife is outside in a rent-a-car. We had to borrow the money for the airplane ticket. We had to borrow the money from the rent-a-car. And here it is. She's sitting in the car. She doesn't even know what I'm doing inside with you. And I said, if you would give me some type of financial support, I would take you up on your offer. And at that point, he stood up and he looked at me as I was seated. And he says, young man, I'm not going to give you any type of financial support. Andrew Carnegie didn't give Napoleon Hill a dime, but I'm telling you, I'm giving you the offer of a lifetime. If you want to find out why one person succeeds while another fails, if you really want to find out why one individual is rich and wealthy while another is impoverished, it is in this laboratory that you must find it. It's one thing to talk the talk, but young man, you have got to walk the walk. And I said, okay, I will do it. There was only a handshake. There was no contract. They didn't draw up a contract or anything. I shook everybody's hand and I said, Mr. Stone, I will do that. Well, I left his office. It was close to a 2-hour interview, 2-hour meeting. And my wife was still in the car and she couldn't wait to hear what was going on because she just knew that he probably offered me a job. And she told me, she said, if that man offers you a job, you're going to take it. And so she was there and she would bundle up. She said, what did he say? What did he say? And I had these 100 pages and I didn't even put the 100 pages in my briefcase. I held them under my arm and I put my briefcase in the back and I took those 100 pages and I just threw it in the back seat. And she said, what is wrong? I said, what did you do? What did he say? What did he want? I said, man, he wants me to finish this book. And she said, what book? She said, I'll tell you more, read it, it's in the back seat. She said, didn't you tell that man you're working on a book of your own? I said, yeah, Pat, I tried to tell him. She said, how many books are you going to write? And I said, blah, blah, blah. So she was a little bit upset and, we made our way back to O'Hare Airport and flew back to Atlanta. Well, several weeks went by, 1 month went by, 2 months went by, and about maybe 90 days later, and during that time, I was still working on What Makes the Great Great. I didn't give Napoleon Hill's work a second thought until my wife came in my study and she says, when are you going to start working on that other book? And I said, Pat, I'm not feeling it, blah, blah, blah. She said, well, you need to call those folks back in Chicago. They think you're back here writing on it. And so it was that small conversation that she said to me that I began to shift my focus from What Makes the Great Great to what became Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice. So I wrote about 100 pages of what was going to be, Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice, put it in an envelope, overnighted it to the Napoleon Hill Foundation. W. Clement Stone and his staff got those 100 pages, they read it, and they threw it in the trash. No problem. So this time I wrote 125 pages and I overnight it and I sent it to the foundation. They read those 125 pages and they threw those 125 pages in the trash. But after I wrote what it came to about 225 pages, I got a phone call from a gentleman by the name of Michael Ritt, who at that time was not only the executive director of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, but he was Napoleon Hill's personal confidant. Wherever Napoleon Hill spoke across the globe, Michael Ritt not only traveled with him, he booked the lodging, he booked the airfare, and he made sure that Hill's presentation was audio taped. So he called me up and he said, Dennis, we got your writings. He said, we're impressed with your writings. You're an excellent writer, blah, blah, blah. But would you do us a big favor? Would you mind and do us a big favor? And I said, Mr. Rich, sure, what is it? What do you want me to do? He said, we want you to write this book as if you're writing a letter to a friend. And arguably the second best advice that I had ever received, because it changed my writing style overnight. I began to not only write for this generation, but for generations to come. And I changed the way that I thought, and I changed the way that I would grapple and I would paint a picture of whoever I interviewed to make the book seamless and timeless. So that book became Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice. And since the day that it's, been out there and in the, in the book publishing industry and like, for Black America, it has always been one of the top 100 books for Black America. It changed the lives of millions of folks, and I have indeed become blessed. So how did all this start? Dalton wants me to speak about Black entrepreneurs. Okay, so when I got the idea of really not only thinking we're with your Black choice, but what makes the great great, the first thing I did when I finished with my work at Northwestern, I pulled out a legal sheet of paper and I wrote 50 names on that legal sheet of paper. Now I can go back in the study and I can show you all the audio cassettes from the interviews that I had. I wrote 50 names on that sheet of paper of all the peak performers at the time. John Johnson, Johnson Publishing, I told you, Earl Graves, Wally Famous, Amos, and not only that, corporate climbers and like Barry Rand, highest ranking African-American for Xerox at the time. I mean, all the game changers, not only in business and industry, but in sports and entertainment and the like. And so they didn't know me, but I certainly knew them. And well, I don't know a damn thing about networking. Though I teach networking to my students at the School of Business, I didn't know anything about networking. I thought that if you write a bold letter and follow it up with a phone call, folks will grant it for you. And obviously that's the way that it worked. But the one thing I did know, I looked at that list of 50 and I said, who is the king or the queen of the mountain? Because I'm going after this individual first, because if the other 49 ask me, well, who have you interviewed to date? I can always say, well, I got John Johnson, or I got Wally Ames, or this, that, and the other. So it really blew by pretty fast of those 50 individuals. And, how I got the money to travel and how I got the money. Some were here in Atlanta, some were here in the Southeast. So I drove to the locations and whatever. And then I wrote another 50 names on the list. And I quit counting at 150 interviews. And I had so much rich information out of the 150 plus interviews. So rich that I didn't use all of them for Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice. And I certainly didn't use all of them for What Makes a Great Great. And I have yet to use all of them for the Wealth Choice. But 3 books came out of that bevy of all the interviews that I had. So what can I tell you about Black entrepreneurship? Okay, that is the cornerstone of what we've got to do as a nation, as a race. Okay, I have a distinct opportunity to teach at a school where Black America's most prolific scholar taught, W.B. Du Bois. Yes, and here we are in my study. And if you look out, if I go through these French doors right here in the back of my study, that's where I have my bookcases, and you will see rows and rows and rows and rows of books. Books on economics, books on business, books on philosophy, books on history, and the like. But here in my study, where my writing workshop, where I do all my writing, I only have those books that had a profound impact on my life. From my mother's Bible, whenever her granddaughters don't come in here and take, oh, well, give me grandmama's Bible, I want to hold on grandmama's Bible, blah, blah, blah. To when I got a chance to meet Milton Friedman, who wrote, Free to Choose, a couple of his classics, Free to Choose and Capitalism and Freedom, to, here I got John Maxwell's book. I got, you name it. But right here at the top of the list, I got Souls of Black Folk. All right, here's my copy, Souls of Black Folk. These are the books that I dip into every now and then. And going back to where I teach at Clark, Atlanta, Black America's most prolific scholar, W.B. Du Bois, taught at Atlanta University. And what did he teach? Yes, everybody knows he taught economics. Everybody knows he taught civics. Everybody knows he taught sociology. Everybody knows he taught history. The man even taught Greek. And he was at Atlanta University for 9 years, and 3 of the 9 years, he was university chaplain, okay? So in 1897, he wrote his seminal book, and you'll only find a copy of this book at your better institutions, your better libraries, all right? And it's called The Negro in Business. And I challenge you out there to go ahead and get a copy. It's more than 800 pages. And it's, you come to the AU Center, Clark, Atlanta University, Morehouse, and Spelman. We all use the Woodruff Library. And the Woodruff Library was really founded by 2 individuals, Robert Woodruff, who was the CEO of Coca-Cola at the time, and the Andrew Carnegie Foundation. They took that money together and built the Woodruff Library. And you won't find that book on the stacks. You have to go to the curator, and he or she will place you in a carrel, and they will bring a copy of that book to you with white linen gloves, and you sit at the carrel and you can read it, you can take notes on it, because I have done that. So you get a copy of that book and you read the first 30 pages of that book, and there are 2 profound statements in that book that your most prolific scholar wrote. Statement number 1, the man or woman who won't control his or her finances won't control anything else. In other words, if you don't care about the money in your pocket, you don't care about anything else. So in other words, focus on your finances. And then number 2, 1897, what did he say? He said, nothing positive will ever occur in a community that fails to circulate its dollars. Now, at one time, we got the memo and we read the memo. Why? Because in the early 1900s, particularly between the years of 1915 to 1921, you had the Black Wall Street of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we're in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, a 36 block square area, okay, with more than 6,000 residents. And here you have more than 700 businesses. I mean, you had 21 grocery stores, 3 movie theaters, you had a post office, you had 3 different banks, this, that, and the other. You had 3 airplanes, 3 churches, 30 restaurants, arguably the best elementary and high school, black high school in the area right there. So they got the memo. And that's what we need to do now. Okay, so you got what? You got 34 to 37 million African Americans in the United States, and only 2 million black businesses. And of those 2 million black businesses, overwhelmingly in the service sector. I'm not knocking that. That's well and good. We need more Black businesses. But now, getting to the point that we are right now, we need emerging market Black businesses. Because when you look at the emerging market, you're talking about you can scale a business. Of those 2 million Black businesses, 95% are damn near sole proprietorships. And again, I'm not knocking it. I mean, you do whatever you have to do. But we need emerging market manufacturing businesses, okay, where we can hire our own and we can develop Black banks. Okay, so right now, you got at any given time, you got about 4,100 banks in the United States, from New York to California, from Wells Fargo to Bank of America and the like. Here we are, and what is today's date? Okay, this is February 11th at 8 o'clock at night, February 11th. You'd be hard pressed to find 40 Black banks. On first blush, you probably only got about 38 Black banks, and that's not the problem. The small number of Black banks. It's who the consumers and who the depositors are. Number one, they're either poor to low income. Number two, with very little deposits. And number three, multiple withdrawals. We can't build economic development on that. So we need Black entrepreneurship. And what I found out in my research, it's a very simple task, but we just need to change our mindset about our capabilities. It's not your capabilities, it's your belief in your capabilities. And what I found out and what makes the great great, it is not your resources, it's your resourcefulness. And what I discovered in the wealth choice, I mean, over a 7-year period, interviewing and surveying more than 1,100 Black millionaires. And you only got about 35,000 Black millionaires. And so what did I find out with them? That wealth is never a function of your circumstances. Wealth is never a function of your conditions. Wealth is never a function of your education, your parents, what side of town, what side of the tracks you've been born. But it is a function of belief, and it is a function of faith, and it is a function of determination. And those men and women who have won mostly in life have relied mostly on themselves. So going back to Think and Grow Rich, a Black choice, and what makes the great great, I found 4 common factors in all the entrepreneurs. Number one, they dreamed big dreams. They had a dream, a vision, something they desperately wanted to accomplish in their life. Point number 2, they were inner directed versus outer directed. In other words, they weren't so quick or, to believe well-meaning friends and family members who said, you can't do this, you can't do that. They walk to a beat of a different drummer. And that's why I tell folks, when you interact with others, don't focus on the mouth, don't focus on the lips of what they have to say. Look at their feet of what they're doing and where they are going. Robert Frost, the old poet, wrote years ago, 2 roads diverge in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by. You are unique. You cannot succeed being like everybody else. I ask my students all the time, what is the opposite of success? And they always tell me failure, and I tell them wrong, bad, wrong. The opposite of success is not failure. The opposite of success is conformity. You'll never succeed, conforming to the wishes and the norms and the moral ways of others. You are blessed to live in a capitalistic economy. But the form of capitalism that we see now is a bankrupt version. I mean, you go out there in my study and I will show you my copy of The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith. And here you can sit down and read it. And if you can get past all the highlighted pages and all the notes in the margin and how many times I've read that book. And what did Adam Smith, and first of all, who in the world was Adam Smith? He wasn't even an economist. He was a moral philosopher. He was an abolitionist. And why in the world was Adam Smith an abolitionist? Because he says in Wealth of Nations, his definition of capitalism, I allow you to pursue your divine interests, and you allow me to pursue I allow you to pursue your divine interests, and you allow me to pursue my divine interests. And who will benefit? IH. What in the world is IH? Invisible hand. What is invisible hand according to Adam Smith? It's providence, it's God Almighty. Who will benefit? The greater good. But then Adam Smith goes on to say, whenever you block the other party from pursuing his or her divine self-interest, all bets are off. It's no longer capitalism. So we really don't live in a capitalist. The United States thinks it's a capitalist environment, but according to Adam Smith, it isn't. Because we've been in this country for 400 years, and only 65 of the 400 years we've been free. I mean, you think about it. Okay, so we came here in 1619. You do the math. For the first 240 years, we were slaves. It was illegal for us to accrue wealth. And then after that, I mean, here you got Jim Crow after that. And we couldn't even vote until 1965, the Voting Act. I mean, I look at my grandfather, I'm 70 years old. And I look at my grandfather. My grandfather lived in North Carolina before he moved to Ohio. My grandfather and grandmother, my grandfather was a butler, my grandmother was a maid, and they worked together before they got married. They worked for a wealthy white family in North Carolina and then moved to Ohio before he moved to Harlem, New York. I don't even know if that man ever got a chance to vote in his lifetime. When my father came back from World War II in 1944, only 4% of African Americans who lived below the Mason-Dixon line could vote. And here I am, a junior in high school. A junior in high school in 1970, that number went from 4% to only 6%. So, you know, getting back to that, so inner directed versus outer directed. Point number 2, they flat out refused to fail. Now, I'm not saying they didn't fail. Many of them actually failed the way to success, but failure was never a viable option for them. Now, the good news about failure is that you're the only individual who keeps score. And the other good news about failure is that success is a statistical event. That's all it is, a statistical event. All right, so it took me 7 years to finish the books. But here now, I have a nice lifestyle, and I never have to go back and do the nonsense that I did before. I mean, untold readers, man, that I don't even know, and I didn't even think, and I couldn't even conjure when I published these books that would have an impact on their life, and they contact me. Success is a statistical event. And then last but not least, readers are leaders. Readers are leaders. If you read 30 to 60 minutes a day in the field of your choice, and I don't care what that field is, you read 30 to 60 minutes a day, and you do that for 3 years, you'll be known throughout your community. You read 30 to 60 minutes a day, you do that for 5 years, you'll be known throughout the country. You read 30 to 60 minutes a day, and you do that for 7 years, you will draw world recognition. And the bottom line, you want to succeed, all you got to do is show up. That's what I learned from entrepreneurs. You want to succeed, all you got to do is show up. You show up, you'll be 80% of the competition. You show up on time, you'll be 85% of the competition. You show up on time with a plan, you'll be 90% of the competition. You show up on time with a plan and a commitment to carry it out, you'll be 95% of the competition. But if you show up on time with a plan and a commitment to carry it out and then execute it, you make the cover of Time magazine. That's the whole heart and soul of entrepreneurship. And what is the definition of entrepreneurship? Definition of entrepreneurship is pursuit of an opportunity without any regard to the resources at hand. Where in the world do ideas come from? An idea comes from your creator knocking on your subconscious, asking you, do you want more out of life? And there is nothing pretentious, there's nothing precocious about your creator. Some folks say, well, God is testing you. Why in the world would God test you? God isn't testing you. That's a lack of belief in yourself. There is nothing pretentious and precocious. Your creator gave you the dream, but you've got to believe in yourself when no one else will. If I asked you, how would you qualify? How would you categorize? How would you describe what you do for a living? Would you tell me it's work? Would you tell me it's drudgery? Would you tell me that it's painful? Or would you tell me that it's a mission? Would you tell me that it's passion? Hopefully you'll tell me that it's mission because it's part of your ministry. If you tell me that you're passionate about it, that will lead to conviction, and conviction will lead to commitment. And nothing on this planet can ever stop the passionate, committed mind. Nothing can ever stop the passionate, committed mind. If the passionate, committed mind could be stopped, there'd be no Oprah Winfrey. If the passionate, committed mind could be stopped, there'd be no Jay-Z, there'd be no Beyonce. There would be no Bill Gates, there would be no Steve Jobs. So there you are. Those are the 4 keys to entrepreneurship. Any individual can apply those keys to his and her life. And what we need, we need entrepreneurs. We need wealth creators. We need the wealth to stay within our community. We just need just rows and rows and streams in areas in Black communities that have 700 credit score. Because we really have got to begin to go ahead and really get a handle on our economic development. Well, Belt and Soul, I hope that's good. I hope you can use it. That's my take on entrepreneurship in general and the backflap story to my life. And for those of you who may be looking at this Zoom call and looking at this podcast and looking at this part of Belton's book, I hope it makes a difference in your life. And again, I am Dr. Dennis Kimbro. Keep doing what you're doing. Believe in yourself when no one else will. And greatness will certainly find itself at your doorstep. Take care. God bless.
Like many of you, I was raised to study hard and to work hard in order to accomplish my dreams. But like many of you, I am sure you now know that that is not completely so. Listen, let me take you on a little journey with me. I was sitting in a group coaching session when the master coach asked, "What is it you do?" The woman replied, now, I'm just going to call her Doris. She says, "I help women to restore their hope and strengthen their confidence." Now, before she could finish what she thought was her great bumper sticker pitch, the master coach interrupted. "Well, that's bullshit." Whew. Clutching my pearls, I was both in shock. My brain was spinning, my emotional brain, I should say, and my ego all at once was attempting to reconcile and to process what my eyes and my ears had just taken in. I could not believe that in front of a class of 20 plus people, this man had snatched the living life out of her without extending much of an effort. And truth be told, I believe I can still hear her sense of self to this day do the dead man's thud to the floor. Now, I don't know if it was bravery or if it was foolishry, but either one, she gathered enough wind in her lungs to say, "What?" Whew. Now, visually emboldened that she was bold enough to come back for another, the master coach repeated, "As I said, that's bullshit." At this point, I knew all the others in the room were having a near-death experience because we all could feel her pain. The room went deadly silent because none of us expected the master coach to repeat what he had said previously. You know, you said something horrible, you may catch yourself and say, but no. Now, as the rest of us panned the room, we could all at once experience a range of shame, embarrassment, and anger was all plastered in our faces and our eyes because we were searching the room just to get confirmation that something was uncomfortably wrong in the room. Now, in this moment, she needed to have applied either social awareness or self-management, one of which, or both, would have allowed her to move beyond her bubbling feelings and thoughts. Now, would she choose to allow the coach to have his day of feeling important, empowered, and in control? Or would she seize the moment to pause, reset, reclaim the dignity and the space that she knew that she was entitled to? Now, I even recall getting text messages stating, Judy Ann, can you believe what happened? The truth is, not really. I didn't expect it to go that terribly wrong. Now, what I would like for you to do for me is just to take that moment, take a moment and just contemplate, how would you feel if you got that reaction while you believe that you were working on your purpose and you got that response? Now, you can even start by considering what thoughts and feelings were flowing through you as I shared the story with you. Now, while I'm professionally certain that this master coach believed that he was providing hard and clear and critical feedback, rooted in that theory, let me rip them down so I can, build them back up. But actually what happened is the real-time response was that he lost instantaneously the trust and the faith and the confidence of that group. There was a loss of trust that he would not shame and humiliate them like he did to Doris. Now, they had a diminished sense of faith that he would encourage and empower their efforts and their dreams. Now, these were possibly evaporating the overall confidence the participants had in pursuing what they thought were their purpose and destiny. It doesn't feel too good, does it? Well, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, this happens every single day, and it is the hallmark of poor leadership. It is also the surefire way to negatively impact your bottom line, AKA lose clients, AKA negative revenue. Not to mention, it will definitely have bad PR that will surely follow. Now, let's circle back a little bit. Remember what I told you in the beginning, that we were taught to study hard and to work hard? Yes, remember that? Okay, great. However, many of us were not taught early on in life to monitor our emotions, because you know what? There will be unpredictable moments that would reoccur. There'll be times when somebody will just get on your last cotton picking nerves. And guess what? It will probably happen in public and when you least expect it. So, we definitely have to work on that. However, let me take you a little bit deeper. Men were socialized to believe that it's not good to show emotions when stressed or when under duress. So, if we were to say, what is the measure of a potentially successful leader? One could say is one who's not only content competent, but one who's also well emotionally regulated. Now, there are numerous people who are masters of their craft. However, they are challenged to take on and maintain clients and or staff because rather than making people feel valid, they tend to make people feel deflated, undervalued, and uninspired. Now, there is this great quote that I absolutely love. That quote is by Dolly Parton. It says, if your actions create a legacy that inspires people to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, then you are an excellent leader. Don't you just love it? I absolutely love it. Let me say it again because I love it that much. If your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are an excellent leader. Now, the $64,000 question is, how do I create such a legacy? Well, the first thing that I would love for you to do is to look directly in the mirror. Yes, really, look directly in the mirror. And I want you to ask the first person that you see, hey, you over there, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you. What would my clients say about me? What kind of leader would my clients say that I am? Am I one who edifies or destroys? Am I one who galvanizes or derails? Am I one who inspires or discourages? Now, one surefire way to becoming a better leader is to develop your emotional intelligence. It is a crucial component to great leadership. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions in positive ways to relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. It helps to build stronger relationships. It allows you to succeed at work and in school and in your business. It allows you to achieve career and personal goals. It also helps you to connect your feelings and turn intention into action. It allows you to make better informed decisions, especially, those decisions that really matters to you. Emotional intelligence is that up close and personal connection with the interplay of your feelings, your thoughts, and your behaviors. So in short, emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, and manage emotions in ourselves and others. Now, we're going to take you a little bit deeper. Emotional intelligence has generally two core competencies in our lives, right? That's the personal side and that's the social side. So taking a look at the personal competence first, that includes self-awareness and self-management, right? Self-awareness is critical because we must be aware of what is it that we're emitting outward. What is it that we are projecting outwardly, right? Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a situation where somebody says, what's wrong? How do you feel? And you're like, what? I feel fine. Or they come up and says, they are experiencing a certain emotion from you, which you're completely unaware of. If that ever happened to you before, I know it has happened to me, right? People thought I was upset or something. I'm like, I'm really not, I'm perfectly fine. However, that lack of awareness can serve to derail collaboration, joint ventures. So we must be aware of our emotions that we are projecting to the world. Now, that continuous pulse, where we do that on a continuous basis, it will allow us to better navigate every interaction that we have. And as I said, especially those interactions that are of personal value to you. Now, it is a consistent pause, self-assessment, reassess, and reboot. As a matter of fact, your ability to self-assess also plays a role in your level of self-confidence. Now, let's take a look at self-management. Now, self-management is the ability to control impulsive behaviors and feelings, to redirect your emotions in healthy ways, to take that initiative, complete that commitment, and most importantly, to adapt to acute changing situations where you must adapt and change your behavior immediately. Now, taking a look at social competence. Social competence includes social awareness and relationship management. Social awareness is the ability to demonstrate and the willingness to show empathy, which is appreciating someone else's emotional position or status. Now, that is not necessarily understanding how they're experiencing what they're experiencing, because the truth be told, you can't really experience another person's pain, frustration, or disappointment. However, what you can do is that you can understand that they are feeling that way. And you can also appreciate that when you felt that way, it was not a good feeling. Okay? So, in short, empathy is acknowledging and valuing the other individual's needs to have emotional space and their experience. Now, social awareness is needed not only on the personal level, but also on the organizational level. As a matter of fact, us here in the US and those who watched it around the globe recently had a gift where we saw emotional awareness exemplified on the governmental level. What do I mean by that? In the US, there was a memorial service that was held to honor and acknowledge the 400,000 lives that were lost due to COVID. Now, the nation needed empathy. We needed to know that those that were in power understood and appreciated the grief, the loss, the anxiety, the frustration that the entire nation was living through or is living through. As a matter of fact, the world is living through. Now, let me take this down to a more localized level for you, meaning your business, your career. Now, what this does for you is allows you to understand your customer needs or your coworkers' needs or your manager's needs. It gives you valuable data that will enable you to adjust your responses, your behavior, whatever it is, to your client's need, your manager's need, whomever it is, all right, or your staff. So that is how important that is. All righty, now let's take a look at relationship management. Now let's face it, relationship management on a professional level can be challenging. However, it is a central component, not only to your leadership, but also to your legacy. Now, here are a few pointers. There are more, but just a few that you can possibly, start working on, thinking about, etc. Now, the first one is you can create opportunities for growth through constructive feedback. You can also consider developing, the ability to influence through persuasive strategies. You can become a change agent in creating new ideas and leading people in new directions. You can help to build strong bonds, and you can do so by, managing conflict, because they are sure to arrive. The other thing that you can do is that you can create meaningful collaboration and teamwork. Now, the truth is, all of this that I've just shared with you are not one and done exercises. Rather, there are a lifetime of continuous refining of our self-growth, right? Now, to echo Amanda Gorman, being determined and committed enough to be the light and brave enough to see the light. Now, let me just take you back to Doris, take you back to that coaching session. She chose not to have her light be diminished in the face of her discomfort. Rather, she paused, she reset, and she rebooted. Her emotional intelligence empowered her light to continue to shine. Now, what kind of leader are you? As part of my commitment to you and my effort to also be the light, I invite you to take a 10-minute quiz that helps to measure your emotional intelligence and feeds right back to you valuable information that will tell you your areas of growth. Now, to get this quiz, all you need to do, if the link is not already there, is go to bit.ly/intention into action, one word. Again, bit.ly/intention into action. Now, I hope you too will continue to shine.
if I told you I made 30,000 in 3 days? What if I told you I managed to go off my blood pressure medication in 3 weeks? What if I told you I conquered a fear of public speaking in 30 days? I am crushing goals. Strawberry letter 55. So I know from the title, you might be thinking this is a letter seeking advice from Steve Harvey, right? No, this is my very own Strawberry letter 55, a love letter to myself. Biblically speaking, Paul wrote letters to the church, and before that, in 500 BC, the first handwritten letter was written by a Persian queen. And what happened is, as people became more literate, it was the way to communicate. Letters were strapped to animals, sent on their way to the destination. You had the Pony Express, the rail and the roadway, from the air to digital. We all get excited when we got mail. After my presentation, I want you to walk away with at least 4 takeaways. First, I want you to see how important a date is when you're establishing your goals. Number 2, major life experiences such as divorce, death, downsizing, medical illnesses. That doesn't mean life has to end when you encounter those things. It's really a new beginning. Number 3, I want you to know that living for self, seeking self-satisfaction, and making self-care a priority is not a bad thing. It's really living a quality life. And finally, I want you to know how important the writing of a letter is. Write the vision and make it plain. With that being said, let me introduce myself. I am Renee Johnson. I'm also go by Emma. I'm the wife of the handsome and sexy man, Michael Johnson. I have 3 beautiful children. I have 1 grandson and a bonus son. I'm the owner of the Asher brand, where I have businesses in the financial services. I have an event planning and an online clothing boutique. I am the youngest of 9 children. And to give some perspective here, when I was born, my oldest sibling was 24 years old. Imagine the dynamics in that family, in our family. At age 6, my father passed away, and I grew up without a father in the household. Now, I know this is not uncommon in our Black community, but for as long as I can remember, this was very devastating to our family. At the time, it was 5 children still in the home. My mother was 49. She never worked, and she never remarried. So I realized much later, I was raised by a single parent. Now, nevertheless, I thought I was pretty special. God came to me in a dream and he said, I am your father. I really felt that I was fatherless, or I didn't really feel like I was fatherless. I excelled in school. I strived in extracurricular activities. I was a band student, National Honor Society in the top 10. I received numerous scholarships upon graduation. I played the piano for my church. I just was a pretty happy-go-lucky girl. I felt blessed. I was favored. I knew one day I would take the world by storm. Then I became an adult. I made some decisions, some wrong decisions. I felt like I was Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. I had sinned. I had become ashamed. I was naked. Everything in my life at the time was different growing up. I started second guessing myself. I was thinking I wasn't good enough. I allowed others to label me. I lacked confidence. I said the words I can't more than I said I can. I became clueless to the world around me. I was wounded, scarred, and broken. Now that's a whole nother book that I need to write. And let's say I'm far from perfect. But what do we do when we come into contact with those types of things? And we kind of live life as though nothing is wrong. I mean, we move in and out of season. We, tell people we're okay, but we're really not. And mainly in our community, being raised by a Black strong woman, I believe I was conditioned to just mask the truth. So I eventually went on and I met my husband to be. I first got pregnant and we eventually married and we grew our family. And so as time went on, I wore many hats, being a mother, a daughter, sister, wife, friend, employee. I mean, ladies, we know we wear a lot of hats and we do so much. We are phenomenal. So fast forward to the age 54, things in my life was changing. My husband and I, we became empty nesters, grandparents. We were in a different season, and I think we kind of sat down and we laughed. We was like, "Is this midlife crisis?" You know, I had heard of it. We had heard of it. We feel like we're experiencing it. So we looked in the rearview mirror and we saw that, wow, we probably have more years behind us than we do in front of us. So one thing I was noticing about my siblings, my older siblings, they were getting up in age and they actually was passing away at a young age. My father passed away when he was 50. And I just started realizing, hey, I'm 54. One sister passed away at 74, brother at 75. I was like, that's only 20 years away. But that was a wake up call for me. And I'm like, wow. So what I also found that my siblings and my mom, when she passed away, everyone needed care just before they passed away, up to 3 years. So that really cut back too on that life and living a life that is a healthy lifestyle. I said, wow, I need to do something different. So I was just scrolling on the Facebook and I noticed a friend of mine, she was in a gym and she was going every day. She was posting that she was at the gym 5 a.m. in the morning. And I was like, okay, for somebody to be in the gym at 5 a.m., they're actually getting up at 4 or so to get to the gym. I was like, so what is motivating her? What is pushing her to get up in the morning and get to the gym? And so I stopped by that gym, talked to the trainer. I had never really been involved in any type of organized fitness type facility. So they had a 7-day trial and he was like, why don't you try the 7 days? So I signed up for the 7 days and the 7 days had come and gone and I went consecutively. So once I got to the end, you had to make a decision. Do you sign up for a membership or did you just waste 7 days? And so I ended up signing up. However, they had a different structure. They had a plan where you could pay weekly, you could pay semi monthly, you could pay monthly or 1 year. And I was like, well, a year is too long that I really can't do even a month or a week because that's too short. I really had to give myself some time to make sure this would work. And it wasn't cheap by no means. So I had to be very prudent and wise. And so I asked for a 6-month membership. And they mentioned that they never had someone ask for a 6-month and they had to think about it. And then finally they say, yes, we would do 6 months for you. So I signed up for a 6-month. At that time, I was probably like close to 6 months away from my 55th birthday. So I have made some goals for myself as far as what I wanted to do. And one of the biggest things, because my family, there's a history of heart disease, Parkinson's, strokes. I wanted to make sure that this was the right thing to do and that I was positioning myself that I would be able to live a quality life. So joining the gym, everyone knows that you need to go see your physician, or you should, especially at age 54. And so I went to see my physician who was actually not in. So I talked to one of the physicians on staff and they were like, after 7 days of being in the gym, they said, your blood pressure is low, a lot lower than what it's been. And I was like, that's great. And so while I was there, they said, did you know that in 2 weeks you're in for your yearly examination? And I said, no, I didn't know that. So I had to go back in 2 weeks. And so in 2 weeks, I saw my regular physician and my blood pressure was so low because the blood pressure and the workout in the gym were working double time for me. And so I ended up having it so low that if I didn't do something such as go off the medication, I would end up fainting and that would not be, good. So I was taken off the blood pressure medication. So a goal that I had set for myself for 6 months, because that was a goal, to go off the medication, get my life together, my physical body, so I could go on to lead a healthy life. So that was one goal that I reached in 3 weeks. Later in the year, we're towards the end of the year almost, and I had a goal for my business where at the end of the year, I needed to reach a certain goal. And also there was a quota that I had to meet. And so at the end of, it was after Christmas and 3 days left in the year, I had to go and make sure I met that goal. And I met that goal of $20,000 in 3 days. And then after making the $20,000, I received a bonus of $10,000. So now $30,000 in 3 days. Again, remember, 3 days, 3 weeks. So fast forward to just 30 days prior to my 55th birthday, I started a women's Facebook group. And the goal of that was to reach at least 55 women to go on a journey with me for 30 days. For 30 days, we talked about subject matters such as lifting women as we climb, being brave and courageous, being authentic. And we knew that we had to feel the spiritual thirst. So I selected Proverbs 31, the virtuous woman, as our backdrop to these 30 days. The women were going to go, they were going to get their short-term goals. We were going to check in weekly, and we were going to walk this journey out. And what I did, I went on Facebook Live every night at 8 p.m. and we had these discussions. I led them. So it really was giving me all the practice that I needed in public speaking. So that went over very well with the virtuous woman, because we know she's a person, she knows her worth. We were looking at her as our model. She wore many hats. She took care of her husband. She took care of her family. She served the community. She was a merchant. She made her own clothing. She worked from sun up to sundown, as the Bible says, that, her oil didn't go out. And I think she worked in seasons, or there was different things that was going on. I don't know if she did everything at once, because we as women, we're hard on ourselves. We're trying to do it all, because I think a virtuous woman, she becomes virtuous over a lifetime. So where am I going with the strawberry letter 55, a love letter to self? This is the main ingredient here. There are 6 components of a letter. You have your date, your address, your salutation, your body, your closing, and your signature. So let's start with the date. The date, you need a date to put out on your goals. Whenever you're looking to set a goal, you need to know what date you want to set for this goal. If you are working on something, I think a date gives it a sense of urgency that, hey, I got to meet this date. And another thing, you want to make sure that the Bible says that God, Jesus has come that we have life and live life more abundantly. So as we are looking at these goals, I would like to, if I could, let's call them life pursuits, because that's really what they are. We're trying to make a difference. We're trying to be purposeful in the things that we're doing. And like I said, there's a sense of urgency. So we want to live that abundant life. So as I look towards that date of 55, where I knew there was a change in my life, that I wanted to make sure that I was better physically, that my body was. And so that was a sense of urgency, for me. So that's your date. Always get a date to affix to your life pursuits. Your address. That could be a physical address. It could be your current place of address. It could be a title. I think of myself as I was going through all the things that I was going through. I went back really to my childhood, and that address could have been the date that I would put on this letter. It's something that it gives you identity, for you. It gives you what you need as far as that place. It puts you in that frame of mind. You have to be in the frame of mind as you're searching and heading out for these pursuits. your salutation, that's your greeting. I think every day you should be looking at these pursuits, and you should be connecting yourselves with them. And I will share a story with you. My husband, he's a builder, and he's out working on this project. We bought a home that we wanted to pretty much restore. It was a home that needed a lot of work. So he went in, he gutted out the whole home. And as I would come by some days, I would check on him as he's working, that he's doing all this work alone. And I would go in and everything is everywhere. Everything is in chaos. And I said, how do you work in this? And he said, because I see the end date. I see what it's going to look like. I see the vision of what I know it should be. I mean, we have to be visionaries when we're out here pursuing these life pursuits. We have to see that end. So to see that end, you got to be in constant contact every day. You have to be saying hello, what's up, as Martin used to say. So you have to be making that greeting, that connection. So the body, we're talking about a letter now, the body, realizing that this is a lifestyle change, guarding your body at all times, your mental, protecting your ear gates, what's coming, around you, your eyes, what you're seeing. Sometimes we wonder why we're stuck, why we're disappointed. It's a lot of the negative energy that is around us. Sometimes we have to cut people off. We got to, cut things off. We can't go to the same places that we've always gone. We got to keep our minds focused and sharp. We have to seek out mentors if we need to. We need to take classes to add to our skill sets. For our physical body, we need to make sure that we're up for the journey. We can't be sick. We got to be well in order to fulfill those life pursuits. Our spiritual body, prayer, meditation, we have to get into the word. And, we have to have them all. We can't have just one. We can't have the body working and our soul is lost. One of my favorite Bible scriptures that talks about what does it profit a man to gain the world and mess around and lose his soul. We got to take inventory, basically, what we have that's we already equipped with, and what do we need? So before we even start the strategizing and the closing, we're strategizing. And so that leads me to the closing. That's where those strategies come in. That's where if you think about SMART goals, and when you're writing out your goals, that they need to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. And I just went to a workshop last week, and they added on the ER, that it needs to have evaluation and review. So smarter goals. Again, smart life pursuits is what we're talking about here. So those are the specific things that we should be doing in order to reach those life pursuits. Then we go to the signature. The signature is the vow, the agreement, the covenant. These pursuits, they will change your life. When I got married, I took a vow. My husband and I were celebrating 25 years this year. We took a vow those vows are still relevant today, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor, in sickness and in health, out of love, and I'm to love and cherish. So that's what we're going to do with our life pursuits. We're going to sign off on those. I have gone to many workshops for vision boards, for goal setting, and not once do I remember where I had signed off. I made that a commitment. So you may wonder, why did I name this strawberry letter 55? Of course, I was turning 55, and you may not know, strawberries, they protect your heart. They increase your good cholesterol. They lower your blood pressure. They guard against cancer. Strawberries, they are sodium-free, fat-free, cholesterol-free, and low calorie. Not to mention, red is my favorite color. And sometimes my husband likes to feed me, strawberries, but that's another workshop. So in my workshop, I will help you fulfill your life pursuits in a somewhat non-conventional way. You will write your own letter, you will sign your letter, and it will serve as your commitment to reach your life pursuits. You will mail the letter to you, so in essence, return the sender. You will send a second copy, or you can send a second copy to accountability partner, because you do need somebody to walk this out with you. So that could be your spouse, it could be your mother, your daughter, your sister, a friend, or mentor, anybody that you feel that can walk with you on this journey. So join me at my workshop, and I'm sure you will leave life changed.
Hey, welcome to the next session of the Black and Iconic Summit. I am Ryan C. Green, and I'm here to talk to you all about unveiling the scam of the bestseller author. Listen, a little bit about myself, and I'm going to jump right in. I am Ryan C. Green, founder of Indie Author Pro. For the last 16 years, I have published books, written books, and also helped authors publish and market their books. So had some tremendous success over the 15 years. But I want to kind of share with you some of the things that I've run into and really why I think that as authors, we independent authors have kind of lost their way, kind of lost what the point is of writing their books. So I want to hopefully give you some tips today that will help you get past thinking that becoming a bestseller is all there is to it. Once I become a bestseller, I've arrived, right? So I wrote my first book in 2005, Success is in Your Hand, and I've helped other authors reach over 100 bestsellers lists on Amazon.com, right? Clap it up, clap it up. Sounds real good. And here's what I learned, right? After writing my books, after writing, now working on my 10th book myself, after helping other authors write books and reaching all these bestsellers lists, I learned that there's one little secret I learned is that being a bestseller doesn't translate to revenue per se, okay? And I think that that's what so many independent authors fail to realize before they get into it, is that their goal is I want to be a best-selling author. And best-selling author is cool and it's nice and it's a great accolade, but it doesn't translate to money. It doesn't translate to revenue. And if you are writing a book, if you're trying to build a business, you want your book to then translate into revenue, okay? So that's what I try to help people do, is that, if you reach the bestsellers list, that's great. That's fun, that's cool. But if you're not making money from your book, if your book is not generating revenue, helping you build your business, what are you really doing it for, right? You could just tell a story to anybody who wants to listen if that's all you really want to do. Once you start to write that book, there's so many more things that book should be doing for you. And if it's not doing those things for you, then let's have time to talk. So there's 3 roadblocks that most authors run into when they're trying to build their brand, sell a book, make money. It's 3 roadblocks. First thing is they never move past just selling the book. Okay, I'm going to talk to you today about how to move past just selling the book. When you're trying to become a best-selling author, we don't want to worry about that. That's only focusing on the book. But I'm going to share some secrets with you today on how to move past just trying to sell the book. Second thing is that they don't have the systems in place that allow them to scale their business. So if you're writing a book and you have a message that you want to share, but all you're doing is telling about the story in your book, what do you do after that? How do you then scale that? How do you then take that those pages of that book and then scale it into a business? And then finally, they aren't attracting clients that allow them to grow. So your book, you may have heard this before, that your book is your business card. Your book should open the doors for you. The book is kind of the first step people should take to learning how to do business with you. But if you don't have something in place to attract those clients, if you haven't written your book in a way to sell your business, if you haven't written that book in a way to encourage readers to now want to do business with you, then you're missing the ball here. Okay, so there's 2 questions Two questions I get asked the most when people find out I either write or publish, I help authors sell more books. There's two questions I always get asked the most. The first question is, how do I write my book? And the second question is, how do I sell more books? Okay. So I'm going to talk briefly about writing the book, but also really mostly about how to sell the books. Because I help people in the self-help space, in the personal development book, nonfiction types. I can help you sell your books and help you market your books. I can't really tell you what to put in your book. Okay. You need to know that if you're going to write a book, you should be the expert. You should know what to write about. You should have the stories to share. I can tell you how to formulate it, how to kind of optimize it is for maximum sales, but I can't really tell you how to write your book, what to put in your book. Okay. So what we want to do today is we really want to, as we talk about unmasking the scam of the bestseller author, because we want to move past having those titles, right? We want to move past having a title, and we want to start moving towards how to make our book make revenue for us. All right, here's a statistic. 93% of authors don't earn over $100,000 a year, okay? 93% of authors don't earn $100,000 a year from their books. So there's a whole lot of people out there who are bestsellers, right? A whole lot of people out there who are topping these Amazon lists, or even the USA Today type lists, New York Times lists, or topping these lists and aren't making money because all they're doing is the book. So let's do a little math here, right? Because if you're doing I know with the USA Today, you have to sell at least 6,000 books to hit the top USA Today bestsellers list, not the top, to hit the list, right? So you're doing 6,000 books, and one, you have to have a major publisher, first of all. So you're only going to get maybe about $1 or $2 per book. You multiply that by 6,000, what are you looking at? 6,000, maybe $10,000 you're making from your bestseller book. Is that going to retire you? Is that going to build the business that you want to build? So think about that when you're looking at these titles, and what you see, they all look glamorous online. They look nice when you see people talking about them. Oh, I'm a bestseller. Oh, I want to have a best-selling book. But here's the thing. It doesn't mean they're making money. And anybody can go out there and say they're a bestseller. There's no guarantee that every single person who tells you they're a best-selling author has actually accomplished the feat of becoming a best-selling author, right? All being a best-selling author means is that you have positioned yourself on a list at some period of time, especially with Amazon, right? Amazon, all it means is that for this hour, because they update their bestsellers list every hour, and I'm not poo-pooing on being a bestseller, okay? I'm just saying that can't be your end-all, be-all. But every hour, they update their list. And if that hour you sold more books than anyone else, then you're going to be above them on the list. But the thing about it is, it doesn't take a whole lot of books. You may have sold 3 books in that hour, and no one else sold a book in that hour. So now you're a bestseller, but you sold 3 books, right? You sold 3 books. Maybe you're selling a book for $2.99. All right. So yeah, people are going to go out and buy your book because it's easy to go buy it in volume. There's so many ways to manipulate the system. So people's like, I'm a bestseller. I'm a bestseller. I'm a bestseller. Congrats. Good for you. You've got the pageant pride. Like you're winning the pageant. But let's win the profitability, right? We talked about that. So let's go into, these are things that I tell people about what to consider when writing their book, right? You want to consider the time it's going to take you to write your book. You want to consider the audience of your book. You want to consider your publishing options. Are you going to be an independent author? Are you going to seek a major publishing deal? You want to consider your book layout. What's the book going to look like? What kind of format are you going to have? The book cover, and then your social media and your marketing, your promotion. See, most people write a book to tell information. They're not optimizing their books to drive action. That's the biggest mistake that a lot of independent authors make, is that they just want to tell a story. Look, I live this, I know this, I want to share this. I want people to hear my story. And that's cool to start. But what happens after that? What are you doing after that? See, people can read your story, but if you're not telling them what to do about it, if you're not offering them some kind of system, if you're not sharing some way that you're going to solve a problem for them, then it ends at the end of your book. As I said, the average book sells 250 copies in its first year. The average book of all the books, the average book only sells 250 copies in its first year. So think about that. If you are going to sell a book and your goal is to make $100,000 from your book, right? And let's say the average book, you're selling books for $20. So you sell your book for $20. To reach $100,000 a year, you have to sell 5,000 copies of your book, right? 5,000 times 20 equals 100,000. But I just told you the average book only sells 250 copies a year. So how are you bridging that gap? If the average book is only going to sell 250, but your goal is to make 100,000, What do you do? How do you fill that gap? Here's what we talk about: moving from trying to become a bestseller on a list to being a top revenue author. Okay, this is what we do at Indie Author Pro. We take your book and show you how to build a top earning, a top revenue creating business from this book. So let's take that book. The old way of selling books is that you're going to go out there, you're going to have to sell 5,000 copies of your book. That's 14 books a day. So if you already have a book written, if your book is already done, if you didn't sell 14 copies of your book today, you're already behind. Whoops. What about tomorrow? If you're 2 days behind, you're already 30 books behind just about, right? So there's got to be a better way. And it's got to be a better way to go out there and make this $100,000. And here's the secret. Here's the secret. Write this down. If you don't get anything else from today, I want you to write this down. The secret is to stop trying to sell your book. What? Yes. Mind blown. Stop trying to sell your book. That's what so many people are getting confused and getting lost and getting stuck, because they're trying to sell their book. They're taking a book and they're saying, hey, here's my book, buy my book. But it's not the book that you want to sell. It's the content in the book that you should be marketing, that you should be selling, that you should be promoting. That's what's going to build your business. That's what's going to turn your $20 book into a $100,000 revenue stream, right? So you got to go out there and figure out how to turn your book into that revenue. So you got to stop trying to sell the book, start trying to sell the content. Because here's the thing about a book, right? The content that you put in a book is going to be valuable, but because you put it in a book, the market has already conditioned us that we're not going to spend more than $20, $25, maybe $30 for a book. So the same information I'm going to tell you in a book, because I put it in a book, I also just put a limit on how much the market will bear and pay for it at $20, $25. But the content is worth more than that. The content is more valuable than that. But I just chose to put it in a book because that's what people do. We write books, right? So what we want to do now is, how do we take this content? How do we rebrand the same content from our book into other formats to make that $100,000, to now generate real revenue for our business? And the first thing we do, I have a whole list of things that we teach you at Indie Author Pro. We go through how to really build your book, how to develop your business from your book and your content. The first thing I recommend is webinars. You can take your book and do a webinar based on what it is that you teach in your book. Take your top 3 points, whatever it is you want to do, and record yourself a webinar. And now you go out there and market that webinar talking about the book. And then the webinar can be a free webinar, it can be a paid webinar, whatever you decide to choose. You go out there and now you're marketing a webinar. You record your webinar one time, put that thing on evergreen autopilot. You start marketing your webinar. People are now learning from you 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour webinar training, learning about you, getting engaged. And now in the webinar, you're going to make them an offer. You're going to offer them to take a next step. Well, maybe the offer is going to be to buy the book. Maybe the offer is going to be to set up an appointment with you. Maybe the offer is going to be to sign up for a course. All right, but whatever it is, that webinar now takes them to the next step and the next opportunity for them to do business with you. I talked about courses. That's the next thing. Build an online course. Like I said, I work with nonfiction self-help. All right. If you're writing a self-help book, if you're teaching someone how to do something, you're writing a course. You're automatically writing a course in your book. Your book should be teaching people how to solve a problem. So if you're teaching them how to solve a problem, you probably have steps on how to solve that problem. So those steps in your book is now your outline for your course. Simply build a course and simply make videos of yourself teaching the same exact thing you wrote in the book. Okay, you don't have to think, you don't have to rebrand, you have to rethink this thing. You've already written out the script. All you're doing now is sitting in front of a camera, recording some short videos, loading them online into a format, an online course format, and now you have a course teaching the same things you taught in the book. But here's the thing about a course, right? How much would you pay for a course? See, courses, we've seen many courses you can pay for $49 or $99, but there's courses that charge up to $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 for a course. So now the same information that you had in your book for $20, you're now selling on an online course for $2,000. How much quicker will you get to $100,000 selling a $2,000 course than selling $20 books? See? So now we're looking at the content because we're not selling a book, we're selling a book content. All right. Speaking engagements. Everyone wants to be on the stage, right? Everyone wants to be in front of someone's microphone speaking and talking. So now because you have a book, you can now you should have a signature presentation based on your book. So that when someone says, hey, I want you to come and talk about your book, you're not going out there guessing what to talk about. You already have your signature presentation from your book that you're going to go out there and talk about. And here's the thing, guess what? Your signature presentation is probably going to sound a whole lot like your webinar. See, this isn't a lot of work. This isn't a lot of things that we have to come up with and how to do. You do some certain things one time. Once you get it right, you see how you can just take this out of here, put this over here, take this from here, put this over here. So the same webinar I do can now be my signature presentation when I'm standing in front of a crowd of 500 people, 1,000 people online doing a virtual summit all across the world like Black and Iconic, right? Listen, here's the thing. Maybe I shouldn't tell you. I'm teaching you stuff that I already have in a webinar as well. So this stuff, this signature presentation, this webinar stuff, I'm doing what I'm showing you and telling you as well, okay? Next is programs. Next is how can you design, what kind of program can you design that people will want to invest in that you can help them find a solution to a singular problem. Now, as a program is going to be something where you're going to, hey, here's one issue we're going to solve. And here's how we're going to do it. And here's the system that we're going to use to do it. Okay. So that program will be something that you'll market. And this programs you're looking at, these are high ticket items, right? So now that $20 book just became a $5,000 program. Maybe it's a coaching program where people are now investing in you to coach them for 60 days. And now over the 60 days, you're charging them $5,000, $10,000 to teach them what it is that you learned that you wrote about in your book. This is what we're talking about in Indie Author Pro and what we try to teach people how to now get past just selling your book, how to stop worrying about becoming a best-selling author. We want to worry about becoming a top revenue author, right? Author is just part of what we do, all right? Membership programs. You have people who will pay monthly to learn from you, whether you're doing live trainings, vocal teletrainings, whether you're doing Zoom trainings. People will pay a monthly membership to go and learn from your program that your book teaches. So if your book teaches some kind of system, some kind of method, some kind of program, boom, you have a built-in mastermind, a built-in program, a built-in membership that people can pay monthly to take a part of and learn from you. Next, live events. You know, even with things being so shut down over the last year or so now, you know, you still have an opportunity to do live events, virtual events. Hey, this is a live event right now, right? This Black and Iconic seminar series is a live event, even if it's virtual. So you can go out there and take your book and build your own kind of brand, your own seminars, your own summits, and do live events from there that you're going to charge people to attend. Or even if it's free, maybe you charge them for the replays, or maybe you're charging people to come and speak, or you're charging sponsors to be a part of it. There's so many ways to earn income from your live events, okay, even now while everything is virtual. So don't overlook that. Last couple of things are going to be your digital academies, your masterminds, and then there's the one-on-one coaching. So I talked about the academies. Those are like online courses, but your masterminds where you have people where I'm going to work on a small group, right? A mastermind, we may have 6 people. I know for me, we have a mastermind program where we charge 5 figures for a weekend. We take 6 people for a weekend and we go through the entire process of building an entire business. Everything I'm talking about, we go and do it with them in one weekend. Take 5 people, 6 people in a weekend and do that. And trust me, it's worth it. People are pouring into it. And that's when you know you're really working with the people who are serious about doing achieving the goals that you say you can help them achieve. But also now you aren't stressed out here trying to go out there and sell 14 books a day because you've got 6 people in a weekend that could take care of you, you know, for a couple of months, really, once you build the business that way. And then finally, one-on-one coaching. When you're doing a one-on-one coaching, you are now positioning yourself as the expert, the guru, the mastermind to help those people. And obviously there's a higher price tag that goes with that. So listen, those are the kind of ways that when we talk about unveiling the scam of being a best-selling author, stop being caught up on titles, okay? Stop being so worried about what people call you, and start being more worried about what your bank account calls you, right? Is your bank account calling you broke, or is your bank account calling you a wealthy author, top revenue earning author? So listen, our time was short today, but I want to offer you an opportunity to sit down and have a conversation about you and your book, your product, your position in the process right now, and maybe see how we can help you with Indie Author Pro. So what I want to do is I want to offer you a free discovery session phone call. You can text the word discovery to, let me get the number, 614-333-0338. The number is 614-333-0338. Text the word discovery and you'll be able to click the link, set an appointment for a free author discovery call. We can talk about your project, your goals, and see how we can help you come out there and be a top earning Indie Author Pro. I want to thank you for your time. Again, my name is Ryan C. Green. I'm so excited about this opportunity to be part of this Black and Iconic Summit. I'm wishing you all the success. Look forward to working with you all real soon.
Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and you are listening live to BlackCEO's premier event, Black and Iconic. And this is day 4, where we have our authors and speakers showcase. And already in our morning session, you heard from Dr. Dennis Kimbro, and he brought that heat. I'm telling you, he brought that schmoo. And we're going to continue with what Dr. Kimbro started this morning with the rest of our authors and speakers who want to connect with you, collaborate with you, and help you with your business and your brand. As I told you earlier, Black CEOs, I just believe that you have got a book inside of you. You have got a message that needs to be shared with the world. So what are you waiting on? I want to make sure that you understand that the universe responds to action. What you put out in the universe will give it back unto you. Sometimes 5, 10, and 100-fold. And I promise you that there's somebody who needs to hear what you have to say. There's somebody who wants to read what you have experienced or the message that you want to share. So it is all up to you. You don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to the speakers, listen to the authors, and they will share their stories with you. They have been right where you are right now. All they did was stepped out on faith. They gave it a shot, and they are now winning. And I want us all to be #winning. So stay connected, stay tuned, and watch the Black CEOs premier event of 2021, Black and Iconic.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm so excited. My name is Y. Renee, and I'm excited to be here with you. This is an awesome opportunity for me and for you, because there's some things I want to share with you, and hopefully this will help you understand that there is life after, and you can thrive in it. So yes, that's what we're going to talk about today, thriving in your after. So again, my name is Y. Renee. Just to give you a little history about myself, I'm a 15-year domestic abuse survivor. That's right, I was in a domestic abusive relationship for 15 years. I've also attempted suicide in my life 4 times, and as you can see, I'm still here and I survived. But the one thing that I really want to talk about and share a story with you today, while I'm also explaining to you what I do, is about me almost losing my life and how I realized that I had life after. So I'm an advocate for domestic violence and suicide prevention. I'm also an international best-selling author through Amazon 2 times. I work for an awesome company, but I'm trying to do this for myself and understand that there's something out there like that working a 9 to 5 for somebody else. And not saying that I have anything against a 9 to 5, but let's just be clear. We all have something to give in life, and I just really believe that I have a lot to give, and I'm glad you're tuning in, and so hopefully I can help you get through some things, okay? So here we go. I want to give you a story, basically. So let's just imagine it's December 28th, and I am from the Chicagoland area. So anybody know anything about Chicago and the Windy City and the Hawk? It can be pretty cold, especially between December and January. So December 28th, 2008, I was coming home. Yes, that's 12 years ago. I was coming home from a church service, and I was wondering what life was going to be like just because I was in the process of getting a divorce. And I pulled into my driveway and I was getting out of my car and I'm just pondering about going into 2009 because we were 3 days out from the new year, about what I was going to do. I was going to be single pretty soon, trying to live my best life, adjusting to the new or what was going to be my new norm. No, it was not easy. Ending a marriage that had been on paper for almost 9 years, and just trying to focus through that. So I'm getting out of my vehicle and I'm about to enter or walk up into the porch to enter my house. I see a person coming from behind a tree. And when they come out from behind the tree, I actually thought that they were going from my next door neighbor's house. And let me also say this, it is 10:30 at night. So we know in December, winter, everything's cold, everything's dark and dismal. So at 10:30, it's definitely not light outside, and all you have are street lights and maybe lights off of houses. So as I'm coming down, walking across the grass and going to my porch, I see this person come from behind a tree. And I actually thought that they were for my next door neighbor's house, but they were not. So they didn't say anything. I noticed them on a cell phone and they put the cell phone in their pocket. So now instinct kicks in and my adrenaline starts rising up and I feel like I'm going to be robbed. This person never said anything to me. So I didn't want to alarm anybody in my house or for the most part, take them to my door, because if he followed that, I wouldn't have an opportunity to tell anybody about what was going on. All I had was a small BlackBerry and a pocket Bible. I didn't carry purses back then, so I had my identification and stuff in my pocket. As I turned around to go back to my vehicle, this person called me out of my name, an explicit name that I won't say on this talk, and they told me not to move. When I turned around and looked at them, my first thought process before they even said that was to try to get back to my vehicle. I was going to get inside, use my phone, call the police, possibly run him over, but that did not happen. And when he stopped me, told me not to move, I seen he had a pistol in his hand, a 38 to be exact. And when he looked at me, I seen two of the coldest eyes that I ever seen in my life. And I didn't say anything to him. I'm thinking if it's a robbery, he could take whatever he wants, take the keys to my truck, he could take the phone. Like I said, I didn't have any cash on me. All I had was identification on me. But I noticed that he cocked the pistol, which let me know that I didn't believe any longer that this was a robbery. So I turned to my right to run to the porch. And that's when the first shot hit me. Yes, I was shot. Shot in between, I want to say like my rib cage and my lower abdominal area. And that shot, I believe, is the one that paralyzed me temporarily and had me on the ground. He came over and stood over me and shot me 3 more times. Yes, 3 more times. Now, I know some of you are sitting here, you're probably with your mouth open like, oh my God, oh my God. But this is where I get excited because I enjoy telling this story because of what happened. So here we go. As he stood over me and shot me 3 more times, afterwards, he walked away. Yes, just literally walked away. Didn't run, didn't go to a car, nothing, walked away. I never lost consciousness and I was able to scream for my life. My neighbors heard me. My mom heard me from the back of the house. She told my sister to go out and find me. I'm a woman of great faith, but while I was laying in the grass screaming for my life, I also made peace with God. Such a serenity came over me that if I was going to die, I had no fear or even thought of where I was going because I knew I had a relationship with God. I knew even though I wasn't perfect, still not perfect, that because I repented for my sins that I was going to go to heaven. That's what I believe. So my sister came outside, she began praying, she began saying, you should live and not die, you should live and not die. Just to cut the chase, the police came, ambulance came, everybody began to tend to me. My mom was outside in the cold. Neighbors began to gather around because they did not know it was me in the grass, excuse me. They thought that it was just somebody random. When I got in the ambulance, I was still conscious. They got me to the closest hospital, which has a fabulous trauma center. And I did not become unconscious until they put me under. They put me under for 4.5 hours. Yes, 4.5 hours. I was in surgery. I came out and I have the notes still from my surgery to this day to prove what happened because some people would not believe it, and that's what I'm about to share with you. Like I said, I was shot 4 times. One was an in and out. one was a graze. Two ricocheted off of every organ in my body except for my heart. So my diaphragm, my livers, my kidney, all of that, my colon, my spleen. One bullet actually put the size of a quarter in my 12th vertebrae and nicked my spinal cord, which rendered me paralyzed. So from that, I came out of it, as you can see, praise God. And I'm actually shaking my legs because I can walk. I don't want to jump up, but I can. So I was paralyzed for 2.5 days. I was up walking by the 5th day and out of the hospital by the 8th day. I tell people all the time, if you do not believe in miracles, I am that miracle. But what I'm here to share with you is not only did I survive, not only did I come out of it, not only am I walking, talking, and sharing my story with you today after surviving 15 years of domestic abuse, after being thrown out of my home, and then 2 months and 2 days later being shot by someone who was not my abuser, as I have to always say to make that disclaimer. I was actually abused by my ex-husband, but the person who shot me was not him. If you ask me, do I believe that the two connect? Of course, but that's just my opinion because nothing ever connected the dots to make that happen. But going back to why I'm here before you today, after sharing that story of trauma, not just the trauma of being shot, not just the trauma of being in the hospital, not just the trauma of ending a 15-year relationship, of being abused and coming out of it. Now I'm about to be a single woman because I have to file for divorce, or I'm going through a divorce. I want to tell you that even in all of that, because I know that there has to be purpose and destiny on my life, I'm here to share with you how you can also thrive in your after. After anything, after divorce, after death of a loved one, after being sick, after losing a job, after ending any type of relationship, friendship, whatever have you, there is an after. If you're still here after the fact, there is something for you to do and something you can learn from it. I don't believe that life gives us lemons just to make lemonade. I believe that life gives us lemons so we can flourish from them, we can learn from them. There is so much power in just a lemon. There's vitamins in lemons. There's a smell in lemon. People use lemon not just to eat, but they use it for fragrance. They use it for cleaning. So there's so much more to just being a lemon. And that's what I'm here to tell you. Again, you can thrive in your after. What's thriving for me? Thriving is, I use the acronym THRIVE, and it is truth, happiness, responsibility, improve or invest in yourself, make sure that you know your value, and to have energy so you can evolve. That's a lot, so I'm going to say it again. So I need you to thrive. You need to be in your own truth. Truth is being as honest with yourself as you possibly can. If you're not having a good day, you're not having a good day. So what? But be true to yourself, because when you realize that you're not having something, or you're in a certain spot where you're stuck, the more you're honest with yourself, the quicker that you'll come out of it. And I'm going to explain to you how in the end, because there's something that I did to help myself get unstuck and realize that I can thrive in my life in the after. So one is your T, that's your truth. Two, your H, happiness. I believe that people decide their own fate and their own happiness. If I want to be a stick in the mud, if I want to be depressed all the time, if I want to sit here and not do anything, then that's my choice. But why choose to do that when I can choose to be happy? Happiness lets you live longer. Happiness, it actually rubs off on other people. If you ever notice how much a smile can change someone's day. My significant other, my best friend, always tells me every day we text, he always says, make someone smile today. And at first I didn't get it. It took me a while to really understand what he meant. And he's always someone who's about positivity and not negative. He's changed his thought process for a few years now, and to be more positive about everything. And when he would tell me that, at first I would be like, yeah, okay, well, you have a good day too, and kind of blow it off. But when it began to resonate with me, and I actually got it when I would go out to work or go and speak with someone, I would make them smile. If I would smile at them, they would smile back at me, and it becomes contagious. So we have to make our own happiness. Responsibility. You have to be responsible for your own actions. You have to be responsible for your own mindset. You have to be responsible and take that responsibility and not put it off on anybody else. You can't blame anybody for your unhappiness. If you're unhappy, basically, you have to take that power back. They can do something to you. They can make you feel some kind of way, but you need to take your power back. You need to take the responsibility, own that, and run with it. Improve. Invest in yourself. Self-care is always important. Massages, time away, reading a book, vacations, whatever have you. You need to invest in yourself. Take the time to do that. I promise you, it changes and it does wonders. Value. Now we have to understand how valuable you are. While I was in a domestic, in an abusive relationship, I did not value myself. I allowed my abuser to treat me any old kind of way. I would wear a mask and tell people I was okay, and truly I wasn't. I was run down, I was hurt, I was disrespected and all that stuff. But I allowed him to do that because I lost value in myself. Once I got that value back, I promise God, once I got my voice back, my value back, I would never lose it again. I love me. And last but not least, energy. The energy you give off is the energy you're going to receive. And as you can see, I'm smiling, I'm laughing, I'm joking. I want you all to feel this. I want you all to understand positive energy brings positive results. Okay? So I need you to understand those are what you need to do to thrive in your after. Also, before I end and let you know what we're going to do, I believe truly in journaling and affirmations. Affirmations is one of the biggest things that got me through my darkest moments. Because I can be honest, I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. I believe anybody who could say they've been shot 4 times, even one time, having a car accident, you suffer from some type of trauma. Excuse me. So with that being said, I'm sitting here today telling you that I promise you, I started getting up and I started telling myself I was wonderful, I was beautiful, I was fearfully and wonderfully made. Even if I was overweight, girl, you are the best thick thing you have ever seen in your life. And again, not every day was a great day. Not every day those affirmations did what they were supposed to do. But if you make a routine, then you will understand that your affirmations will begin to resonate with you. I'm an affirmation, influencing coach is what I call myself. I love giving affirmation. I love helping people out of stuck place. I have several people that will tell you that I have helped them come from a place called stuck into a place called movement. And for me, that affirmation and doing that is just the world. So what I want to offer you is this. I want to connect with you. I want you to connect with me. I think that if you're in a place called stuck, I'm more than happy to help you. I go by the principle of PCS. What's PCS? You ask? Thank you. I'll be glad to tell you. P is being persistent. You have to be persistent in everything you do. C is being consistent. Once you're persistent, you have to continue to do it. So that means you have to be consistent, excuse me. And you have to be strategic. You have to have a plan. Making a plan means getting up every day, saying it during the day or saying it in the evening or throughout the day, putting notes somewhere where you can see them, index cards where you can see them, at your job, pictures, different boxes and things to encourage yourself on a daily basis, several times throughout the day. So you have to have a plan to do it. With that being said, before I close out, I'm going to give you a number. I need you to write this down. The number is 855-492-0584. Again, that number is 855-492-0584. I need you to text me the word ebook. If you text me the word ebook, I'm going to give you a free ebook on how I got through with different affirmations, and I believe it's going to help you. Basically, it's a powerful gift that I want to give you that will help you strategically come through being stuck and learning to thrive in your after. So again, this is your girl, Y Renee. I appreciate you so much, and I look forward to connecting with you. Once you text me, I'll give you a link to that ebook. So thank you so much, and you enjoy the rest of the conference.
I'm about to share with you a story that you'll never forget. I know, that's a bold statement, but hear me out. Just 2 years ago, my amazing and beautiful wife, Malika, and we were celebrating our 15th wedding anniversary by taking a vacation to the Bahamas.
After 15 years, we still genuinely love one another, enjoyed each other's company, and had planned this trip about 4 months in advance. And we're looking truly forward to getting away from the distractions, from the family, from the job, and just being able to reconnect. There's, a certain level of like joy and anticipation that comes with, knowing that you're going on vacation. You mentally begin to relax, and this was getting even greater because I could start thinking about how great this trip was going to be, how beautiful the beaches were going to be, just how nice this whole trip was going to be overall. Neither of us had been there before, so we were excited about to be able to have this experience and have it together. The day before the trip, I drove and dropped our son Cameron off with some family, got ourselves together, got our stuff packed, and we were ready to take off. We arrived. The first 2 days were just exceptional, phenomenal. We got to have some great food, got to spend some time at the pool, sip some fruity drinks. We were out there on the beach. Overall, we were having a great time, loving the trip, the vacation. On the third day, we had planned to go on a little boating excursion, get a little tour of the island. One of the reasons why we went to this island was because my wife, she was fascinated by the idea of going to swim with the wild pigs. This was the attraction that they had. To give a little insight, last year, the year before, she had went with some of her girls to go swim with the dolphins, and she thought this was going to be a great experience to have the pigs on her list. And for me, I'm just down to do whatever to make my baby happy. So we get ready on that day, all excited, wake up that morning, 6:30, we're good. We go to breakfast, get something to eat. 8 o'clock, we're at the spot where we get picked up by a bus to go down to the marina. 9 o'clock, we're already getting ready to board the boat and start this adventure. 9:05 it happened. What, you may ask? The boat exploded. The next thing that I remembered, I was laying face down on the surface of a burning boat, trying to push myself up. But when I look down, I see my left foot dangling, ankle bone out, bleeding all over the place. I try to push myself up again, and I crumble. My shoulder, I can't put any weight on it. And all I can do is start to drag myself with my right arm to the edge of the boat. There was a second boat that was nearby, and some of the passengers from that boat came over to come and grab me and pull me off the boat before the fire spread any further. They get me to safety. The next thing I know, I'm on the back of a pickup truck headed to a clinic, and all I could ask everybody was, "Where's Malika? How is Malika? How was my wife?" They said she was already on her way to the clinic. I get wheeled into the clinic, and as I enter, I hear Malika, her yells, her moans, her screams, and all I can do is sit there and pray and think to myself, my God, I hope that my baby is all right. The doctors come to me, and I ask them, "How is Malika?" They ignore my question. They tell me that they're going to send me to the good hospital and that I needed to go immediately because they couldn't do anything to treat me. I asked them, "What about Malika?" And they tell me she's going to come behind me. So I'm put on a plane and carried to the good hospital. I get there. After I'm there, they start to prepare me for surgery because they want to try to reattach my foot to my ankle. I go to surgery. When I wake up and come out of surgery, the doctors come in the room and I ask them, "Where's Malika?" The doctors leave the room. The doctors come back in. They tell me, "Mr. Jackson, we're sorry to inform you, but Malika didn't make it." I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm trying to be positive. Malika didn't make it. That means the plane that she was going to come on must have went somewhere else. No, Malika didn't make it. She died. So I'm sitting there in a hospital bed, and I'm at my truest state of despair that one could imagine, asking God, why did this have to happen to us? Why did this have to happen to her? How is it even possible that I'm still alive? Why wasn't it me that was taken? On top of that, that next day, I had to call our son, Cameron, who was 12 at the time, and tell him, "Son, Mom isn't coming back home." That was the hardest thing that I had to do. Later on that evening, as I'm laying there, I'm thinking to myself, what's going on? I look at the EKG monitor over my head. My vitals are getting worse. And they turn from green to yellow to red. And I'm thinking to myself, this is it. God, this is how you're going to take me. I laid there broken, emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually, and I didn't know what was going to happen. And I thought that was it. Now, at that point, a lot of things had to happen, and they did. The next day, I was being taken from the hospital in the Bahamas to the US to a trauma unit. And as soon as I got there, they did an emergency surgery to take my left leg. Little did I know at the time that when they tried to reattach my leg in the Bahamas, infection started spreading through my body. So that was the first thing that they had to do. This was at the beginning of July. And then 2 days later after that surgery, while everybody else was celebrating the 4th of July and eating barbecue and watching fireworks, I had to go through 3 surgeries in one day. Yet after those surgeries, the next day, things started to register to me that I got a new and different reality. At that point, the effects from the drugs and medication were beginning to lessen, and I could start to see things and think a little more clearly and process what was going on. I realized and started accepting the fact that even though I was on the verge of death, I was convinced that God was keeping me around despite how broken I was. I could have died in the explosion. I could have died when my leg was infected, my vitals were failing in the hospital. I could have died after going through all those surgeries in such a short period in time, but I didn't. I was still here. The worst was behind me. Now, how many of you realize that there are things that we don't see coming and are completely unexpected that we're going to face in our lives? This was something I didn't see coming at all. I had faced some adversity and surprises in my life before, but nothing quite like this. Even in the midst of all the grieving and the pain and the suffering and the praying in that moment, my defining moment, I realized I had to get through this. But not just get through it, but I had to get back to fulfill a purpose since he spared me. And I knew that wasn't going to be easy. I didn't know what my road to recovery was going to look like, but I made a decision at that point. I had survived the initial setback, and it was going to be up to me to overcome this situation. There's a quote that I like to use that says, life is only 10% what happens to you. The other 90% is how you respond. It was my time to respond. Now, as I moved forward, after spending 2 weeks in that hospital, I had to go and live with family for about 6 weeks in order to physically recover before I could ever do anything myself. And that was part of my process as far as being able to physically get back where I needed to be. I want to emphasize that there's a process to getting through even the toughest situations and overcoming the adversity that comes along with them. For me, my process included my reaction to the situation. I had to understand and come to grips that life as I knew it before was gone. My plan, it forced me not to feel too sorry for myself as I recovered. Yes, I was hurt physically and emotionally, but I had to get that plan together and ensure that not only I recovered, but that I helped Cameron get through the emotional pain that he was facing, knowing that his mom was no longer here. As I prayed about what I was going to do, God created a path, and the process started to become even more clear. Physically, as I said, I had to be pushed around in a wheelchair. And when you think about it, after being, athletic and in decent shape most of my life and being able to move at will, being confined to a wheelchair that I couldn't even push myself was very depressing. The frustration that this caused led me to even be motivated to push myself harder than ever before. So I became laser focused on recovering physically and having a decent quality of life where I could manage and move normally as I raised my son and not let the setbacks and challenges that I I need to overcome prevent me from doing the best I can to raise them right. I had to treat the physical therapy like it was the most important thing in my life. And at that moment, it was if I wanted to move forward. While I was at my sister's house, I had a physical therapist that came over to help work me out, strengthen and stretch my leg muscles so I could maybe one day be able to walk again. Over the course of a 2-week span, I lost 30 pounds from the accident. I had no desire to eat. My body was still going through so much physically. I lost so much strength, and I knew I was going to have to be focused if I ever even wanted to use crutches again, let alone be able to walk. Now, it took a lot of patience, a lot of time, a tremendous amount of perseverance, and I was eventually able to be fitted for a prosthetic leg and begin the process of learning how to walk again. The doctors, they had said that based on the type of accident that I was in and the type of surgeries that I'd gone through, plus the additional trauma that I had with my right foot being broken, that it was going to take me to about 6 months to be able to take steps without any assistance. I was so focused and I stayed dedicated to it, and I was able to begin walking 3.5 months after the accident. By 6 months in, I was able to jog and jump and lift weights and ride a bike again. And now I had never been a runner before, but 9 months after the incident, I actually ran in my first ever 5K. And I also even learned how to swim without a leg, which is a lot harder than you may realize. But I was focused and dedicated to the process of getting myself back physically. The physical challenges weren't the only thing I had to endure. Emotionally, I had to start coming to grips with the fact and reconcile my thoughts and feelings over the loss of Malika. I began journaling and started writing letters and getting my feelings and thoughts out of my head. And this sort of helped me face the acceptance of the reality so it could sink in and so I could process it and be able to move forward, even though I was grieving. I had to search and ask for suggestions to get some type of grief counseling or therapy. I'd never been to therapy in my life, but I knew that the way that I felt wasn't normal and it wasn't right. I still had survivor's guilt and felt remorse for what happened. And I didn't know how I was supposed to get things together. So I found a phenomenal therapist who could help teach me how to process my feelings, my emotions, and help me move forward after such a traumatic loss. Also, it was important to make sure that I had somebody who Cam could talk to and felt comfortable opening up with, because his loss was different than mine. I did lose my wife, but he lost his mother, and that's a different type of pain. I had to recover spiritually because I had began losing my faith in God, and I needed that restored. I didn't understand why, but Malika's father, who was a pastor, he helped me understand and process that this was God's plan and that she lived a blessed life in which she provided to others, and that she had eternal life and that she was going to be in a better place. And also the fact that if she would have survived, we wouldn't have wanted her to suffer. So these were some of the things that I had to face and endure as I was coming through my recovery. My point here is that there's a process in overcoming these obstacles, and I had to understand and find my process. Also, I want to point out that life throws us all unexpected changes. However, it's our ability to focus and persevere through those situations that can help us shift our course and get things back on track. I actually had to will myself to get up out of bed sometimes and keep my mind active because I was in a state where I couldn't move, and I saw myself going down this road of depression that I needed to fight and avoid, if at all possible. It became more and more apparent to me that my purpose was going to be greater than what it was defined before. I was a changed man, and my perspective was changing based on what I had to face. And I knew I had to move from where I was before the accident to a new place that was going to be created for me. And before this time, I had worked as an engineer for 18 years. I knew I wasn't going back to that. And I knew in moving forward that my path was going to take me in some place. So I knew I had to be able to move my feet in order to get there. So just being prepared to be braced for those changes when they come our way. was something that I had to come to accept. One other point I want to point out is there are certain aspects in life that you can control, and you have to take ownership of those, and they'll help you bounce back from the setbacks that you encounter in life. After I got out of the hospital, I had to force myself to start my process, even though I may not have felt like it or wanted to at times. The things that I controlled, I tried to make sure I did. I could control my mindset. I could control my will to fight when things weren't going my way and not give up. I could control my attitude. Now, I know you won't always be able to control the situation you're placed in, but you can control the position that you're in when you're facing those situations. I've encountered some tremendous losses, and yet I refuse to let it prevent me from being able to move on effectively in my life. The definition of resiliency is the ability to withstand or recover quickly from different conditions. And we all have this ability to recover from these situations and bounce back. Resilience is all about being able to overcome the unexpected. Sustainability is strictly about survival. And the goal of resilience is to thrive. And I want to share with you that each one of us have a level of resilience, but you have to understand that resiliency is a choice. I want to close out by saying this. I've been at an extremely low point in my life, to the point that it's even a blessing for me to be here and talking to you all today. We all have our defining moment and challenges that we face. Now, I know some are more tragic and traumatic than others. However, in the same sense that I've been able to bounce back and overcome them, so can you. I feel like the adversity that I faced may have set me back, but it hasn't stopped me from moving forward with my purpose in life. Since that time, I've recovered mostly from the accident and the loss of my wife. I was lost and didn't know what I was going to do with my life, and things became clearer. Perspective got better and changed. Professionally, I've gotten my life back together and found something different in order to reach and touch people and deliver a message in ways that I never imagined before. And I've even had to deal with the new family dynamic, knowing that, I went from being a husband and a dad to a single father with a young king in making. And part of my purpose is to make sure that I continue to raise him right. Now, there's a quote that says, it's your reaction to adversity, not adversity itself, that determines how your life story will develop. Now, I don't know where you all are in your life and what adversity you may be facing, but always remember that you have a choice in determining how you deal with it and ultimately overcome it. I'm Tiran Jackson. I'm a man who has been transformed, one who's had to close the book on what was being written with this life. And instead of continuing to write that book, my life story, I've essentially had to start a new book. And in the midst of this, I was literally burning in the flames and have been reborn resilient. I hope that I leave you here inspired based on what I've overcome, and aim that you look and assess how you can overcome the challenges that may be in your life today. Once again, my name is Tiran Jackson. Thank you for listening. God bless.
Nikki and I am the CEO of 365 NNC. We are a coaching and branding company that helps busy business professionals have their business image and their brand reflect one another. And how we do that is, today we want to show you some tips on how to always be polished, how to always be professional, how to always be prepared. We do that in a simple system. We show you how to repurpose your stuff in your own closet, how to remix your look, and how to reinvent your image. And this helps you increase revenue right now. Right now. So let me start out by asking you a question. I already know the answer, but the question is, have you ever prepared for an event, an interview, maybe a wedding, a gala, or just something that you're doing with your girlfriends or a date with your husband? Looked in your closet and said, I don't have anything to wear. Nothing. Or have you ever been passed up for an opportunity where you know you've been qualified, where you know you have the experience, where you know you have the education, went into the interview, talked to the owner, and when you left out, you said, I got this job. So much so you called your friend, you called your husband, you said, I got this. Never to get a call back. And when you did talk to somebody, they said, well, we decided to go a different route for someone who's a better fit for our company. And this one right here really is the big one, the confidence. Have you ever wanted to take your business to the next level? Wanted to take your brand to the next level? Wanted to go out to the different events where you knew the right people would be, but just didn't have the confidence? You wasn't sure of yourself, a fear that stopped you from going out and going to the next level. Well, if you've answered yes to any of those questions, that's why I'm here. I am presenting a product that will definitely enhance your confidence. But I guess you want to know a little bit about who I am. My name is Nikki Smith. I have 20 years of experience in entrepreneurship and corporate America. I was a major account representative for Fortune 500 companies for over the last 20 years, as well as an entrepreneur at the same time. So that tells you, you know that is some hard work. But guess what? I can't believe 20 years later, I did it. What that means for you is, I know the entrepreneur end, I know how hard it is, I know how you have to push yourself sometimes to get to the next level. You have to be persistent, you have to keep going even when you don't feel like it. And I also know on the corporate side, I know what they're looking for. I know what they want. I know that the image precedes you even after looking at your resume. When you walk in that door, they judge you. They already know if you're a good fit or not. And I'm not just saying this. I have clients that are CEOs of $1 million businesses, $1 million companies, and they tell me all the time, I really want to promote Sally, or I really want to promote Keisha, I really want to give them the position. But they don't represent me in how they look. They don't represent me. They don't represent the company. And I just can't do it. So I continue to try to train them and help them. Not only that, I've been doing this since I was 2 years old. I had a picture, but then I said, maybe not. When I was 2 years old, I was fixing my cousin's clothes, and I couldn't even really walk. So now they tease me. You know what they say? You've always wanted to tell people what to do and tell them how to dress. And so, well, maybe it is some truth to that. But now it's my profession. Now it's my passion. I help people transform from the inside out. And image is the way I do it. I help coach them to take their business to the next level. And so when I tell you that I was built for this, when I graduated high school, I went to cosmetology school. I've been to esthetician school, aesthetics, skincare. I've invested countless hours and time in honing my craft. Not only that, actually, 10 years ago, I started my own skincare and cosmetic line, Skin Liqueur Cosmetic. That's how dedicated I've always been in the transformation of beauty and helping people present themselves in a way that takes them to the next level. So when I tell you that I'm built for this and I'm qualified for this, I guarantee you that I am. So let me tell you a story about how I got into corporate America. When I first graduated from high school, I was trying to decide, was I going to go to beauty school? And not so much. I couldn't stay in one spot for too long. So I decided to get a job in retail. I worked at this retail store for 3 years. And in those 3 years, I was promoted quickly to an assistant manager. And so while my other friends had gone off to college and started in their education, I was taking some college classes, but I love going to this retail store. I love seeing different people coming in their suits and coming in dressed up, and the women coming in their pointed toe, in their pumps with the taps on the toe. And that was something special to me. And so I would ask some questions. I would learn all about, how it was in corporate America while I was in this retail store. On that 4th year, something changed. And let me tell you what changed. My friends graduated from college. Now they were getting jobs in the careers that they'd gone to school for. They were making money, lots more money. And so I said, okay, well, since I went another route, I'm going to apply for some managerial positions. I'm going to be the manager. I'm going to make the same amount of money that you're making. So that's what I did. I applied. In that year 4, they had managerial positions at other stores. And so I said, well, maybe I didn't get it because it's at another store. Or maybe I didn't get it because I haven't gotten a degree. But then I started seeing some of the other people that got it didn't have a degree and weren't at the other stores. So then I got offended. Well, guess what? I'm much smarter than that. What I did was, and I hope this doesn't date me or age me, but we get the Sunday paper every Sunday. And in the Sunday paper, they had the job section, where you would go and you would see the jobs that were coming available for the following week. So I did that. I was looking through the paper and I saw a big ad for a job fair at a company called GTE Communications. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, but you still know the company. GTE Communications is now Verizon. And so just imagine, I'm not going to tell my age, but I applied for this position when the phone was this big, mounted in your car, and it cost $1,500 for a basic service, and you had to pay per minute regardless to what plan you had. So that tells you a little bit about how old I am. I applied, so I couldn't make the job fair. The job fair was on a Monday and I was off on Tuesdays. But I didn't have any fear back then. You know what I did? I called them and I said, hey, I'm not going to make the job fair, but I feel like I'm qualified for the job. And so I remember the person who I spoke to, the manager, her name was Diane. Diane said, tell me why you should get the job, young lady. And I said, well, first of all, I'm a hard worker. Second of all, because I feel like I can do it. And so she started asking me all these questions about, have you had this experience? And I said, well, I don't have the experience yet, but I feel like if I have the opportunity, I definitely can do the job. So with that conversation, she offered me the next day to come in and interview with her. And so I did. Well, I don't know if you remember what I told you, but when they used to come in with their business suits and the women would come in with their pumps, they would have those little taps on their shoes. Well, I had invested a couple of months prior when I knew I was going to start looking for a job in some pumps with the taps on them. And so I came into that interview and I tell you, I was sharp. Suit, and I had on my pumps with the taps on them. And when I walked in that interview, here comes Diane with her blue shoes with the taps on them. And so automatically we had something in common. So we sat down and we talked on that interview, and that interview was great. It was 45 minutes long. And when I left out of that interview, she said the same thing that I'm saying. hey, we'll call you tomorrow, or we'll call you once we get through reviewing our applicants. Well, I wasn't worried. I just told you, I was fearless back then. I didn't realize that you had to be afraid, or you should have been afraid of the interviewer or the person that was higher than you. I didn't know that then. So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna interview in I have some other opportunities. And so please let me know something soon. Well, needless to say, she called me the next day and I got the job. Not only did I get the job, but this opened the door for some great opportunities for me. I have been in major account sales for the last 20 years just on account of that one opportunity. But let me tell you something that Diane told me. 6 months into getting that job, I had become Rookie of the Year. I had already won some awards. And she took me out to lunch. She did a big hoorah. She took me out to lunch. And what she said was, I'm going to tell you something, young lady. You weren't qualified for the position. You didn't have the experience for the position. But what you did have is you had the confidence for the position. You were bold. You took chances. You didn't really fear me. And that's what the other more experienced people did. Not only that, your energy was great. You made me feel something exciting. Your energy was great. You made me feel excited. You made me understand that it doesn't always have to be your experience. Number 3, I checked your references. Your reputation was good. Everything that you said about yourself, it panned out. But lastly, but not least, she noticed the taps on my shoes. She saw how well put together I was. She saw how prepared I was. I knew about the company. I did my homework the night before. And when I talked to her intelligently. So she knew that I could do the job. And I did. And I did it well. But let me tell you what that means to you. If you don't show up ready for the job, if you're not prepared, if you're not polished, if you're not professional, they may not even sit down and have the conversation with you to know that you're the person, to know that you can do the job, to know that this opportunity was created for you. So I'm encouraging you to understand that image is not just appearance. And today, guys, let me tell you something. In 2020, 2021, it's become a challenge, hasn't it? For us to get up every day and put on our show face. We're at home. We're relaxed. We're laid back. If you're anything like me, when I'm at home, I have on my house slippers and my little warm and cozy clothes. And so your mind says to you, you're at home, but you have to shift your thoughts. You have to have a mind shift to prepare yourself for your Zoom meeting, for your in-person call. You have to continue to tell yourself every day, even when it doesn't seem like it. You have to tell yourself, this is business. And even if I'm at home, this is my home office. And I'm going to show up as though I was going into an office, an actual office. It's all relevant. It's all important. And to helping you get to the next level on your success. And if you're not considering your image, I'm telling you something. You may very well be getting passed up on opportunities that are meant for you. I want to tell you another thing where I just have really saw the importance of image. I was cold calling one day, and a gentleman walked up to me and said, "Hey, young lady, I want to introduce you to somebody." And I thought it was a little weird because I was in my corporate America job, my corporate America outfit, and he was a little more casual. Well, he said, "I want to introduce you to this lady named Toni Harris Taylor." Now, Toni Harris Taylor is an international speaker. She has a networking company, and she's a business coach. But not only that, she's a go-getter. She is the kind of person that makes things happen, and she does it in excellence. And so the guy kind of told me a little bit about her, and I was like, "Well, sir, I don't think this is a good fit for what I'm doing." But I just listened to him, and I called him. We hit it off. And I'm going to tell you something. The reason I'm here today is because of Tony Harris Taylor and her business coach. The name of her business is Drastic Results. And she makes you step out and do things that are drastic. So she has encouraged me to get on this platform. But I would have never been able to do that if the gentleman would not have felt comfortable with me and he didn't feel like I had something to offer, something that stood out. Well, I'm gonna tell you what it was. It was my image. I was well put together. And I knew when I talked to him and I talked to her that that's what sold me on him. The other thing is, let's make the case of professional attire. Professional attire. In today's society, professional attire is a combination of casual and business professional. You don't have to have the two-piece suit on and the tap shoes like I did back in the day, but you still need to have your things well put together. You know why? Because we're too casual. We don't wear makeup. We're not well groomed. We have too many distractions, too much stuff going on. How do you eliminate that? You always show up professional. You always show up groomed. You always show up and present yourself as the well packaged. You always are, as much as possible, remove some of those distractions. And the other thing you need to know is you are the main event. When you show up, people should know that you have something that they need. And no matter what that is, you have to come in the room as though you're the main event. No one has to tell you you're the main event. We all have gifts and talents that are inside of us that have to come out. The other thing is dress casual, dress down without being too casual. And so today I just want to show you a real quick example of how to do that. You can take a pair of slacks, a t-shirt, put it on with a scarf, put these pants on, and you look polished. You look professional. And you can take this same shirt, these same pieces, and mix it with any of these pieces in your 30-day capsule. The 30-day capsule is something that we teach here at 365 NNC, and how to always be prepared, polished, and professional. The other thing is accessories. Keep it simple, but have your accessories on. They show your personality. They say who you are. And so I encourage you to do that. And the last thing I want to tell you is color. Color, there's a philosophy behind color. Color means something. Color glows. It shows you who you are. But not only that, it shows the world. It has a message. The color red means prosperity. It means good luck, good fortune, boldness. The color blue means positive. It means strong. It means power. It means confidence. And so I don't know if you watched last couple of weeks ago, Michelle Obama walking through that door, her and Barack, and she had on this burgundy bad pantsuit. Well, let me tell you, that was intentional. That pantsuit, burgundy, is a combination of red and blue. So her message that she wanted to send to the world is, we're bipartisan. We're together. We're on one accord now. And that's what those colors meant. And so you have to understand the psychology behind colors. And that's what we teach you. We teach you body type. We teach you what works well for your body, what colors work best for your brain. Me, Nikki Smith, at 365NNC@gmail.com, www.365NNC.com, or you can see me on the gram on Facebook, 365NNC. And lastly but not least, give me a call. My phone number is 830-558-1201. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to hearing from you, and refresh, repurpose, and reinvent your image so it can help you increase your revenue now.
Good morning. My name is Joan T. Randall, and this morning I'm here to talk to you about from book to business and beyond, and how to turn your book into profit. My priority, this is my husband, Bill Randall, and when I think about priority, that's who I think about, my family. These are my 4 children. We are a blended family, 3 daughters and a son. And then these are my 5 grandchildren, the love of my life. And I call them my super priorities. My why. What is my why? You know, there's a lot of people that say their why is their business or their family or, what they want to do, their legacy. My why is the people that I am called to serve. That's who my why is. And here is just a few of the screenshots of the people that whose lives I try to impact or are impacting. Who am I? Well, my name is Joan T. Randall, and I have to say this, I'm an ordained elder first and foremost. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm an international speaker, I'm an award-winning multi-best-selling author, I'm a business coach, and I'm an independent publisher. What do I do? Glad you asked. I help spiritual thought leaders and individuals of faith to write and publish their story, their message, and or their expertise so they can leverage their books to build a business, monetize their impact, and create legacies. Now, I wanted to show you some social proof, and these are just some of the places I've been featured, or I've been in the paper, or some places that have featured me for whatever reason. I love it. I love it. So this is just my social proof. Today, I'm going to show you what I learned after the fact. I am showing it to you so that you can get the right concepts from the start. So let's get at it. First question I want to ask you, are you ready to learn? If you are, wherever you are today, I need you to put a 1 in the chat. Are you ready to go to the next level? Well, if you are, I need you to also type a 2 in the chat. And if today is the day that you will kick fear down, then I want you to type a 3 in the chat, right? Because fear will not stop us from walking out our purpose. Now, business for you is all about psychographics, right? And I'll break that word down a little bit. Psychographics, that's what business is for you. So your goals, your ambition, right? Your wants, your needs, your motivation, your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations, problems to be solved. If this is what you are about when it comes on to your business, I want you to type a 4 in the chat. All right, now we're going to get into it. Business for the client. We are all here because we want to serve our clients. We're all here because we're purposed to give our gift to the world. We're all here because we are in business, right? And the people that we're in business with is called the consumer. So business for our client, when we think about their needs, right? The consumer needs, they want the best product and service at the best value. That is their need. And who will they buy it from? And can you give it to them the fastest? So that's what you always have to think. That's what you think about in the forefront. How can I get me to be seen as the resident expert for what my client need? And how am I going to give it to them the fastest? Now, before you launch a product or a service, you should think about the 4 key market principles. I like to talk about the 4 key market principles because it is so important that we understand it, right? From a level of success. So number 1, specialization. Number 2, differentiation. Number 3, segmentation. And number 4, concentration. All right, what is specialization? Well, it is your specialty. What do you specialize in? Who is it for? Can you get it to them timely and efficiently? And why is that they must get it from you? Why is it that you are the person that they should choose? That's your specialty, right? The next one is differentiation, your competitive advantage, your secret sauce. What makes you stand out from the crowd? Your superiority, your unique selling proposition. What are you the best at? Or what can you become the best at? Right? And so I want to break this down for you a little further. So I'm going to go back for a second because I want to point something out. When we talk about specialization, we talk about the why, right? In simplest form, specialization is the why. Now, let me just go back to differentiation. Differentiation in its simplest form is the what, all right? Segmentation. Who are these customers that need what I have? Where are they? What are their demographics? And how would you describe them? Who is your target audience? So, in simplest form, segmentation is your who, right? Concentration. Now, where you focus your time and resources is where your money is, right? That's a business term. Everybody knows that. Where you put your time, your energy, and your resources, there is where the money is. So, what are the best possible ways to get to your ideal audience? How do they know that you have the solution? How do they know that you have the answer to their problems? Are you a vitamin or are you a painkiller? Are you someone that enhances someone's life or do you have the remedy for someone's pain points, right? That's what concentration is. What platform will you use? How will they know you have it? How will you have visibility and credibility? And how do you appeal to them? That is the how. So I just gave you 4 basic key principles, right, to get your business out there. But I also broke it down into really simple terms. And I want to go back through them for one more time. Specialization, number 1, differentiation, number 2, segmentation, number 3, concentration, number 4. And in simplest form, it is your why, specialization, it is your what, differentiation, it is your who, segmentation, and it is the how, which is concentration. So I hope you're getting this. That is your blueprint, right? You cannot build a business without a blueprint. A house cannot be built without a blueprint. The blueprint is the basic fundamentals of how you structure and create anything that you want to do in terms of business. All right. Do not let fear stop you. You cannot let fear stop you. And I'll tell you a little story. So you're looking at someone that has overcome a ton of fear, that has overcome domestic violence, that has overcome homelessness. I ran away with my 2 daughters with 10 black trash bags years ago, ended up homeless. And to top it off, when my mom came to assist me, she ended up 8 months later dying on my birthday. I hit rock bottom. I did not know that I would have been able to even get back up. But there is something that is innate in the human being, and it is called will. I found the will to survive. I found the will to persevere. I found the will to be resilient. And I had 2 little girls looking at me every day. So I knew that no matter what I was going through, I had to get back up. And what did I have in my hand? What was it that I was good at? What did I have that I can use to my benefit? What would make me the expert at something that I love, right? So change came from me when I told myself that I was created to be the best of me. I looked in the mirror one day and I recognized that I was created in the image of God and that I had his DNA. Yep, you hear me say it right. We have the DNA of God. D, we have dominion. You don't have to take my word for that. Go to Genesis 1 and verse 20, 26, and it will tell you that. We have his name. You don't have to take my word for that. That's the N in DNA. If you go to 1 John 3 and verse 1, it will tell you that. He loved us so much that he called us children of God. And then A, authority. You don't have to even take my word for that either. First, Genesis 1 and verse 28 tells you that. So when I looked in the mirror that day, if I had God's DNA, dominion, I have his name, and I have authority, then why would I not be limitless? I serve a God that has no limit. And if I am his offspring, then I am limitless, right? That was the day I promised myself that I would never say another negative thing about me, but instead love me, my flaws and all, because my Heavenly Father, that's how He loved me. And I asked Him to allow me to see myself past my natural eyes, but see me the spiritual way in which God see me. That was the image in the mirror moment that changed my life, right? I had to unlearn the negative views of my adversities and used them to my advantage. And so I started standing on my story, because I knew I had the skills and the level of service. And if I had the peace, then I was going to find the purpose, right? Stand on my story with my skills and my service, activating my peace and my purpose. All right. So what did I do? I wrote my first book in 2016. It's called 90 Days to a Victorious You. It's right there. There I am with the picture, the book, right? Within 4 hours of the launch, the book became an international bestseller. But I realized that I did something that was unique. I started marketing it. So I was telling people 6 months before the book came out that my book was coming out. And I was telling everyone that would listen to me. Visibility. I got people to listen. I got people to hear. I went to churches. I talked about it. When I launched my book in 2016, I recognized that I had something special, right? So what did I do? I started doing other things outside of the book, because I recognized that the book was leverage for me to build on and build something else. And as a result of that one book, today I have a coaching program. I have this limitless lifestyle method. I have a publishing company, and I have an academy. And I want to tell you how I got there. So when you use your book as leverage, there is something called the butterfly effect theory. And what that means is that small initial differences will lead to large, unforeseen possibilities over time. So think about it, right? As you learn and as you build, right, those things, you increase your knowledge. And as you're increasing your knowledge, you're seeing things and doing things that you may never have seen last year or the year before, but now you're at a different level. And so over time, you just start learning. Over time, you start growing. And so you learn and so you grow and you build on those things. And that's called the butterfly effect theory. Small differences will lead to large, unforeseen possibilities over time, right? And so that's important for us to remember. For me, when I look at a book, I look at your next level, right? I look at your next level. Now, there's a lot of people that tells you that you have to have at least 7 streams of income to get to 6 or 7 figure, right? 7 streams of income. When I first heard that, I thought about, well, if I needed 7 streams of income, that means I may have to do a little bit here, do a little bit there, bring this over here, maybe a coach over here, a consultation over there, a real estate agent over there, an MLM over here, a financial coach over there. I was thinking that I needed to be into all these different areas. But I recognized something when I did my book in 2016. I could use my 7 stream of income from my book. I could use my book and create 7 streams of income. And so I decided to create a book brand and a funnel, right? So if I can brand myself as a book coach or a book business, and if I can build a funnel, I can get my 7 streams of income and I can hit that 6-figure income from one book. And so this is what happened. So my book came out, and then I had a guided journal after the book came out. Then I did a workbook. Then I created a workshop. When I did my workshop, I did a tour around certain states in the United States and did workshops. And from my workshops, I created webinars. From my webinars, I started doing summits and seminars. Then I created a coaching program online. And once I was done with the coaching program and build the pillars out from the coaching program, I did online courses. And now here I am doing online courses. From my online courses, I created digital products. From my digital products, I created physical products. Then I started speaking. And so I started speaking internationally: Jamaica, the Bahamas, Africa, England, Canada, right? Then I went on podcasts. Then I went on TV and radio shows and interviews. I now became the subject matter expert of what? Books to business. And then I became an international presenter. Then I did my own conference, my own live events. I had my own retreats. I even signed up to do business with the government. So if there is a need at a specific place within the government that need my services to train them on how to write a book and create an entire brand from a book, then guess who they're going to call? Joan T. Randall. And so that's what I did. And as a result of that, I was able to build all these additional streams of income from my one book that led me to a multiple six-figure business. All right. So, and you don't stop there, because I wrote a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth book. As a matter of fact, within 4 years, I wrote 10 books. And the most amazing thing about all of this is I get to teach others how to do exactly what I did. See, I'm going to leave you with this. I have a motto, and my motto is: I learn, I love, and I lead. I learn because I'm a student, forever student. I'll never know too much and I'll never know all. And I lead and I love because I build relationships. And from that, I lead. Why? Because I want to teach others how to do what I do. I believe in each one, teach one, and bringing one along. And that's what I'm going to leave you with today. I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and I hope you got some great gems and nuggets from this. Limitless.
Hi everyone, my name is Lee Mariano and I'm the founder and CEO of BlackCEO Coaching. So I'm here with you today because I want to share with you that it's time for us to stop apologizing for our success. So I'm sure you've heard the expression, sorry, not sorry. Maybe you've even used it once or twice. Now, it may feel unnatural to live your life unapologetically, to do what you want, when you want, and how you want. But let's be real. We tend to live our lives at the mercy of others, seeking to please everyone else so that we can feel liked. We easily adopt the I'm sorry mentality, which then leads us to believe we need to apologize for simply being who we are. Apologizing out of respect is one thing. Sometimes you need to own up to your actions and apologize when it's warranted. Other times, though, apologizing gets in the way of who you are. You must remember, you are unstoppable, unapologetic, and unrelenting. So, who am I? My name is Lee Mariano, and I'm a life and success coach. I help ambitious women who feel overlooked, underappreciated, and ignored. I help them rediscover their innate strength and power so they can finally live a life of success on their own terms. I help them reclaim their power, rediscover their strength, increase their confidence, and remove those limiting beliefs holding them back from success. I have 23 years of experience in human capital management with more than 10 years as a C-suite executive. In addition, my career has included over 2 decades of executive leadership and career coaching. So let's first begin with your thoughts. When you think about what you think about is what you become, right? So your brain is excellent at confusing itself, but it's also really great at training itself. And if you train yourself to think a certain way with positivity and motivation, you will act this way. Setbacks will happen and failures are inevitable, but that doesn't mean you need to believe that you don't deserve the life you have imagined for yourself. It's a matter of picking up the pieces and getting back to your core, your foundation, your belief system. And all these elements of you should be treated with respect. Now, the secret to respecting yourself and what you've accomplished is reminding yourself that you do deserve what you want in life. You can achieve your goals on your own terms. And even if it takes twice as long, a little bit longer than you thought it would, your hard work and your driven mindset will trump anything that can get in your way. So believe it or not, a lot of people hold themselves back from seeking the good in their life. This is when the apology comes into play. If we're doing well at something or we feel particularly lucky, it seems almost unbelievable that we're in that fortunate situation. And as individuals, we don't always believe we deserve what we're getting. But here's where you need to flip it. You work for what you want, so you deserve what you get. And then you continue to hunt for the bigger and better from there. When you find yourself falling into the trap of convincing yourself that you don't deserve the good, that you don't deserve what's happening to you, remind yourself of your hard work. And soon enough, you'll get to the point where you want to shout about your success at the top of your lungs. You'll be proud, you'll be happy, you'll be excited, all that good stuff, right? And so now I want to talk with you quickly about what I want you to stop doing. And you may be saying, stop, why would I stop? That doesn't make sense. Aren't we supposed to be moving forward? Yes, you are. But here's what I want you to remember. When you are unapologetically chasing your dreams, stopping points are absolutely necessary, but not as literal as you may be thinking. So there are some other stops to incorporate with your journey, right? And number one, you have to stop those negative habits that are holding you back. And if you hear nothing else, hear this. Stop worrying about what other people think about you. Now, are you saying I'm sorry on reflex because you don't want other people to hate you or judge you? Or are you saying I'm sorry because you honestly believe you did something wrong? So let's do a quick test to see if you're worrying too much about what other people think about you. Just think about the questions I'm going to ask. Number one, you don't always speak your mind because you're afraid of what other people may think of you. Number two, you often feel like people are mad at you or upset with you. You don't even have a reason to believe this, but you have this suffocating feeling that you've made people mad. Number three, you say yes when you really don't want to, right? But you say it anyway out of fear that if you don't, people won't like you or they'll judge you. Number four, the thought of doing something different or attention grabbing is really scary for you. You don't want to make a statement that people may disagree with. You don't want to stand out. Number five, there's a group of people that you try to avoid at all costs because you feel like they may not like you or they may not judge you, but you have no reason to actually believe that. Number six, you're often asking for approval before making a big decision. In fact, you hate making big decisions because you're afraid that your opinion won't be the same as someone else's, right? And number seven, you sometimes diminish your opinions or your efforts in case people don't like what you do, okay? So were you nodding your head at any of those points, any of those items 1 through 7? Here's what I'll tell you. Even though you may find it hard to believe, the solution is actually very simple. Just stop worrying about it. Just stop worrying about what other people think about you. People will talk and judge and react, but the world will continue to spin. The results of your efforts won't be immediate, and that's okay. As long as you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, that's the only thing that really matters. But I also recognize that it takes time to stop caring about the opinion of others, right? So where do you start? My opinion, my thought, right? My suggestion is that you begin by figuring out why you even care in the first place. You can examine the things that you care about most, whether it's the way you dress, your work ethic, how much money you make, or how you socialize, right? It could be about your social media profile or your significant other. Whatever it is, there are certain things you care about more than others. And that's a direct reflection of why you care about what others think. Now, once you've established the what and the why, take time to rid yourself of this habit. Every time you catch yourself thinking about the opinions of others, stop yourself and remember that you're just getting wrapped up in the noise. The big picture, at the end of the day, their opinions don't matter. I also want you to stop saying you're not good enough, right? So, whether you're saying you're not good enough because you feel guilty or simply because you don't believe it, this is a habit you need to get rid of immediately, right? So, again, I know it's easier said than done. We have all been there. Self pity is sometimes unavoidable. Don't view it as a setback, though. Instead, use it as motivation to get yourself out of the funk. The next time you feel that you're not good enough, remind yourself of these few things I'm going to talk about. So while you are unapologetically working towards your goals, work on yourself, right? Give yourself some TLC at least once a week. It's your way of saying, I'm worth this or I deserve this, right? And once you're able to assure yourself that you are worth the self love and the self care, right, you'll be able to carry this mentality into every facet of your life. And it'll stop you from being too hard on yourself when we tend to do that more often than we should. Now, up until this point, your life has been a culmination of every experience you've had. It encompasses all the people you've met, the things you've done, the phases you've gone through, the troubles you've endured. It's easy to forget about everything that we've done in our lives and everything that we've gone through, but this is the time for you to remember. And when you find yourself thinking, I'm not good enough, remind yourself that you are. Remind yourself of everything you've conquered in your lifetime. And don't let the small setbacks stop you from progressing. Now, most importantly, I want you to stop feeling sorry, feeling guilty for your success, right? Apologies come after you believe you did something wrong, but that doesn't always mean you actually committed a wrongdoing, right? Whether you feel guilty for defying society's expectations or being different than other family members or friends, or you apologize for your success, the bottom line is that you should stop. So chances are you talk to yourself all the time without knowing it. It doesn't have to be out loud, of course, but self-talk is all the noise that goes on in your head, right? So try to sit with yourself for a second in silence. Listen to the words circling around in your mind. These are your thoughts. And when they're directed at yourself, that's self-talk, right? So self-talk can be negative, it can be positive, or it can be neutral. And it's okay if your self-talk is neutral. Sometimes that's necessary. But your self-talk should never be negative, right? And when it is, you hold yourself back from accomplishing big things. And in the long run, you become apologetic to yourself and others when you do achieve things. So typically, negative self-talk begins with shame or doubt. If you don't do something well or you feel like you failed, your self-talk goes from that positive or neutral immediately to negative. You become hard on yourself and this vicious cycle begins, right? So the next time you find yourself wrapped up in a cycle of negative self-talk, take a pause, stop it before it gets worse, right? And you should also delineate between what you should apologize for and what you shouldn't apologize for. Now, some apologies are warranted, others not so much. Here's a list of things that I believe we should not apologize for: minor and honest mistakes, other people's mistakes, your opinions and beliefs, your interests, your choices, your life, right? Something that you can't control in a situation that you aren't involved in, right? So do you see a common theme here, right? If it is something that is out of your control or it pertains to your life and your choices, there's no need to apologize. You don't owe anyone an apology for being who you are. Now, with that said, if being you is hurting others, or maybe you're not doing such good things, you're hurting other people, then maybe rethink that part of you. Are you bringing your best, right? There's no excuse for hurting other people intentionally. And if that is the case, then maybe you do owe some people some apologies. I also encourage you to learn how to say no, right? So if you have a hard time saying no because you're afraid of upsetting someone, you may have that classic case of yes man, yes woman syndrome, right? And this may seem completely unrelated to apologizing, but the two are connected in more ways than you might think. So saying no is scary because you don't want to make anyone upset or mad at you. You want to be able to please everyone, even if that means stretching yourself and going beyond your own personal bandwidth just to make others happy. So try to get comfortable with saying no when you can't do something. Don't feel bad about it and don't apologize for it. Instead, say, no, I won't be able to do that today, but if you still need help next week, let me know, right? Once you conquered those habits, right? Once you conquer the habits that are getting in your way, getting in the way of your goals, getting in the way of you living your unapologetic life, right? Then it's time to kick in on the positive sides. Let's do the great habits. Let's do the good things that we want you to focus on, right? And as you focus on your goals, just know that you may run into some setbacks here and there. But no matter what, keep your chin up and remember your why. Why are you doing this? Why is this your focus? Why is this your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? Don't let anyone get in your way, not even yourself. So I encourage you to set goals that scare you. Go big or go home, right? Begin with the goal that intimidates you the most. Now, it doesn't have to be something intense like learning how to skydive or backpacking around the world, right? But it should be something that you're excited about working toward, something that is in line with your ultimate goal. And then once you identify that goal, start the plan from there. Once you tackle one big goal, you'll want to tackle more. You'll begin to see a pattern that each time you achieve something big, you grow as a person. You learn more about yourself and you change for the better, right? So sure, there'll be some bumps along the road, right? But anything worth having, anything big, bold, and bodacious, you're going to have some bumps along the way. You're going to take risk, right? But with the greater risk, right? Lofty goals, big goals, audacious goals, there do come the more significant accomplishments, right? And the next step I would encourage you to do is to focus on being yourself unapologetically, right? And what I mean by that is you have to accept yourself, flaws and all, no matter who you are, what your goals are, what your career is. You have to accept yourself. And it also means understanding who you want to be, where is your journey taking you, and being grateful for all of the changes that you've gone through throughout your entire life. Change is inevitable, and we as humans will change as well. So don't try to avoid it, right? Just understand how you're evolving and then embrace the new you. And to be yourself, right, without apologizing for it, you also need to understand who you are when no one else is around. Who are you when you're alone by yourself? Who is the real person behind the facade, behind the labels? That's what you need to understand first, right? And the reason why it's so hard for us to be true to ourselves is that we've been taught from a very young age that we needed to be something different, something better, right? Something other than who we were. And we were so focused on fitting in and meeting society standards and cultural standards that we lost who we really were, right? We're trying to keep up with the expectations of others and do what they want us to do. And all of that adds up, and we get lost along the way. So it takes time to reverse this. It doesn't happen overnight, but it is absolutely worth it. And in the long run, you'll have a better understanding of who you are and where you're trying to go. And once you know that, nothing can get in your way to stop you from accomplishing what you want, right? So that's step one. Stop apologizing to yourself for who you are. And then, of course, the next step is to stop apologizing to others, right? And you can't do that unless you do the first step. You have to know who you are and where you're going. So always take risk. Be bold. Make yourself proud first before you worry about making someone else proud. Right? So a life of inspiration comes from taking chances, whether it's a big chance like investing in yourself and starting your own company, or something smaller like going for a new certification. It's something that will push you to be a better you. And while you may be comfortable with who you are right now and where you are today, you can always be better. We all can. So at the end of the day, you're not sorry for being you. And you're not sorry for chasing your dreams. In fact, you have every right to be proud of your hard work. While you're at it, take a chance, set a lofty goal, and try to accomplish it, right? It may not work out, but it will help you to change and grow as a person. Listen, we all have room to improve when it comes to apologies. I'm sorry is an overused expression, right? And we should all work towards removing that from our vocabulary when it's unnecessary. But at the end of the day, this session is about you, right? This is your journey towards fulfilling your dreams, not anyone else's, right? So I do hope that this session has resonated with you. And the next time you find yourself wanting to say, I'm sorry for an accomplishment or something great you've done, take a minute. Just pause and think about why that was your first reaction. Why would you want to say, I'm sorry? There's nothing to apologize for when you're achieving your goals and dreams and living the life you want on your own terms. Okay? So if you enjoyed my discussion and would like to go deeper on this, I'd love to schedule some time for us to connect. Just send an email to alexadomcoach@gmail.com with iconic, that's iconic, in the subject line, and we can schedule a free 30-minute clarity call to discuss how we can get you where you want to be. So again, thank you so much for attending. And if you'd like to talk further, just send me an email to alexadomcoach@gmail.com with iconic in the subject line, and we can schedule some time to chat. Thanks again.
Hello everybody, how you doing? This is Saucony Prince, and I am so excited to be able to share with you at the Iconic Conference. And what I want to talk to you about today is seeing in the dark. That's right. I want to talk to you about seeing in the dark. I'm an avid movie watcher. And one of my favorite movies, it really started off a trilogy. It was called Pitch Black. Now, some of you may not remember that, but it starred Vin Diesel, and this before he really blew up and really got famous. And he played a mercenary. He played more or less of a criminal that was being transported. And because of his dealings with the criminal underground, he actually paid money to get these special type of eyes installed. Eyes that allowed him to see in the dark. Now, those came in real handy because the ship that was transporting him got stuck on a planet that experienced about 6 months of darkness. And when they landed there, it wasn't dark yet, but it was getting close to that time to where they were going to go into that long period of darkness. They also had these nocturnal animals that only came out at night. And they were carnivorous. They were bloodthirsty. They were just the scourge of that planet. And when they came out, they took everything they could. They ate everything they could because they only had a limited amount of time to do that. Well, the reason I talk about that movie is because with him having those eyes, he was able to see in the dark. And the movie was called, as I said, Pitch Black. Now, when I talk about us seeing in the dark, I mean, I'm looking at the situation that we're currently in. This global pandemic, the economic outfall of it, and how that is affecting how we're able to see, how we're able to move forward, how we're able to plan. And I mean, it's almost like being in the dark. We don't know when things are going to open up and when things are going to get back to normal. So if we're in a dark situation right now, one of the things that we can do is we can learn how to see in the dark. We can learn how to see in the dark. If you have a fairly recent alarm system with an outdoor camera, if you go look at it, you'll notice that there are these little LEDs around the camera. And those LEDs, they emit a certain amount of light, even when it's completely dark outside. And if you notice, if you watch the camera, even when there's no lights around, you'll still be able to see just like it was daylight. Because those little LEDs, they send out enough light for the camera to pick up so that they can see. Similar to the night vision goggles that a lot of special forces have, that allow them to see in pitch black conditions. So when it comes to us being able to see in the dark, what is it that we have that sends out a little light that allows us to see what the future is going to look like? It should be our hope. It should be our faith. It should be our imagination. And I remember what Albert Einstein said. He said, imagination is everything. It's the preview of things to come. So while we're in this dark situation, while we find ourselves having a hard time seeing, we need to be able to look beyond where we are right now and see the future that we want to have. And then once we see it, we need to start moving towards it. One thing about being in a dark room is you're really cautious about moving around, especially if there are objects in the room, because you can quickly and easily stump your toe. You can bump into something. You can hit your head on something. Why? Because you can't see. And so being in those situations, you find yourself just kind of being paralyzed and being stuck. But I tell you one thing, when it comes to you actually presenting and being able to move forward, you have to be able to see. So where you are right now in your life and in your business, with your relationships and in the situation that you're facing, can you really see beyond your current situation? Can you look to the future with hope and anticipation? Can you find yourself in a position to where you are able to move forward? And I know the way we used to move, the things we used to do before the pandemic, we're now having to reinvent ourselves. We're having to figure out how to do it differently. And I've heard so many people use the word pivot, but you have to make adjustments in order to be able to continue to move forward in your business, in your life, and in your career. Even with your relationships, there are things that you have to do to make it work, to make it better. Because without those things, you'll find yourself being stuck and stagnant and being, quite frankly, in the dark. So when it comes to actually being able to see in the dark, one of the first things you need to do is accept where you are and embrace the uncertainty. I'm going to say that again for those that are taking notes. Accept where you are and embrace the uncertainty. And I know for us as humans, one of the things that we resist most of the time is change. But to be honest, the only thing that's constant is change. Things are always moving and always evolving. We're always changing and growing. And somebody once said that every 21 days, your body, your cells get renewed. So you literally become a new person in that time. So we're always changing. But in order for us to be able to see in the dark, we have to accept and embrace change. We have to embrace the uncertainty. I know for myself, it's been real challenging because I hate last minute stuff. I hate kind of flying by the seat of my pants. I like to plan stuff out. I'm more of a routine type person. But even with that being said, I find myself having to adjust, having to be more fluid, to be less rigid in my approach to doing stuff. I have to be more forgiving. I have to be more accepting. I have to be willing to make adjustments and do things that normally under normal circumstances, I'll be like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do a virtual thing. I'm not going to do an online event. Well, guess what? I'm doing one now. But even in this process, I've learned some new things about myself. I've learned the benefits of being able to actually talk on camera and really communicate even when there's nobody in the room. And so I've learned to develop my skills in that area. My question to you is, what have you learned? What things have you done, even during this time, that you said that you never would do? Things that you told yourself that I'll never be a part of that. Oh, that's too much for me. I'm not going to try to figure that out. Well, now guess what? You have to figure it out, or you have to pay somebody to figure it out. I don't want to be online. It's too techy. I don't have all the gadgets and everything I need. You can find yourself using your cell phone in your car to actually do what it is you need to get done. People who say they'll never go live are going live. People who say, I don't want to see myself on camera. They're seeing themselves on camera. If you want your business to survive, if you want to be able to make a difference in the world in which you live, you're going to have to make adjustments. And you're going to have to do it on the fly. You cannot wait until everything is perfect. I was telling the guy just the other night, I said, listen, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Again, for those that are taking notes, write that down. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. When I first started doing my videos, I was horrible. I even went back and I deleted a couple of the first ones. I really hate that I did that now because I really wanted to show my own growth. I wanted to see where I came from. I had good content, but my delivery was messed up. My presentation was off. But I kept at it. I kept going. I kept doing it. And lo and behold, I got more comfortable. Not only did I get comfortable, I got confident. And now I'm able to deliver with the best of them. Why? Because I kept going. I saw beyond where I was. Although I was in the dark then about my abilities, about my ability to speak and to deliver, I was groping my way, but I saw where I could be. And what you see right now is the manifestation of all of those years of me putting in the work. I'm trying to get you to understand that you too can see in the dark. You can see beyond your current circumstances and your current situation. But in order for you to do that, you have to be willing to embrace uncertainty and accept where you are. That's going to make all the difference in the world. You also have to learn how to use your senses. That's right, use your senses. I started off by saying that I'm a movie buff. And I love watching movies because I love seeing the stories and seeing the growth and the complexity of them and seeing how people overcome challenges in order to be able to achieve a goal. And one of those movies that I truly love is Ray Charles, the recent one with Jamie Foxx, where he played the legendary and iconic musician. Well, in the movie, one of the scenes where this guy asks Ray, how is it that you're able to navigate and move around? And Ray said, I use my senses. I wear hard bottom shoes. So every time I step, there's an echo. And once I get to a door that's open, the sound changes. So what Ray did was he used his senses in order to compensate for him not being able to see. And as a believer, as a business owner, as a person that believes in themselves and that wants to be better than they are right now, you have to be able to use your senses. Even when you can't see where it is you're planning on going, you have to be able to connect with individuals that will help you in those areas that you can't see. And when I say use your senses, I mean evaluate people for where they are and for who they are. Look at their track record and their history. You want to build synergy and you want to build collaborations with people who have been steadfast even during this time. Just because the world pushed pause on life, there's several people that kept going. They made adjustments and they kept moving forward. And so you have to identify and see those people and see how it is that you can help each other, how you can work with them and actually be the person that connects with them so that you both can benefit. Using your senses is not just your physical senses, but the people that you're around, the people that you're connected with, using them to see, okay, what is it that you're doing now? And I mean, if they truly mean you any good, they're not going to hesitate with sharing information with you. I have learned so much being stuck in the house that I've actually developed several skills that I didn't even know I had. I poked around with certain things and found out stuff that has really just made a difference in stuff that I'm doing moving forward. So I use what I have to get what I want. And I'm doing all of this even while I'm in a dark place. Because I tell you what, once things do open up, I'm going to hit the ground, not running, but flying. I may not even hit the ground. I may just take off because I've learned so much even during this time. And so while you're in a dark situation, while you don't know how you're going to move forward, while you don't see it, you should be able to see it. Mcneill said you have to see it before you see it or you'll never see it. So I want to encourage you to be able to look beyond your current circumstances and actually move forward, even though you can't see it with your physical eyes or even with your mental understanding, but you have to be able to look beyond just what you see. And that brings me to another point that I really want to make, that you can start moving forward. You can start moving if you see it in your imagination. If you see it in your imagination. If you see it in your imagination. You have to be able to see beyond your current circumstances. Again, I know it's dark. I know it's uncertain. But if you ever got to the point to where you acknowledge where you are, accepted where you are, and then you embrace the uncertainty, you'll find out that there's another person. There's another person in you. There's a person who thinks on their feet. There's a person who is motivated to go further. There's a person who doesn't want to give up. There's a person who doesn't want to quit. If you just look with your imagination, you can shape your own future. I remember one time I did a TED talk, and it wasn't actually on a TED stage, but it was a TED type of talk where I talked about don't go with the flow, direct it. And I talked about the difference between a leaf and a rock. If you drop a leaf in a river, the water's going to take it anywhere it wants to go. But you drop a rock in the river, it may sink to the bottom. But one thing I guarantee you is that when the water gets to the rock, guess what? It's going to go around the rock. So are you a leaf or are you a rock? Are you going with the flow or are you directing it? Even in that same video, I talked about how if you dump a truckload of leaves in the river, it's going to take them down the river. I mean, one or two may get stuck somewhere, but for the most part, they're going to go down the river. But if you dump a truckload full of rocks in a river, it's going to redirect where the river flows. And if you dump enough of them, it will dam the river up. So my point is this, that you have a choice, whether you're going to just go with the flow or direct it. When it comes to you seeing in the dark, you have to be able to see beyond your current circumstances to the point to where you're ready and you're willing to move forward, even though you can't understand how you're going to make it. But you have faith. You believe that you can do better, that you can be better, that you can achieve more. And not just by yourself, but you see other people that are moving forward. You connect yourself with them and you move with them. I love what Trevor I said. He said, we'll run with 100, but we won't drag one. That means that when you find people that are going somewhere, get with the crowd, go with them and do your part to help them get to where they need to be. But don't drag anybody, because that's just weighing you down. You have to make sure that you put in your work. You know, talking about seeing in the dark, I remember when I was a child, I had this glow in the dark baseball. And I would take the ball in my room. And when I, especially in fact, after it had nightfall had happened, and I had to come in the house, because you know you had to be in the house by the time the street lights came on. I took this ball in my room and I would turn my light on. I would stand in my bed and I would hold the ball up to the light for as long as my little arm could hold it up there. Then I would jump off the bed, I would run over to the light switch and I would turn off the light and I would take the ball and sit it on my desk and I would watch the ball. I would watch it until it slowly faded. I mean, sometimes it may take 10, 15 minutes, but I looked at it until I couldn't see it anymore. Then I hopped up, turned the light on, got the ball, still back on the bed, and I did it again. The reason I'm telling you this story is that we have to put ourselves in a position that we have soaked up so much inspiration, so much motivation, that even when it's dark, we can still see. We can see where it is we want to go, and we can move in that direction. And if you ever find yourself like that ball, fading, and you find yourself getting darker and darker, and your hopes for tomorrow are dimming slower and lower and lower. All you have to do is come around people like this, come around people that are inspired, come to events like this, even online. Take your ball and hold it up to the light and soak up all the inspiration, soak up all the motivation, soak up all of the knowledge, so that when the summit is over, when the conference is done, when you've turned off your computer, you have enough light in you to make another step, to move forward, going after your goals and your dreams. And you'll do it without hesitation because you've actually spent time in the presence of people who are doing the same thing. I think about a coal, a lump of coal, and then those that barbecue know that you generally want to pile all the coals up. You put your lighter fluid on and you light it, and you let all of the coals heat up together. Then once they're heated, you spread them out and then you can cook. Well, if you have one of the coals that rolls off by itself, you'll watch it and it'll become cooler. But if you take it and rake it back over to the other coals, because of the collective heat, you'll be able to evenly cook your food once you spread everything out. But you have to be a part of that, a part of that mound of coals that is on fire. And being at events like this is what allow you to do just that. So I want you to know that you can see in the dark if you surround yourself with people that are doing the same thing. If you accept where you are, embrace the uncertainty, and if you use your senses, but then if you also just put in the work. Don't let your current circumstances keep you from moving forward, because that's what's going to keep you stuck in the dark. Hey, look, this is Saucony Prince, and I want to thank you for tuning in to this presentation at Iconic. And I want you to know that you too can be iconic and you can see in the dark. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Kern Cherry, and I am the Butts in the Seat Queen. Welcome to creating your own profitable event. I am the founder and director of Level Up Summit, Power Up Summit, and I'm the co-founder of Success Women's Conference, where we had over 17,000 people last year. And so I am here to tell you to stop having big old parties and start creating events that put dollars in your pocket. So what makes me an authority on that? As I told you before, I'm the director, one of the directors and founders of Success Women's Conference. And when we started that conference many years ago, we started out because there was a need. We knew what our mission and vision was. As we sat and talked through a meeting, we knew, and we created that event that turned out over 540 people in less than a 6-month time frame. And yeah, that was back when I was still doing the feet first. Look, just do it, right? And so I'm here to tell you that it is always possible that you can create an event. And yes, it may not be all the time that you need, but I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you want to make sure that that event is profitable. Over the years, we have grown that conference, Success Women's Conference, over the years from 540 to almost 1,500 in person, right? And now virtually we're at 17,000 people. So what I normally talk about when I'm teaching people how to create a profitable event is 5 different essential things that you need to make sure that you do in order to make sure that you make money, right? So number 1 is make a plan. And make a plan is where we're going to focus today, because we don't have a whole lot of time, but I want to make sure that you know some of the essentials that go into that. Number 2, build the team, build the right team, right? So we're going to go over that as well. And then number 3, creating several streams of event income. Number 4, selecting the right speakers. And number 5, promoting your event. Now, all of these things are essential to making sure that you have a profitable, not just successful, but profitable event. So again, due to time, we're going to focus on making a plan. And that's where you want to start. You want to always start with creating a plan that allows you to be successful. And so one of the first things you want to do is decide why you want to do the event. So many of us go into things, as I said before, feet first, but you want to make sure that you know why. What is the purpose of you doing that event, right? So you want to know your why. And right behind that, you want to create your mission statement and your vision. When we did Success Women's Conference, when we first started, we already knew that there was a cry in the community. For over 10 years, us women would talk about how we needed a conference, right? We were networking and meeting, attending chamber events, women business events. All those things were already here. But the women were not feeling as if they were fed, is that if they were being inspired and empowered to take a leap. So we created that conference because we knew that women needed that desire to do that, and they needed the push to do that along with the resources. So we created that conference, which every year inspires, empowers. It allows women to connect now with women all over the world. And we also have men in attendance. And for those who are looking to recharge their life or recharge their career, they're able to do that as well. So that being said, I also tell people what's also really essential. Number 2, the title. So your title of your event can really do a lot of things for your conference, right? it can speak to having the right audience at the event. If you notice the title, Success Women's Conference, it says what? That we're looking to help you be successful and we're targeting women. So in that title, it says what we're looking for. If you look at Level Up Summit, we are looking to help you level up. It's pretty simple. So some of the things, the reason why a title is important, because it can sell your tickets. It can put butts in your seats before you even appear before them. So it is critical that you think about your title. I often tell people, sit in some private time and you can meditate, spend some time with God, whatever it is, but make sure that you focus. These are critical pieces that are going to determine the success of your conference. The next thing that can also lift your conference is the theme of the conference. Now, all conferences don't have theme, but a theme can be powerful if you add that to your conference as well. So that being said, what do I mean when I say theme? So with some of my previous conference, like Level Up, we focused on your leveling up your visibility and your profitability. I just basically said, I want to make sure if you level up your visibility, you're going to be profitable. And so that in itself tells you what you're looking to accomplish at that conference. No matter what room you're in, no matter what topic they're speaking on, that's what you're trying to accomplish at the end of the day. Same thing with success. Our title, Woman on Fire. Yes, Woman on Fire. That kind of says it all. That was the title of the conference. But we also had the subtitle, which was, we want you to start the year strong. Now, that's all about making sure that you make a plan, you take action, and then you move on it, right? So that being said, the title speaks to the people. The theme speaks to the people, and it puts butts in the seats. And what does butts in the seats mean? It means it increases your bottom line in your pocket. Now, in addition to that, number 4 is the dates of the conference. Now, in the past, we were all focused on in person. And so the dates mattered even more because if you think about it, if you had an event and it was in town, in your town, you had to make sure you look at, is there a festival going on? Is there a concert going on? Is there another conference going on? All those things matter when you're choosing the dates of your conference. And you know what? Even virtually now, you still want to make sure that at least with the people that you normally work with, that you don't overstep each other by planning on the same dates. Sometimes it's just a little twist here and there to make sure that you can each support each other. So does dates matter? Yes, it should always be top of your list. And it is important that you look at essential places to do that. Go to tourism or look on tourism, because it's all going to come back anyway. So you want to go to tourism. You want to look, if you're in a town like mine, what's going on at the casinos? Who are they bringing in? Yeah, are people going to tune in that night? Because, hey, if you got some top name singer or performer on the same night that you're going to actually run your conference, you're probably going to lose some of your audience if you're focused locally. So make sure to look at all those little details when you're planning a conference and looking at your dates. Now, number 5, location, location, location. It will always matter. Just like in the real estate business, it truly matters in the event planning business, in the conference business, right? Because it is going to determine your success. So let's start with if it's in person. What are some of the critical things that you need to look at when you're deciding on an in-person conference? Now, I can't go over every little detail, but I can give you some things that you can look at for sure if you're planning to host an in-person event. So, and before I go through that, I want you to realize that in-person will come back in some form or fashion. So some of these tips, you're definitely going to make sure that you write down. You got to decide, is it going to be in your hometown, or are you going to plan it for a different state? And when you're looking at a different state, you know, you still want to have troops on the ground to help you with that as well. Now, some places have coordinators that can help you with all the details. Sometimes you have to get somebody to help you with the logistics of your conference when you're out of state. Maybe you have a contact in that area, but it is important that you have eyes and ears that can help you with the planning of your conference as well. In addition to that, you want to see if it's a place that people want to go. You know, there are many, people love going to Las Vegas, you know, outside the town that we're in right now, New York and all those places, Florida, many places, even the area that I live in here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, we have many casinos. So people look at that. How critical is that to your planning? It's essential if you are deciding where to host your place out of state. And I can tell you, when I was planning my conference Power Up Summit last year, it became very essential, as I had planned to have it in the one of my favorite places, New Orleans. And unfortunately, it got hit the hardest during that time frame. So all those things matter. Location is always essential. Here's some of the other things to look at. Is the physical location easy to get in and out of? Is that an easy thing? Because if it's not, it's going to impact who attends your conference. You know, is there an airport nearby for the people that are coming in? And I also say you want to go a little further. How much are the tickets that time of the year that you're planning your conference? Because that's a cost factor for people that are flying in. And it could be a cost factor to you if you're flying in keynotes or featured speakers as well. Trust me, I know. And so that being said, the traffic in the area of the location is going to be essential as well. If I'm coming for a half a day and it takes me an hour to get to the location, well, that already says I got to take off the whole day just to get there. And if I can't afford to do that, you just lost that audience that could have came for at least a half a day, right? So keep that in mind, because just because you can take off to be at your own conference doesn't mean that everybody else can. So location definitely does matter. I mean, traffic, that looking at that really does matter. And are there major construction going on in the area? So even if it's out of town, you still want to look and see what's going on in that area. How far is the hotel from the actual event location? Now, if it's in the same hotel, well, great. Then you want to look and see at some other things that can help you. You know, sometimes when you have it in a hotel, there are a lot of other things that come in with that as well. Sometimes the hotel already has flowers and things like that that can really help you with cost reduction and keeping your costs down. And then and also the looks, because I always tell people, if the building don't look good, nobody's coming to your conference. I don't care how it looks inside, it's gonna hurt your conference. So that's always essential as well. And I also tell people, look at the weather as well. We can't predict it, but you know, if it's that time of the year where you know it rains constantly, yeah, I can tell you at any event, and I've been doing events for almost 20 years now, and I can tell you that rain, no matter how much people pay for that ticket, does put a damper on your event. So always think about those things when you're planning. If it's April, you know there's showers, at least where I live. So therefore, you may want to consider, well, what time in April do I want to have that, right? So think about that. And because it could really impact the sale of your ticket. The price of the hotel rooms. So when you're thinking about booking, the dates are going to impact the price of the hotel room, you know, and it's going to impact whether people come. If your ticket is too high, I can tell you in some areas, hotels triple during 4th of July or any holiday for that matter. So therefore, you got to think about that when you're booking your dates. Now, most of the time, holidays are not really a good time to have an event. And I would always say Christmas is never. That's just a no-go. Don't have anything on Christmas. But now that we're in the space that we're in right now, that may be a little different. So remember that when you are choosing your location and your dates, all these things will impact whether it's successful. Now, that's the other location, right? Because now, mostly we're virtual. And as I told you previously, we had over 17,000 people virtually. And I can tell you based off the fact that in person, we've had anywhere from 1,100 to 1,500, and to be online and have 17,000, you know, any conference of that size will never get rid of their virtual side, because you can't go global as quick as you can on the digital platform. So look at conferences remaining either virtually or a hybrid, both virtual and in person. So look for that coming back, but know that virtuals will probably be around a lifetime as far as I'm concerned, at least for now. So what are some of the virtual platforms that you might want to consider when you're planning your conference? And yes, these things really do impact your conference. People don't realize that sometimes, but there are a lot of things that really determines whether people think your conference is at a high level or not. So here are some of the platforms that you may want to consider if you hadn't already considered or used them before. You have, of course, Zoom. You have Hopin. You have Virtual Summit, which is also a platform. There's a new one that I've recently been connected with, AirMeet. Then StreamYard is a way to stream into some of the social media platforms. Then some people do Facebook Live. Some people do Instagram Live. And now, yes, Clubhouse. Yes, people are starting to create events on Clubhouse. I personally can say that is me as well, but other people are creating conferences inside of Clubhouse because it's conversational and it's easy for people to hop on and hop off. Now, right now, they're missing most of the market because people don't have access. But trust me, as that grow, that will be a platform to choose as well. Now, what also you have to consider, and one more platform, there's several platforms that I haven't listed, but you can also build your own broadcast page, which I love using that platform and other platforms. So I'm kind of a person that likes to use multiple platforms because you also got to consider these things when you're selecting a platform. You want to make sure if you're trying to have live interaction, you want to make sure that you have an option for that, right? And so you'll have to look at different platforms. Which one creates the experience that you're looking for? If you're trying to get a vendor experience, well, more and more conferences are trying to create that in-person vendor experience. So you want to make sure that you start looking at that. So those are just some of the things that you would need to consider when choosing what platform, whether it's in person or virtually. But know that virtually is going to be around, and in person will eventually come back. So I challenge you to make sure that you consider just some of these tips when you are planning your conference, because at the end of the day, all of it will impact your bottom line. So the next thing is, who is your target audience? Who are you trying to reach? Number one, is it a man? Is it men? Is it women? Is it both? Okay, those are just, does that matter? Yes, it really does matter, right? Number two, what race? Are you trying to target everybody, or do you want to be specific? There are months like Black History Month you're looking, hey, that is a target audience. So you may want to do that. Could be Hispanic month, right? So that could be, that's another audience. Women History Month, you know, the focus is women. So that being said, there are things that you look at and why you're doing the event. All this goes back to the why in the first place. So then you want to look at the age group. What age group are you looking at? And why does this even matter? Do you want a millennial? Is that your main audience? You know, millennials are what, I think 35, 25, somewhere in that age group. That being said, there are also the baby boomers, and then there are the seniors. But why would you look at that anyway? How does that impact your bottom line? Well, to give you an example, I being right at the back of the baby boomers, really not, but that being said, I'm looking for the elite experience. People like me, I'm going to come in and I want the full experience. So I'm going to buy that higher ticket. So those are the people buying tickets. Millennials are still, as they say, living their life. So they might hop on and they might get what I call the butts in the seat ticket, that bottom line ticket. So that being said, they're going to bring in the low end. So that is impacting your profitability. So if you do a mix, for me, I like a mix. Some people like to focus on a certain area. And so it does determine where you sell and where you make money. So keep that in mind. And so that being said, next thing is the audience type. What type of people are you looking for? And what's their occupation? You know, are they corporate? Are they entrepreneurs? Are they moms? Is that your focus? Are they healthcare people? Are they marketing professionals? Are they HR focused, right? And when I talk about HR and healthcare, most of those are looking for CEUs, continuing education unit credits. So you want to keep that in mind too, because that draws them in even more. And then also, you might just want to focus on speakers and coaches, or maybe you're doing something just for authors. But all of that determines what's your bottom line. And the other thing is, look at the level of income. Now, all these things, you're saying, well, how am I going to get all this information in the first place? You can do a survey, and you can get that information real easy to see what impacted your bottom line. And definitely want to collect that right after your conference. So your level of income, as I mentioned before, their actual occupation as well, whether they're a CEO, you know, head, or maybe they're just, hey, sometimes you get people that may be the secretary, but she still needs training and she still needs to be motivated. So different levels, different income. Those things will decide whether that person can afford an elite ticket, a VIP ticket, or just a, butts in the seat ticket, whether they come with their girlfriends or whether they're just coming along. So keep that in mind when you're scheduling and when you're planning out who is your focus, who's your target audience. Next, get your budget in line. So I'm gonna go through this briefly because I want to make sure to go over, highlight a few things towards the end. So get your budget in order is essential. And so here are some of the 3 things that I tell people to do when you're creating your budget out. And you should do this as part of making your plan. You always have the initial budget, and then as you go, you're going to change it, you're going to add to it and all those things. But this is where you want to start. You want to have a list with the columns. You want to have a column must have. You want to have a column that says would like to have, and then you have a column that says dream item, dream, something that you're dreaming about, but you might not be able to afford it, right? So what are some of the things that are really essential that's gonna be on your list if you're planning an event? Number 1, your venue or your platform, in person or virtually, right? All of it costs, no matter what, you're gonna pay. So that is one of the first things that you should have on the list. So, in that being said, say if it's on the platform side virtually, one platform might be more expensive than the other. So say, for instance, you may have to go with Zoom because you want to keep your budget low. Or you may say, well, I want to go with something a little more high end, like WOVA, or something like that. So that being said, and there are plenty others that I haven't listed that cost well more, or you might want to build out your own. So it's your budget. This is really important. And then the other thing is, number 2, your keynote and your featured speakers. How many you have, who you have, and all that can determine, and it can blow your budget if you're not being wise. So that's why I said you have to create a list. And sometimes your keynote is a dream item. It is a dream item versus something that you can truly afford. And I can personally talk to this because you're talking to somebody who in 2019, our budget was 200,000 plus. And I personally raised over 70,000 for that budget. So I know, you can raise a lot of money. You can also spend a lot of money if you don't plan your budget out right, or if you get in a spending and you're not tapering down. Because sometimes you just have to cut things off and go without, but keep in mind when you're booking a keynote, it's not just a keynote. Sometimes they have an assistant, sometimes they have a tribe, sometimes you have to put limitations, so that you can control that. And the same thing with featured speakers. So make sure that you keep that in mind when you're planning your budget. But when picking the keynotes and the feature, they must be relevant. I don't care how popular they are or how somebody that was on your dream list you thought was all that. If they haven't spoken in the last few years, they're probably not relevant. Do they have a tribe? Do they have people that are really following them, not somebody else's site? Do they have their own site? Because it is very important that a keynote has butts behind them, right? That they can bring, that their name will bring people to your audience. Otherwise, you could be spending a lot of money. And trust me, I have spent, as I told you, we've had a $200,000 budget. We have spent quite a bit of money on speakers. So I can personally tell you, you need to make sure that they are relevant. Do your homework. Check their site. My children call me a cyber stalker. You know why? Because I'm checking out speakers all year long. I recruit speakers. I look at speakers all year long because I'm looking for people that have butts in the seat, right? So that's important. They are your ambassadors. They are, if they're featured speakers, they really should be helping you promote as well, because that's going to help bring more dollars to your bottom line. And it's going to help them bring dollars to their bottom line as well. So keep that in mind when you're picking speakers. What else is essential is marketing. Marketing is essential to your budget. And if you don't put it in your budget, it is going to impact your bottom line. It's very hard to be successful if you're not spending money on ads and promotion, graphics, website. I can go on and on, but it is critical that you have a marketing budget. It almost should be number one, but definitely you want to make sure you have a marketing budget. And there's many things that go into that. So as I continue, I'm going to talk technology. Technology is on your budget list, because if you're doing, whether in person or not, you're going to have a system, either ActiveCampaign, Infusionsoft, MailChimp, all those different systems, those email listing, those database systems, CRMs, you need that because that's part of your campaign as well. ClickFunnels, if you're doing a virtual event, many people use that. Text messaging, many probably get messages for this event, right? And so those systems are important. And then there are many more that I can add to that, but also paid staff. you're probably gonna have to have people. You can't really run a conference, a successful conference, without having some people that you pay. Even admin, website, creative people are essential to that. Now, with the rest of the time, I want to quickly go over some things and talk about just some essential things under the other 4 topics. Number 2 is building the right team. You want to make sure that you have people on your team that can help you be successful. Having creative people on the team can help you create the right, help you with your branding part, your look, your color scheme, and also your title, your theme, and all those things. Your website people under here, your graphic people, so many others are under that, under the creative side of things. In addition, you have to have an admin person on board to help you push everything out. So you may need a great VA. And if you don't have a great virtual assistant already, I'd suggest you get one anyway. Just truly been the best blessing investment I've done. In addition to that, you got to have the people that's help you get that money. So those are the people that don't mind hearing no, no, no until they get to a yes. You got to have a few of those. Trust me, you'll only have a few, but you'll have a few of those and you need them, right? So in addition to that, you got to have the other side, the people that tell you no, 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 because you got to have people that check you and keep you in line with your budget and tell you, hey, you're going to probably have to cut this because you really can't afford it. You need realistic people. And y'all, it is not your family members. And you cannot be the one-man show. So I challenge you to get the people that you need on your team. Those are just a few people that I highly recommend you doing. If you hadn't been doing this for 20 plus years like me, to making your conference successful. And if you are a speaker, just some few tips that you need to do to be ready to speak on anybody's stage. So one is, number 1, you must have a high resolution headshot. That's right, high resolution. That's no phones qualify for that, right? Because when we're doing and promoting the event, you may go in a magazine, no telling where your photo's gonna be. But that being said, they require high resolution. We look at that. If you turn in something that came from the phone, most of the time, the computer will tell on you anyway. So therefore, invest in getting a good headshot. You can probably find somebody for 35 to 50. Don't get your family unless they're a professional, but I highly suggest that you do that. An excellent proofed bio is really good as well. You definitely want to have a great bio that you submit at least 150 words. That being said, you also want to make sure, if you can, get your speaker website, your own personal website, not your business website, your own professional personal website. Also, here is a nugget. If you're asked to give some clip of you speaking, use a system like Zoom. Make sure that you are ready and prepped, that you have your makeup, your hair, and everything done. Take 2 minutes and submit that so people can see that you're able to speak. That's what we want to know. Can you actually put butts in the seat? And make sure that you speak on your main topic, or at least one of the two and one of the three. And always have at handy your top 3 topics that you speak on at all times with the bullet points to go with it. Now, moving on from speakers, make sure that you promote your event. So one of the main things I want to go over, and the biggest nugget that I always tell people, get you some brand ambassadors. Now, that has made the difference in many conferences that I do, because you know what? They promote during the conference, they promote before the conference, they promote even when I'm not in the room, when I'm in person. We have people that are in person in the area that I live, and they're promoting the conference as well. So it allows you to be more places than one, because these people are representing your brand. And yes, they must be people that know how to promote and is willing to promote. So yes, I stalk them as well. So that being said, make sure that you promote your event. Make sure through with promotion, you do things like buying ads and things like that in order to do that. Now that's a whole promoting is a whole different thing, and I can go on and on with that as well. But that being said, these are just some of the things that I teach people at all times to do when creating their own event. If you would like to work with me further, you can go to kerncherry.com or coachkern.com. Either way, you can reach me there and set up a discovery call. You can also join me as we continue this conversation, part of this conversation during one of my visibility masterminds. And if you're interested in that, again, go to kerncherry.com and let us know that you would like to participate and you heard it here during this conference. Again, you can go to kerncherry.com to connect with me. You can find me on pretty much any social media stages right now. My favorite right now has outdone the other favorite. LinkedIn has always been Clubhouse. And so I tell people, Kern Cherry on Clubhouse, Kern Cherry on LinkedIn. You can go to Facebook and join me there. And I'm always looking for speakers as I have several conferences coming up. So you can also go to timetolevelup.com if you like to speak, powerupsummit.com, and of course, Success Women's Conference. So you can go to successconference.info as well if you like to speak there as well. In addition to that, TikTok and Instagram and all those other places as well. I'm Kern Cherry, your butts in the seat queen, talking on how to create a profitable event.
What up, what up, what up, though? What up, what up, what up, though? What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, though? Hey, y'all, hey. I am Glendora Divine, licensed professional counselor, board certified, telemental health provider. I love to say what up, though. I think it's because I'm from Detroit. What up, though? But yes, I'm serious about what I do and I have a passion for it. It's all about telemental health. What? Telemental health. That's right. Telemental health. What is that? That is the platform that we use as clinicians to service clients since COVID-19. But just know that I have been using telemental health since 2014. That's right. I have been board certified in telemental health, providing services virtually since 2014. I have had my own brick and mortar since 2010. I have, but I just knew telemental health was another way that I could service more people, especially when it was traveling really far to see me. So now that COVID has hit, I have said, let me be what I needed. What I needed when I first started, I needed somebody that I preferred that was African American, that was gonna be there to turn around and help me understand what I was doing as an entrepreneur, as a professional, licensed professional counselor in business. I couldn't find nobody, you all. So I decided, and I always ask my God, if you ever get me to the position where I can turn around and be of help and help somebody like I need it, let me be that person. So here I am all day long, you guys. I am Glendora Divine. I am a licensed professional counselor. I am board certified in telemental health, and I am giving back to each clinician that allowed me to serve and pour into you. What am I giving you? An opportunity to really understand how to build, scale, and grow in telemental health. That's right, build, scale, and grow in telemental health. Now, what do I mean when I say build? Because a lot of you guys already have your private practice, which is a great thing, or your group practice. But what I want to do is help you infuse it. So I want to bring to you common things or things that you should know that's related to telemental health that you can use to infuse your business, make it better than what it is, or just upgrade it just a little bit, baby, just a little bit. Yes, that's what I want to do. And again, since I've been doing this since 2014, I might know something to really help you, right? Now, when I talk about scaling, I'm all about the standards, the things that we as clinicians have to adhere to. So that's our ethics, that's the state rules, and that's the federal rules. Now, in telemental health, we didn't learn that stuff. We didn't learn that stuff in school. So as an entrepreneur, this is something that you have to learn, right? Especially if you're going to perform the services of telemental health. So what I try and do is make sure that you are able to get CEs in telemental health. Why? Because I provide them. My CEs have been approved by the National Board of Certified Counselors, so NBCC, as well as the Licensed Professional Counselor Association in Georgia. Yeah, there too. So I am able to give you CEs to help you understand really the fundamentals of telemental health and scale your practice. Understand the laws and the regulations. Yes. Now, the final part is the growth. Yes, build, scale, and grow in telemental health. So how do I help you grow in telemental health? I help you brand yourself as a clinician. Yeah, I help you market your business. Again, something else that we was not taught in school. And as we start to come out here and do what we do to serve the clients, no one teaches how to actually market ourselves as clinicians. I've been doing this since 2010. So I'm very visible in my community. I get called on by a lot of power players in my community to do speaking engagements, as well to just show up and be a part of their community events. So I want to show you how to actually become visible in your community, because that's what helps you actually make your business a six-figure income or seven. It's not just seeing clients alone. So with that misconception of you just got to see these clients and get on these insurance panels, I want you to do more than that. I want you to be a hybrid company, not just seeing clients that's on insurance panels, but I really want you to have self-pay clients. Yes, because when you have self-pay clients, that's when you're really working for yourself. As long as you keep jumping on all these insurance panels, you're really working for them. So you went into business to work for yourself, to be a private practice. So I don't want you to fill your schedule up with insurance or EAP. No, I want you to understand how to market yourself so you can get what you want when it comes to financial income and your private practice. So I want you to grow it. I want to show you how to grow it. Yes, I'm telling you, I know what I'm doing because I've been doing it since 2010 and I've been doing telemental health since 2014. Not working for anybody else, just me. 2014, doing telemental health and doing private practice since 2010. And I really want to show you how. So if you are a mental health clinician, then yes, I'm talking to you. If you are a mental health clinician, yes, I am talking to you. I want to help you build, scale, and grow in telemental health. Now, you won't be working like a worker bee if you're working with me, because I'm going to help you schedule like a boss. That's right, schedule like a boss. This is all about you building, scaling, and growing in telemental health. I want you to understand the tools that you're going to need in order to start off. And if you already started off, I'm going to help you infuse the tools that you already have. If you're working with anybody related to software, I want to make sure that they understand that you need in your business a BAA. And if you don't know what a BAA is, get with me so I can teach you and make sure that you have it and you can cover yourself in your business. Set it up the right way. Yes, I also want to make sure that you know the latest codes or the latest state regulations related to telemental health, because we've been in a constant change since COVID-19. So a lot of things have been changing and improving for us to actually provide the service. And I want to make sure that you stay up on it so your practice is in the exact standards that it needs to be if HIPAA ever steps up into your office or call on you and say, hey, come see me. I want to see what you've been doing to protect the public's information. you'll be on point, right? Also, we're going to show you how to do credentialing. Now, yeah, I want you to have a hybrid company, some insurances, some self-pay. The whole reason why is because we always want to add value to your practice. We just don't want you to become a worker for insurance companies. We want you to stay in the self-pay realm, but you still want to know every aspect and how to actually grow your practice. So I'm going to teach you how to get credentialed, also how to do the billing. But my favorite part of it is all about growing. It's that growing. Yes, that marketing, that branding. I am so serious about you being visible in your community. I am so serious about you being confident in your business. And I am so serious about you being competent in telemental health. Yes. So that's what I have for you. And that's what I want to offer you. My name is Glendora Devine. Glendora Devine, licensed professional counselor, board certified telemental health provider. I love to work with two types of people, someone who's trying to get to something or somebody who's trying to get through something. So if that is not you, then you tell me, who do you know? Yes.
When a man loves is something that will take you to a fulfilled life. The New York Times shared an article recently that said, in every man's heart, there is a list of men he's loved, but never found the words to tell them. The sad news is, this is true. As a young man growing up in the island of Jamaica, from a small community called Almontown, in those days when I was actually growing up and having fun, there were just a couple of things that we did as young people. Played soccer, listened to music, or we hanged out on the street corners and listened to some of those life lessons that you'll never get anywhere else. But when it comes to music, Jamaica is known for creating some awesome reggae music, which some of you guys are familiar with. Bob Marley, No Woman No Cry, and so many more that he sung. But in my experience, when we talk about inner city music and when we talk about connecting to those lifestyles, there's another part of the music in our culture which is called dancehall. And as a young man growing up, you want to go to all the dancehall parties, and trust me, you don't want to miss them. The reason you don't want to miss them is those specific parties became conversations the next morning on the street corners. So you want to be involved in those conversations to be able to speak to the fact that you were present at that party. So I would sneak out the house late at night. Sometimes I would actually put my dad's shirt on. Sometimes I'll actually take his jewelry out and I'll get dressed to go to these street parties, my best friend and I. It so happens that in this particular culture, while you're there, our music is also connected and accompanied with dance moves, just like we do today. You have the bogle dance that you can get connected to and so many other, which is fast forward to today. I share this to say that one of the things that I discovered is if you do not have a strong leadership in your life with some sound guidance, those very same music and the lessons on the street corners will become your lifestyle. Let me share with you an example. There is a dancehall artist from Jamaica by the name of Dr. Beanie Man, who sang a song that went like this. Someone fear, enough gal and gal in a bungle, gal from Rima, gal from jungle, and enough gal and none of them no fi grumble. All of me youth know fi take me example, and enough gal and gal in a bungle. And that song, what he was saying was, as a man, it is okay to have many women. as a man, it is okay to have multiple children in different households. And you can have them in all these particular community that he listed, which to me, that's right in my backyard. They were blocks away, they were a throne's throw away. So I connected to that song. And guess what? It became my lifestyle. It became a thing where I believed in the fact that if I only had one woman in my life, I wasn't comfortable. Matter of fact, I'll get talked about from my friends if that was the case. And then later on in life, when I started to research and do further things, I come to discover that, is this the way how we really should go? See, years later, I migrated to the United States and I had the opportunity working for a large mobile company, and they sent me to the Philippines to do training. I love to train and teach. And I was sent to a small community in the Philippines called the Iloilo, full of poverty, but they were strong in family values. And while I was there, they kept telling us, from the hotel to the site and back, don't go anywhere else. And as a young man from the inner cities of Jamaica who is familiar with poverty and understand family values, I decided I need to see a little bit more of this Iloilo. So as I created a relationship with some of those guys who were in the classroom that I taught, they invited me to a club. And I decided to go. I needed to get out of this hotel. So I went to the club, and there we were, again, music. So after a couple of drinks, and we started to get comfortable, things started to change where everyone started to get on the dance floor. And what happened to me next blew my mind. One of the classmates walked up and started to dance with me. And where I'm from, that's not the norm. So my immediate reaction is to push the individual away, which almost led into a fight. Someone had to step into the club and say, hey, no, Pete is not from here. He doesn't understand. And they pardoned me, and I stood back and watched those guys express, cheer, and showed love to each other in that club. They were dancing and holding each other's hand. They were hugging each other as they actually walked to the car after the club was done. And I said to myself, why am I taught differently? Or why is this not the norm for me? And I did some research and did some studies. And I've come to find out that something happened to us earlier on in slavery days as men. And we have taken this particular behavior and we have taken it time and time throughout generation, taught down to our sons. Now, I'm about to share something that you're familiar with, but you may not know the name. So it's called buck breaking / bucking. And this is where on the plantations, the slave masters would take individuals like myself who are leaders, outspoken, and we want to see rights and justice. And they would take us and they would put us in front of the entire plantation and they would rape us. That act was to take away our manhood, belittle us, and also strip us from our leadership. And because of that, the men in our culture has stopped communicating, stopped sharing emotions, and felt as if that the way how they knew how to relate to their wives and children and brothers was taken away. And like I said, this has been brought down generation to generation to generation. And I've come to understand that this is something that we can change. With further studies and research, I've also taken a path to come to understand that when you truly identify the greatest thing that can happen in your life, then you can actually make that move. I flew back from the Philippines and I was excited. I found something new. I wanted to share this thing with all my friends and family. But the behavior style that I picked up as a young man didn't change. Still had the multiple women, still felt that this was the way to go. Until one day, I decided to go home for lunch to enjoy some overnight rice and peas and oxtail. This was the beginning of the week, and trust me, if you've never had some overnight oxtail and rice and peas, I want to introduce you to that. It was 10 minutes to lunch, and I was just ready to go. That 10 minutes couldn't come any faster. And when it was noon, I jumped into my car, cranked my music up, and on my way home for my leftover rice and peas and oxtail. I lived about 7 minutes away from home, so to go home for lunch was the norm. As I pulled into my driveway, I saw a U-Haul truck. I wasn't aware of anyone moving, but my neighbors and I had a good relationship, so I felt, oh, it's probably my neighbor using the driveway just to probably move something. So I'm back on the mindset of getting this overnight rice and peas and oxtail, and I come out the car, and I am heading to the front door to get this lunch. As I get closer to the front door, I realize that my front door is open. And immediately, in shock, I stop and wonder, am I being burglarized? So I went around the back of the house where we had a sliding door that was transparent that I could see directly in the house. And as I looked, to my astonishment, I saw two men moving my bedroom set from upstairs to downstairs as if they're taking it out the house. Now, what was strange was these guys were not acting like thieves. They were not in a rush. They were having a casual conversation. So now, to my astonishment, I want to know what is going on. I'm curious. So I'm racing to the front of the house to find out what's happening. And when I enter, 3 minutes later, I discovered my wife at the time is moving out without my knowledge. I had no clue of her moving. And if I didn't go home on lunch that day, I would have gone home after work to an empty bedroom set and an empty, I would say, half a living room. And at that moment, I stopped and I said to myself, Pete, you're climbing the professional ladder. You're doing it well. You're leading and inspiring those that you lead at the office. But personally, I was failing, wasn't communicating right, not doing it right. And I stood like this and said, God didn't create me to walk in balance. God created us to walk at balance. And I made one of the best decisions ever in my life at that moment. And that was to seek therapy. In therapy, I learned some awesome things about myself. I knew about them a little bit, but I was able to now pinpoint how I can use them effectively. In therapy, I discovered who Pete was and how I actually related to individuals. In therapy, I discovered how I enhance those that I'm around. In therapy, I was able to dissect and figure out those who saw me as admirable and those who admired me. Huge difference that I was able to identify whenever I'm interacting with those individuals. I took that and put all of that learning and study that I've done in an international best-selling book called When a Man Loves, a lifestyle and leadership most men will never experience. That subtitle is very important to me. The reason for that is my father passed away when I was at the age of 21. And when he did, I can tell you guys, he's never told me he loved me. He's never hugged me. And my brother and mom was at their side. And when I asked them to this day, they can't recall him doing the same. So when a man loves is when a man takes that next step to being totally transparent, communicating at the highest level, being loyal, honest, and trustworthy. And with all of that comprised, one of the things I understood within our community is when it comes to love, we're not being taught. We're taught everything else in life, what to do. Even if you were the CEO of an organization and you get hired, you're taught what the actual environment, atmosphere, and culture of the organization is. And as the chain of commands go down, the training is different. But there is some training. But when it comes to you selecting the individual you want to spend the rest of your life with, when it comes to that person you want to unwind with when the lights are cut off, no one teaches us how to select that individual. But not to worry, it is all in my book, When a Man Loves. I break down the must, should, could model, which helps you to identify that individual personally and professionally when we talk about mentors and accountability partners. It's a standard that gives you the opportunity to look at things that this person must come with, they should come with, and could come with. Let me give you an example. When I was making my must, should, could model and putting my attributes of my wife together, in my must column, what I had was this person had to be God-fearing. Now, I didn't say that they had to come speaking in tongues, but they had to be God-fearing. This person also in my must column had to be family-oriented, which means that when it comes to holidays, Christmas, Easter, I want friends and family over, or I'm going to a friend and family house rather than we're buying gifts. Because that quality time, I can't pick up in a grocery store or in a mall. That was a few attributes in my must column. In my should column, I had the opportunity to actually lay out some attributes that the individual should come with, but this particular individual has to have an open mind to learn. I'll give you an example. I love to cook. As a young boy growing up in Jamaica, one of the ways to survive was actually cooking from the earth. So we would take fruits and vegetables and we would cook and eat. And that way we're able to share amongst ourselves and stretch the food a little bit longer. So I know how to cook. So this individual didn't have to come in my life knowing how to cook, but had to have an open mind, willing to learn how to cook. And that's where the quality time comes in the kitchen that I would teach. And in my could column, this is the column where it doesn't matter because I'm strong in that area. And I'll give you an example. I love to clean up behind myself, picking up these things, moving them around. So if this individual didn't come with that specific character or behavior, we would then spend some time together, again, quality time, communication, and talking about how that person can help me to keep our environment or space on our home clean. When I put that list together, oh my gosh, I was able to identify and pinpoint characters and behaviors within the individuals. There were times I didn't even give out my number because I knew it just didn't make sense. So I want to tell you, When a Man Loves will give you the opportunity to get yourself in a position that you live a fulfilled life, personally, professionally, and in all other areas that you can think of, that you'll be able to say, I have discovered my passion, my dream, my love that will have a total impact on those that surround you. Make sure you get a copy, take the opportunity to do so, and please move to that next level.
Hello, my name is Juanita Hines. I'm a career optimization consultant, and I'm excited to be at the iconic BlackCEO event today. And I wanted to share a message with you. Which first and foremost starts with the fact that a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend my nephew's football game. And it was one of the first times that I've ever really actually paid attention to the sidelines. And while I was at the game, I noticed that there were two different types of players. There was one who sat on the bench, who laughed and joked around, and their emotions were guided based on what was going on within the game. And then there was another who kept their helmet on, who stayed prepared, and they were within an earshot of the coach, waiting eagerly for the coach to call their name. Now,
far too often, most of us in our careers are that first player. We're that one that laughs and jokes around and that waits for things to happen. We don't strategically navigate our careers. We kind of fall into our careers and let things happen to us. We allow the promotions to happen. And then when they happen, we're excited and we allow them to guide us where we go within our careers. But I implore you to be more strategic in navigating your career so you can determine where you'll go. So I'll start with my first point, which is be strategic. And in order to do so, you've got to set goals that are strategic. Set SMART goals, set those goals that are measurable, set those goals that are attainable, that you can track, because if you can't track it, you can't track you can't measure your progress, and you can't see where you need to go and how far you need to go based on where you are currently. So start implementing processes and procedures that will allow you to manage and track your goals and achieve those things that you desire to do. Secondly, invest in yourself, because when the opportunities arise, you want to be prepared. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to my friends or different people in my circle and network and have talked to some of them and they said, hey girl, oh, those are some bad shoes. Oh, they were $300 or $400 shoes. Oh, nice. And bad purse too, girl. Oh yeah, this was a $500 purse. Nice. Well, how about that conference that we were talking about last week? Ooh, no, I can't afford to go to there. Well, the conference is about $300 or $400. Well, that's work. Well, guess what? It's up to you to invest in your career. It's up to you to invest in yourself. Oftentimes we'll spend money where it doesn't matter. And as African Americans, we wonder why other people are so far ahead of us, because they realize the value of networking, because either you're networking or you're not working. And it's important that you actually put yourself, whether you're a business owner and manage your own business, or if you're in corporate America, because you've got a network either way, whether it's internal or external networking. Then be prepared when the opportunities come. I would actually like to give a shout out to the Washington football team. Congratulations on a season well done. Well, on a season ending well done. And most will probably look at me and say, well, what are you talking about? They actually went to the playoffs and they lost their first game. Well, the quarterback, as most football fans can tell you, came seemingly out of nowhere. Taylor Heineke was actually the starting quarterback in the final game. And most may say, well, why is that even important? Because prior to December 8th, Taylor Heineke had been out of football for over 2 years. And when he was in it from 2015 to 2018, he bounced around several teams over their 3-year span. And the last 2 years, he'd been out of football. He had signed in the CFL, but it ended up getting canceled. And so he'd actually been out of football, and he was attending classes online studying engineering at Old Dominion University until he received a call on December 8th and said, can you sign to the practice squad for the Washington football team? At which time he was on the practice squad. But then he was activated not even 2 weeks later on December 19th and had the opportunity to play in the biggest game of his life on January 9th. And the team may have lost 31-23, but they were not only within 8 points of beating one of arguably the greatest quarterbacks that's in the game, arguably, and I can argue with that. But Tom Brady is a great quarterback, phenomenal quarterback, and he's known for his leadership. And being within 8 points of beating, as a person who came off the bench and out of the game of football, he was obviously prepared. He could have, his body could have been in any type of shape. He could have been on the couch eating biscuits and, out of football shape. But he was prepared when the opportunity came his way. And I implore you to do the same. Invest in yourself now. Start studying those courses, attend those organizational meetings, network. Right now, I know we're all on house arrest, but there are still opportunities to be able to build relationships and network with individuals that are within reach that you may otherwise not even have access to. I also wanted to talk about the importance of mentoring and being able to receive mentoring. We also need to be able to admit when we need help. One of the things that I actually read following that game was when Taylor Heineke was talking about the first time that he met Tom Brady. And he was saying that when he was signed to the Patriots a number of years ago, he actually decided to go in. He was going to impress everyone because he wanted to get to study tape first. And so he went in about 5:30 in the morning, thinking he was going to be the first one there. Well, when he arrived, Tom Brady was already in there reviewing tape. Tom Brady turns around and he's like, "Who are you?" And he says, I'm one of the backup quarterbacks, and introduced himself and had the opportunity to watch tape. Well, within that experience, he had the opportunity to also glean some things from Tom Brady and to receive some tutelage and mentorship. Oftentimes, when we get mentors, we oftentimes confuse mentors and sponsors first and foremost. So we need to really know the difference between mentors and sponsors. Mentors talk with you. Sponsors talk about you. Mentors can see your weaknesses. They can actually give you advice on what you need to do. And it's okay to be able to show them weaknesses. Sponsors, no, it's not. Never let a sponsor down. So it's important to understand that distinguishment, especially if you're in corporate America, because those will determine the opportunities that you may have access to. And even as you're receiving referrals from clients, clients are oftentimes, I would consider them to be sponsors. You don't want to let them down. So it's important that you think about the brand that you're creating, because your brand will either precede you in rooms positively, or it will precede you in rooms and keep you out of them. Because your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. And it's important that you're intentional about creating the brand that you want to represent yourself. Now, going back to the example that we talked about previously, Taylor Heineke, part of the reason that he received the opportunity in the call is because Coach Ron Rivera, he remembered, well, there was this player who was he knows our offense, and he actually had really good work ethic while he was coaching in Carolina. And so when the opportunity came after Alex Smith got hurt, and once Dwayne Haskins was playing a little iffy, he called him and said, let's get him on the practice squad. Well, why did he remember him? Because the work ethic that he had put in, the work ethic that he demonstrated, set him up for success. He showed himself as someone who was going to be prepared and will do whatever he could to be able to ensure success, at least in his realm of influence. And I encourage you to do the same. Find a mentor, find someone who can actually challenge you and will give you that help and knowledge that will help you to be able to get into those rooms. And as you get into those rooms, also make sure you're lifting other people up. Because as you climb and lift, you should bring other people with you, bring other people along with you. And last but certainly not least, I wanted to remind all of you, I can't tell you how many times it's happened as a career optimization consultant. I've gone into client offices and working with some of the employee organizations, and oftentimes I talk to people and they tell me, I say, well, what do you like most about your job? You know what? I love the fact that I have job stability. I love the fact that no matter who gets laid off, it's not going to be me. And I say, well, why is that? And they say, because I'm the only one who knows how to do XYZ within this company. And I say, it sounds like you're proud of that. And they say, absolutely. I don't have to worry about my job going anywhere. And on one hand, that's good. But on the other hand, I want you to know, if you're irreplaceable, you're also unpromotable. I'll let that sink in for a moment. Why does that even matter? Because as you have the opportunity to pour into other people and to show them how to be able to succeed within your workplace, you can be that leader. You can be that mentor that others look up to. And that's how opportunities are presented, by allowing yourself to shine and not hoarding the knowledge that you may have within your specific industry or position. And I want you all to remember so many of these concepts today, and I will go ahead and reiterate them, because I want you to be intentional about creating the type of opportunities that you desire for yourself. So, as you may have gathered, I am very intentional about making sure that people obtain success within their careers. And I want to encourage you, first and foremost, to stop wandering aimlessly and to start being strategic about navigating your careers. Set those goals for where you hope to get, and then find people that can help you to achieve those goals. Also, invest in yourself. Don't be afraid to invest in yourself and in your career and in your business, because that will dictate the success that you have in life. Because as opportunities come, you definitely want to make sure that you're prepared. Then seek out those mentors and those sponsors and understand the difference and be able to perform when those opportunities arise, because we are building each other. And as African Americans, we have to be more intentional about creating other spaces for more of us to succeed. And sometimes people say, well, I don't necessarily think that I think everyone should be a business owner. Well, if we're all business owners, who's going to be there to support us? We must have advocates on each side. And remember that the brand that you're creating, whether it's on social media, whether it's in your workplace, whether it's in how you manage your day-to-day relationships, that it will precede you as you walk into rooms. And it's important to be intentional about creating the brand that aligns with how you want to be seen. And finally, remember that concept that if you're irreplaceable, you're also unpromotable. So in closing, I want you to remember that in order to score a touchdown or defend against it, you've got to be in the game. And in order to get in the game, coaches aren't going to call your number if your head is not in the game. So it's important that you're equipping yourself now for the journey that you will succeed in. And make sure that you are equipped with all the things that are going to allow you to be successful within your journey. And if you don't already have them, place yourself within the opportunities to get them. Because you can either set yourself up for success, but don't wait for someone else to do it for you. Thank you. I'm Juanita Hines, Career Optimization Consultant.
Good day, everyone. When you look at me, I'm wondering, what do you see? Some of you all may say, you see a black bald-headed man with glasses. There was once upon a time that folks looked at me and said, you take the glasses off, that you resemble Michael Jordan. I would say I'm the broker version. Some folks would even say, you resemble that actor on TV that starred in various movies. You probably know who I'm talking about. He was in Car Wash and some other movies. Let me tell you exactly who I am. I'm a person who want to be rich. Not rich in money, but rich in spirit and rich in experiences, and also rich in peace. P-E-A-C-E is underestimated. Folks can't buy it, folks can't barter for it, and people can't just get it. I know we've seen all over the country, Black Lives Matter. Well, they do, but also what matters is Black mindsets matter. Let's go to the source. Let's go to the source. By trade, I am a clinical therapist. I talk to people all over about their mindsets, which is the only thing you can control. What is it that has you thinking this way? Well, there's a lot of different things that go into that. You cannot get past DNA. You cannot get past who raised you. No matter what, you can't go to God and say, I want A for mother, B for father, grandparents. You can't do that. So all of your experiences begin to make your mindset. Let me take you on a journey. What is it? Because I started off saying, who am I? As Jay-Z was saying, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Otis Bellinger. I'm a clinical therapist. How did I get there? What was my route? I am a person that is often depressed. I am a person that is traumatized by fatherhood abandonment. I am a person that's always wanted to just see what my biological dad looked like. I am a person that at age 53 still feels that pain. I am a person that just wants to write a letter to my father. And if I was able to do that, I always wonder, how would that letter be? What would I say? How do I put 53 years of wanting to just smell a man in a letter? Unfortunately, where I reside in Detroit, Michigan area, in the Detroit public school system, which is one of the largest school systems in the country, almost 80% of young Black males do not know their fathers or have positive experiences with them. We're talking about Black mindsets, because when all those people come together to advocate, to protest, you got a lot of mindsets. What are they thinking? What are they going to take from that? How are they going to improve their community? It's one person at a time. Let's go back to the letter. I always wonder, how would I phrase it? Where would I start from? Do I start from Dad? I can remember. Or do I say, Dad, why weren't you there? Or do I say, Dad, I couldn't play in various sports and do various activities because Mama could not afford it because she was working on one income with 4 children in the house? Do I say, Dad, you were not there when I needed you? You are supposed to be my primary counselor. I had to go to the streets to get information I'm supposed to get from you. What do I say? What do a lot of young men say? Do I say, Dad, I failed 2 marriages. I'm not blaming any of this on you, but I failed 2 marriages. And I'm on a 3rd marriage. And I did not see what a man does. I did not know. Do I say, Dad, it's been hard for me to communicate with women because when they talk to me, I see a sense of bravado in them. I see a sense of toughness in them, which I know that I got that from my mother and sister growing up. Because in a household, my mother and my sister had to be the man and a woman. So they loved me, but they talked to me in a manner that was rough, that was tough, because they figured they had to do that. So now, as a man and as a married man, when my wife talks to me, I don't give her the benefit of the doubt because I did not do like one of my friends told me he did. He said that every time my mama and my daddy would argue in the house, he would take me in the backyard and my dad would throw a football at me. And we would talk and he would say, son, men and women get into disagreements. Your mother didn't really mean what she said. She has a pure and a clean heart. So we have to forgive her. And also I have to look at myself and forgive me. And we have to move on as a family. Do not allow that to bother you. What that does to a young man is that begins to create the mindset in him that I have to effectively communicate with women back and forth. I have to be accountable also as they are. I have to understand. I have to have some empathy. Or do I start the letter off by saying, Dad, man, I would get so mad in school. I would get so angry. And I wasn't angry at the teachers. I was angry at you because you were not there. Do I say, Dad? When I was in the 7th grade, I would get to school an hour earlier to walk around a neighborhood that it was rumored that you stayed in. I wasn't thinking that you're going to be in the house. I wasn't thinking, all I wanted to know is in my mindset, I wanted to walk around this neighborhood that my brother and folks have told me that you stayed in, just to see somebody come out the house that looked like me. So I would see people come out, and if they look like me, I wonder, is that my dad? I would lug my little brother with me. Sometimes put him on my back because he was tired. Or do I start the letter off by saying, Dad, I spent many years being a player, man. I spent many years trying to talk to so many women. Listen, I inherited good looks from you. I inherited tall, dark, and handsome from you. I may have inherited your mouthpiece. Do I say, Dad, when I'm in a cafeteria in college and drunk, captain of the basketball team, and I look up at the salad bar and I see a young lady there that is nicely shaped. And instead of me going up to her and saying, how are you, and talking to her with respect, I go up to her and in my mind, I'm lustful. And all I'm thinking is, I want to get that. Not understanding that 9 months later, I would have a daughter. I would have a daughter that was not asked to come into this world under those circumstances of a man being in the cafeteria, lusting after a woman, going up to her, using his prowess to woo her into bed to have a child. And both of us was not in a relationship. So now my child has to grow up with this mother being in one state, I'm being in another state, and just on and on and on. And then I look and say, I'm recreating what it is that I've been through. I'm not in her life like that. I tried, yes, I sent money, I traveled, but it wasn't the same. Think about this. I found out she didn't have a father. I didn't have a father. So when I look at that, you got hurt coming to hurt for lust. Let me say that again. Hurt coming to hurt for the purpose of lust. Because there's other women I came to where the father had told the mother, don't let a man run game on you. So she was plagued without having a father too. And she didn't have nobody to ward her from wolves like me. So now my daughter was born and she's been through a lot. Do I say, Dad, I didn't learn my lesson. I went to a casino in Detroit 13 years ago and saw a woman and repeated the same thing and had another daughter. So now I got 2 daughters, both living in different households, although this daughter resides in the same state, and I'm doing everything I can to bless her with the life and the knowledge and the know-how that a young lady should have. So when I write this letter to my father, it doesn't necessarily have to be a letter to my father when it comes to you. We're talking about Black mindsets mattering and what's behind the mindsets. There's always a surface. There's always a root. So if you got to write a letter, it might not be to your father. It could be to your mother. It could be to your grandparents. It can be to yourself, because a lot of times we victimize ourselves. So when we say Black mindsets matter, that means that we have to look at ourselves, dig deep, and we might have to write that letter, and we might have to be accountable for our actions. We might have to look and say, I love me. I love me. I got to do something about this. And one piece is that, I had to heal myself. And I would go to counselor after counselor. And what I found out is mental health matters also. A lot of us need healing. We need to go to someone that is professional and can help us process. See, the letter was my coping mechanism to be able to get my feelings out. But I got that through going to a good therapist. People, Black mindsets matter. And what I want to tell you is do not think that Black mental health doesn't. You have to find someone to talk to. You cannot hold on to that pain forever. I'm a clinical therapist. I would like to give to 2 mothers today. If you are experiencing single motherhood, you're doing everything you can for your young man, and you know that if the father is not there, they're directing a lot towards you. Basically, it's greatness in a layaway. They just don't know how to deal with their mindsets. I can help. I can help. You can contact me for a free 30-minute consultation where we could talk about it. Because someone talked to my mother and helped me get help to get my mindset correct. And in the Black community, the men are supposed to be the leaders. But if our mindsets isn't correct, it's going to be hard. And we're going to allow people to infiltrate our community. And we can't protect our women and our children. So in my letter, I would probably end it with, Dad, I love you. I forgive you. And it took a good therapist for me to understand that. And today, I do the same for others. The 2 books that I'm giving away. One is the 7 Steps to Promote the Success of Young African-American Males. And 2, 100 Effective Strategies of Single Mothers Raising Black Boys. My information, you can connect with me on buildingbettermen.org. Let's talk. Black mindsets matter. One day, that letter that you're writing will help you to heal. Have a blessed day, because there is no other.
Hi everyone, Lee Mariano here from Alexidom Coaching, and I want to thank you for joining my session on the 10 things to remember as you achieve success. So I do have some slides that I want to share with you today, so let me just go ahead and get those up. And as I'm doing that, I hope everyone has a pad of paper, a pen, or your workbook if you haven't already pulled that out. So make sure that you do have something to write with so that you can take notes as we are talking about this amazing topic today. All right, so let me just get my notes up here. Okay, so again, thank you for attending my workshop today. We're going to talk about the 10 things to remember as you achieve greatness. My name is Lee Mariano, and I'm the founder and CEO of Alexidom Coaching. So hopefully you have already viewed my Stop Apologizing for Your Success session and have committed to showing up for yourself and embracing the guidance provided in both that session and this workshop. This workshop goes hand in hand with that session, so I hope you're ready to get started. Okay, so the one thing all successful people, whether they're an athlete, they're a business owner, or someone who's maybe lost weight and kept it off, the one thing they have in common is that they've set goals for themselves. So many people work where they feel as if they're adrift, floating from one day to the next. Now, a key reason for this is because they haven't taken the time to really think about what they want in life. They don't set any formal goals. It's kind of like starting out on a road trip without any idea of where you're going. It's probably not a good idea. So goal setting is powerful. It puts you in the process of thinking about your ideal future and what motivates you to work toward that vision. So goals are your roadmap to your future. And creating a roadmap is a process which helps you choose what you want in life, where you want to go, and who you want to be. So when you know precisely what you want to achieve, then you know where you need to focus your efforts to achieve that end result, right? And at the end of the day, having goals will help you quickly spot when you're going in the wrong direction or those distractions that will potentially get you off track. So let me take a few minutes to introduce myself to you just a little bit more. I'm a life and success coach. I'm a corporate HR executive. I'm a published author. I'm a former Marine. I'm also a domestic abuse survivor. I'm the mom to two very handsome sons, and I am the wife to one amazing husband. But my life hasn't always been easy, right? But even still, it's my life, and I've lived it the way that I felt was best. I've achieved amazing things and have a family that supports me in every way, but that hasn't always been the case. Everything I've accomplished in life is because I made a decision to set goals for myself. I knew I needed to change my life. And even though some of those goals were stretch goals, they were far-fetched a little bit when you think about them now, I knew that I could achieve what I wanted because I was focused on changing and improving my circumstances. Determination, focus, commitment, courage, confidence. I had to utilize every single one of those skills to push myself to survive the hard times and succeed in the good times. So, this workshop is focused on giving you 10 things to focus on as you push forward into your own future. So, are you ready? First things first, make sure that you eliminate all distractions. Make sure you have that pad of paper, that pen, the workbook in front of you, and take notes and reference things that truly resonate with you, right? Be present and commit to consuming this life-changing tips and tools that I'm going to share with you today, right? And then after we finish, yes, there will be a chance if you want more information where we can talk about how you can get that, okay? So first, first thing I want to talk about is who are you listening to and why? So, of course, not everyone is going to understand what you're doing. They're not going to get it. They are not going to understand your journey. When we set out to do something amazing, it's natural for other people to criticize our goals. And sometimes the comments will come out of jealousy or a lack of understanding of what we're really trying to do. But sometimes these comments might hold a nugget of truth or even wisdom. When the criticism gets harsh, generally it's time to pause, right? And if you focus on the idea that there's something to learn from this, you'll find that you won't be drawn into the negativity, right? You don't want that negativity to take over and hold you back. So start by asking yourself if perhaps there's some truth to what's being said. And if so, it might be time to learn how to accept criticism with grace. Just accept it, make the change if need be, and keep moving. If it's not, then it's time to move on, right? The trick in all of this is not to dwell on the things that aren't worth your time, especially when you've got big things you're doing, right? What's that saying? Ain't nobody got time for that. You don't have time to focus on the negativity and the jealous comments because you are moving forward. You are doing amazing things. Don't let it stop you. Always fall forward. Always. Failure is going to happen. It is inevitable. It is a part of the process. And big goals don't happen unless you're taking risks and trying new things. And what this means for you are two very distinct things. One, you're probably going to fail at some point. Get used to that idea, be prepared for it, and understand what you're going to do once it happens. Number two, some well meaning individual is going to try and protect you from that failure by either cautioning you either to not try in the first place, or they're going to tell you don't try again once you failed the first time, right? But the critical thing for you to remember is that the best growth happens as a result of your failure. This is where you learn what doesn't work and you learn what does work, right? So to quit now would lose all that forward momentum you've already been building. And I can almost guarantee you that you won't experience the success. So don't stop. So tell the naysayers and the haters and the jealous people, it's okay. You've got this. You've got this handled because you do. You have this handled. Failure is a part of the journey to success, right? And once you've told them, listen, I got this, hold your head up high, and then you go out there and you show them how it's done. But you always fall forward. Seek and don't hide. So there is nothing more comfortable than staying in the status quo, staying in your comfort zone. Think about that for a minute. When we don't try, then we don't succeed. It's really just that simple. The problem is we get caught up in false modesty. We get to the point that we begin putting ourselves down, especially around the people who may not understand the big picture of what we're doing. We downplay our accomplishments and what we're setting out to do, right? Perhaps this was drummed into us as children when we were taught not to brag, right? So if you've heard anything, if you've heard me speak, you've seen any of my online presence, you know I'm a huge fan of hashtag sorry, not sorry. And my other session was on to stop apologizing for your success. We are no longer going to hide our success because we have earned our success. So hiding and putting ourselves down and minimizing our success does not serve us well, nor does it help us with the naysayers, the doubters, the haters, the people that are trying to bring us down, right? And the reality is we need to seek out our goals with drive and determination. And when you drop those doubting attitudes, the facade you put on around others, and simply accept that you not only deserve to do what you're doing, but you deserve to have what you want, and that you can succeed at what you're trying to accomplish, that's where the real change happens. That's where the good stuff happens, right? So don't hide from it. Don't hide from your success. Seek it out. Seek out the goals that you're trying to accomplish. The next one is, what are you willing to sacrifice to get what you want? What price are you willing to pay? So the naysayers and the doubters, they are always quick to point out things you don't have or you won't have, especially when you are busy chasing after your dreams and your goals. They love to tell you how much something is going to cost, whether it's time, energy, effort, money. The hard part about this is, yes, it's very likely true to an extent. But you have to remember, with any big goal, there is going to be a commitment of resources. There's going to be hard work. There's going to be time spent, and sometimes even monetary investment to get where you want to go. The critical thing to really think about here is whether or not the goal is worth it. So remember, giving up something now will generally mean a fantastic payoff later. Do the sacrifice now so that you can have the amazing result at the end. So who cares if you're doing things a little differently, or you may not have as much free time as you used to? Who cares about that? Because you are focused on something bigger, something better for yourself, for your family, your dreams, your goals. Remind yourself where you're going and throw yourself into that 100%. Everything you've got, focus on that so you can get where you want to be. Now, here's a fun one, right? So why be normal? Right? When was it that we all got the idea that we needed to be just like everybody else? So somewhere, somehow along the way, the idea of standing out became scary. The problem is, it's impossible to be a dreamer when you're doing what everyone else is doing, when you're in the middle of the pack, when you're following along and trying to keep up with the Joneses, when you should be focused on your own thing. Big goals require thinking outside the box, and you need to stand out if you expect to stand up and do great things, right? So who cares if someone tells you that your goals seem a little odd or seems a little weird, or ask you, why are you bothering to do that? Who cares what they ask you about what you're doing? You know that you are doing what you want to do, right? So there's innovation to be found in being eccentric, right? Creative people never fit comfortably in those predetermined molds or those boxes that people try and put them in. And the best part, by being original, you're someone who will dare to try something new. You're setting an example to the people around you, and you're giving them permission to do the same. They don't have to be like everyone else. They can be themselves. And that's a win-win all around for all of us. So this one is a funny one, right? So keep it to yourself. And every time I think of this saying, for this option, for this area, I think of the little girl in the back seat of the car. She's maybe like 3, 4, 5 years old. We all maybe saw that little video where she's trying to put on her seatbelt, and her parents are asking if they can help. And the little girl says, "Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself." And we all, I think I said that every other sentence back when that first came out, but it was so funny because she was determined to do it on her own. And she was determined that she could make it happen, and she didn't need any help. Her parents were there, but she knew she had it. She knew she had it under control, so they needed to focus on themselves. So when I think of this, keep it to yourself. This is where sometimes you have to work in silence. You have to work in silence and let success be the noise, right? Because you are going to get pushback on your great, big, bold, audacious goals. And maybe it's time for you to forge ahead on your own, just for a little bit. And for years, people have said, using others and having accountability partners when attempting something big helps you progress even further. And I understand that, and I don't necessarily disagree. But sometimes this is not always the case. This is not always the thing that you need to do. Occasionally, you're going to come across people who aren't as pleased with your plans as you want them to be. Right? So for example, you might be working on quitting smoking, but the people that you hang out with, they don't understand why you're doing that. Well, what's the big deal? They may ask, and why is that your focus? And why are you worried about that? And everyone does it. And, it just seems, crazy. You've been doing it for years. I'm not going to stop, right? Are we not going to hang out with each other because, I smoke and you don't, right? It's that negativity, right? And of course, they have their own issues as to why they want to continue smoking, right? Maybe you remind them of their own failed attempts to quit smoking, right? And in truth, a lot of this stems from abandonment they're feeling because you're no longer smoking with them, because you're no longer hanging out with them, And now they feel as if you're not one of them any longer, right? But none of that helps you with what you're doing. Okay. And when this happens, it's sometimes better just to do what you want to do on your own for a while. Don't say a word to anyone about what you're doing. And instead, let the results speak for themselves. Whatever protests the doubters and the naysayers may have, they mean nothing to you, because now you're presenting them, you're showing them the end result. You're showing them you succeeded. You're showing them you made this work and they were not involved. So their opinion doesn't count. Their negativity doesn't count because you succeeded on your own terms. So that's why I say sometimes you need to keep it to yourself. Work in silence and let success be the noise that you make once it's all done. So go at your own speed is the next idea. So remember the tortoise and the hare, that story, right? Um, you know, if you have people, asking you these questions and criticizing you because they don't see you getting far enough in meeting your goal, right? They're asking you, well, why aren't you further along? And I thought you'd be a millionaire by now, or I thought you'd be in the C-suite by now, or whatever that thing is, right? And it is hard. It is difficult when your mom, your best friend, or even your boss or colleague doesn't think you're accomplishing anything at all. They don't see all of the progress that you're making because they want to see something different. They expect to see something different, but they are not you. They are not working at what you're doing, working on your goals every single day. They're standing back. They're on the outside and they're not really understanding what you're doing to make things happen. But in truth, you're doing a multitude of small steps, small things every single day, right? These are the actions. These small actions are what's driving you forward. And sometimes, yes, it is slow. And that is okay. Sometimes, even to you, it seems slower than it should be. But that's okay because something is happening every single day. So rather than listen to people who aren't you, rather than listen to people who don't know what you're doing every single day, rely on the expert. And who's the expert? You are. You're the expert of your own dreams. You're the expert of achieving your own goals. Rely on yourself and not other people, right? Again, worry about yourself. Keep it to yourself. Focus on your goals. Okay. And where you are now is not where you were last week. It's not where you were last month or even last year. Really examine the progress that you've made and then celebrate what you've done. When you sit back and think about how far you've come, you will absolutely recognize all the progress you've made. And even though daily it may seem like it's going slow, you must go at your own pace. You must run your own race, whether you are the tortoise or the hare, whatever feels right to you. Okay. And so you have to remember that those great big goals, right? You have a goal from a year from now, 2 years from now. You have to make progress daily. It's the small things that get you to the larger end result. So work at your own speed, not everyone else's, right? Sometimes slow and steady does win the race, but you have to be comfortable with how you're progressing, and you are the only one who matters. And then you also have to know, what are you working toward? What are you working toward? Where are you going? You have to decide your definition of success. What does success mean to you? How does it look? How does it feel? Right? So the world is so quick to tell you what your goals should be. The world will tell you what your goals should be before you've even thought about it. right? You're told that you should be chasing fame and money or these other accomplishments without taking into consideration the things that you value. You value might not be any of those, or it might be some of those, or it might be all of those. But it should be determined based on what you want, how you define success, not what someone else says is their definition of success that they are putting onto your shoulders, right? And what you need to realize is that people who keep score by how many zeros come before the decimal point on your bank account, they aren't going to understand if your big goal is to serve people, is to help people, is to be altruistic. They won't understand that because their purpose in life is very different than yours. So what do when the critics are telling you that, you're focused on the wrong thing? Simple. Tell them that it's up to you to define your own success. Tell them that. Be honest, communicate, be firm, be steady, and know that your definition of success is yours. Your life is yours. You cannot live your life based on the expectations of others. That's our family, our friends, society, culture. Your definition of success is yours, and you have to believe that. You are the master of your fate, right? And whatever goal you are pursuing, whatever dream you are pursuing, it is yours. And if it excites you and it drives you and it pushes you forward, then that's what you are meant to do, right? Don't let anyone else's definition of success impact your life. First, define what it means to you. And then you go forward 100%. And you don't stop pushing forward until you achieve what you want, because you are the only one who matters. So engage your mind. There are two types of people in the world, right? The first will look at something they don't know and call it a roadblock. Oh, I don't know what that is. I can't get over that. I can't get through that, right? Whatever their goal is, that's where they stop. They can't work around it. They don't go any further. All they see is the barrier, the wall in front of them, the roadblock, and they turn around and they stay with where they are. They stay in the frame that they are, right? The other kind sees the roadblock and recognizes the need to educate themselves further so they can understand how to get through it, how to get over it, how to get around it. Right? So people who embrace the learning are the ones who succeed. Don't listen to the people who quit. Don't listen to the people who have stopped. Instead, put your focus on the people who have already traveled the path you're on and they've made it. Listen to what they say. Understand the challenges they went through. Understand how they made it that far in their life. Look for mentors. Look for people who are focused on helping others get to where they are. And never use an excuse as a reason to give up. Right? Find people who will teach you. Find people who will bring you into their fold, into their community, into their circle of trust. Find people that will help you understand that the future that you have for yourself is attainable. You don't want to be around the naysayers. You don't want to be around the people who are overly negative. You don't want to be around people who sit around and commiserate about how hard it is. Those are not the people that are going to help you succeed. Those are not the people that you want in your circle as you are achieving your goals and your dreams, right? And all of this starts with a mindset of learning. You have to be open and willing and ready to learn something new, right? You don't even need to be having a hard time, right? You don't need to be struggling, right?
but you should have a mindset that is prepared and ready for success, right? You start with every class you take, you start with every learning session you attend at a conference. You start with reading articles and magazines and books. Every bit of knowledge you gain should help you on your journey to success, should help you become a better you, should help you focus on achieving your goals. And if you do it right, and you learn what you need to learn, you might never hit those roadblocks. And if you do come across a stumbling block, not a roadblock, but a stumbling block, you're prepared for it. You know how to get around it. You know how to address it. And it doesn't scare you. It doesn't scare you at all. You just recognize that this is a part of the journey. You walk around it. You might get a running start and jump over it, right? Whatever you want to do. But you must be prepared at all times to continuously learn and grow and develop into the person that you are meant to be. Your goals and dreams don't stop. You should always be evolving. You should always be growing. You should always be looking at what you have accomplished and asking yourself, can I do more? Can I accomplish more? Am I done? Right? So always engage your mind, always focus on the learning and moving forward. And I think, this is definitely one where I would say, take some notes, highlight this one, right? Put an asterisk next to it, right? So, celebrate. No one likes someone who's jealous. We just don't. And sadly, it's easy to lose sight of your own goal when you're surrounded by people who've already made it to the finish line ahead of you, right? We look around us and we see others who have made it to the point where we want to be. And we start asking the questions of why not me? Why haven't I gotten there? Why am I not there yet? And when this happens, it's time to turn around your way of thinking, right? To get caught up in the success of someone else is the fastest way to quitting, because then the comparison game starts. And when you begin to compare yourself to others, it is easy, very easy to lose that game, because you don't know what they've gone through. Just like we talked about a couple slides before, the people that are questioning your progress and your goals and what you have done, they don't see the hard work that you're putting in behind the scenes. They don't see the 12, 13, 14-hour days that you're working in order to pull this all together. They don't see that you're working in your day job 8, 9, 10 hours, and then you are maybe going to school at night to get another degree, or to get your first degree, or to get a certification. They don't see all of the things that you are doing in the background. And so you have to think about that. For those people who have made it to the point that you want to be, the people that have succeeded and who appear to be at the level that you've been trying to aspire to, it may appear that it came to them easy. It may appear that they lucked out. It may appear that things just fell into their lap. But what you're missing is the background. What you're missing is, how did they get there? And so when you compare yourself to someone else, you lose sight of what you're doing in order to create your own path, to create your own journey, right? So here's what I would ask you to do instead. Celebrate the success of that person right alongside them. Celebrate what they've accomplished. Celebrate their success. Because for one thing, right, it's going to turn your own mindset around. You're going to get out of that funk. You're going to get out of that state of, well, why isn't it me? Why couldn't this be me? You know why it's not you? Because they're different. They're a different person. They have different skills. They took a different path. Your path is your path. It's not theirs. It's not theirs. And then also, you want to show honest excitement for someone else's accomplishment. Why not celebrate? There is enough. No matter your industry, your field, what you're trying to accomplish, there is enough for everyone. There is enough for everyone. And if you truly are focused on succeeding and achieving greatness, then that's what you'll be focused on, is getting your slice. And you're not worried about what someone else has done to get their own. Okay. And maybe if you are actually genuinely happy for that person and you are celebrating that person, maybe you can actually build a relationship and a rapport with that person. Maybe that person can connect you to the people that have helped them along the way. Maybe you can learn some of the tips and tools that they did along the way that helped propel them to that level of success, right? So while you're celebrating someone else, understand that you can create strong partnerships, and then one day you'll be celebrating yourself. And I also want to remind everyone, celebrate the small things that you accomplish. Celebrate the small things that you do to get yourself closer to your goal, to get yourself closer to your definition of success. And it can be something small. It doesn't have to be something huge. It can be something very small. It could be that maybe you get a certification and you take yourself out to eat. Maybe you finish a project, a really important project at work, and it gains you additional skills and knowledge and expertise. And you buy yourself flowers, right? Or you buy the new game if you play games on the gaming systems, but you do something to celebrate yourself. If you're starting a new business and you get a new client, how do you celebrate getting that new client? Do you celebrate getting that new client? Or do you say, okay, that's one client down, I need 9 more, let me just grind it out? Do you take a step back and recognize the accomplishment that you've just had by getting another client? And if not, then I encourage you to do so. I encourage you to do so, because not only are you celebrating other people, not only do I encourage you to celebrate others, right? You have to celebrate yourself, because you are the one grinding it out 10, 11, 12 hours a day, missing time with your family, missing time with your friends, not engaging in your hobbies or the things that give you, relaxation, meditation, self-care, because you're grinding it out so much. You're so focused on the work that you're not lifting your head to celebrate the accomplishments. And so I would encourage you to absolutely do that. Okay. And when that happens, it makes you feel better about yourself. You get to pat yourself on the back. You get to brag about yourself. You get to be #sorry, not sorry, because I'm going to stop apologizing for my success, right? You need to brag about your success. You need to share your success. Even if you are the only one who recognizes what you did, you need to recognize it. And you need to celebrate who you are and what you've done. Okay. So let's get ready to wrap up. I know, there's a lot of nuggets that I've shared in this workshop, and I hope you've been furious. This is some really good information. And as you are on your journey to your level of success and to create the life you want and to build the dream that you want and to go after your goals, these 10 things, these 10 tips that I've shared with you today are invaluable, and you should write them out. You should pin them on your wall. You should have them, on your refrigerator every single day, so that as you are going along in your life, you go in, you get some juice or some soda, some water, and you see these 10 tips and you are reminded every single day of what you need to remember as you are achieving your level of success. And I know it was a lot of information, but I do hope, the workbook, you've had your workbook. I hope you were able to take copious notes. And if you found yourself nodding your head as we walk through these steps, then that may mean you are ready to implement these 10 things we talked about. If you found yourself saying, yeah, I get it, that's me, I need to remember that, then those 10 things we talked about today, you need to begin incorporating them into your life immediately. And one thought I want to leave you with today is that you should absolutely shoot for the stars. Shoot for everything. If someone says your dream, your goal is too big and too bold, make it bigger, make it bolder. Don't let anyone hold you back from doing what you need to do to accomplish your dreams. If it seems scary, do it anyway. Do it with a smile on your face, and that'll really scare people, right? If something seems really big and bold and scary, step out and do it with a smile on your face, because people are going to wonder, well, what does she know? What does he know that I don't know? What are they doing that I'm not doing? Right? And yes, along the way, you'll meet, tons of people. You'll have these different great experiences. You'll learn about how people work, how to navigate, right? How to interact with people. You'll learn so much more about yourself, because as you are stepping out and you are achieving what you want, you're going to see how people respond to that. And you're going to see how people, whether or not they're drawn to you or whether they pull back. But that doesn't mean that you should stop your forward momentum. It just means that you should observe the world around you, because you are focused on going forward. You are focused on your future. And don't expect things to happen right away, right? Things take time. We all have room to improve when it comes to improving how we show up to the world, how we share who we are with others, how we share what we've accomplished. And yes, I did mention earlier, sometimes you have to keep it to yourself. Sometimes you have to work in silence and let the success be your noise. But when you are ready to share that success, you need to be ready to shout it out at the top of your lungs and let everyone know that you did it, and you did it on your own terms, right? So remember your goals, your success, and how you show up. It's all about you. This is your journey towards your dreams, not anyone else's. And of course, it's great to have a support network or find a mentor or look for role models for inspiration. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you and what are you doing? What are you focused on? Some of these people will help you along the way, and it's a beautiful thing. We love it. But again, your goals begin with you, and accomplishing those goals and finding your level of success and going on your journey. That's up to you. It's not up to them. Don't let anyone interfere with how you are succeeding in life, because this is your story. This is your journey. Okay. So that's all I have for you, right? So again, just thank you for attending my workshop today. If you enjoyed this workshop and my presentation where I discussed how to stop apologizing for your success, and you'd like to continue the conversation, I'd love to hear from you, right? So I primarily work with women who feel overlooked underappreciated or ignored, and who want to rediscover their power. They feel unsure about their future goals, uncertain where to start making real impactful changes in their life, or they feel burdened by the world around them and the responsibilities that are on their shoulders. They care for everyone else and they forget who they are, right? They lose themselves in the labels that others have placed on them. And these women, they want their life back and they want to finally begin living for themselves. So what I do is I help them reclaim their power, rediscover their strength, increase their confidence, and remove the limiting beliefs holding them back from success. So if you'd like to discuss how I can help you on your journey, just follow the link on the slide. It's a short link, so it should be easy to copy. Or you can email me at alexadomcoach@gmail.com with the subject iconic. Just send me an email at alexadomcoach@gmail.com with the subject line iconic, and we can get the conversation going. Okay. Or if you want to just go ahead and schedule a 30-minute clarity call, you can just copy down that link on the slide, put it in your browser, and a calendar scheduler will pop up and we can get some time to talk. Okay, so thanks again. I appreciate you attending and I hope you have an amazing rest of the conference, and I hope you enjoy all of the amazing sessions from the other speakers. Thank you.
I'd like to share a story with you. During winter break one year when I was in grad school, I decided I was going to write a book, right? Because I'm bored. I'd always been an avid reader. I'd always loved reading all types of books, but I was particularly fond of spicy romances. And so I decided I was going to write one. I got about 3 chapters in, and then I had to go back to grad school, finish my thesis, graduate. Life got in the way, things happened, and I picked it back up about 8 years later, honestly. I'd become a mother, I'd done a whole lot of things, and I decided I wanted to finish my book. So I started shopping it around to publishing companies, and I didn't, have any particular publishing company I was interested in. I went from big publishing companies, little publishing companies, and I just shopped it around my first 3 chapters as I finished the book. Well, when I got with some of the larger mainstream companies, they told me, oh, we really love your writing. You can definitely craft a story. It's amazing, but your characters are a little urban. And we know in mainstream America, urban is Black. And I was like, okay, but my characters are Black. That's what they are. That's what I wrote them. They weren't, any kind of extremes. They were just folks like myself and, what I saw around me. And so I was like, I'm not willing to change or compromise what I think are just regular people that I want to share with the world. So then I went to some other smaller companies. I tried out the Black-owned companies and stuff like that, but this was during the height of the street lit movement. And so when I went to these other companies that were looking for these books that were popular right now, I wasn't urban enough. I wasn't urban enough. They asked, would you be willing to rewrite this to have a little bit more of an edge, or this, that, and the other? Now, again, I wasn't really willing to rewrite my books to fit a different genre. I just wanted regular romance novels with characters that were Black. That was it. And I just really wasn't willing to compromise. So I was too urban for mainstream and not urban enough for Black. And I fell into this little microcosm where people fall and they get lost. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to let this deter me. I'm not going to let this send me running to the hills. And I'm going to publish this book. I'm just going to self-publish. Now, I had done some work in and out of the publishing industry. I was an editor And so I was familiar with some things, but not a lot. And so I took all this to heart and I started reading, researching, trying to figure out what it was that I was supposed to be doing for this. And it turned out to be a success. As a gift to myself on my 35th birthday, I published my book. The same day that I released my first book, Ember's Flame, I hit #1 on its Amazon chart. It was amazing. It was a great feeling. I had accomplished this. I had not compromised the things that I wanted to represent in my book, the people that I wanted to write, that I wanted to share with the world. And the success made me know that these publishing companies that had tried to change me, that had tried to kind of mold me into what was popular at the time or what they felt my character should represent, were wrong. Because here I am, I'm a success, and I did not change anything. So guess what happened? Some of these same publishing companies that refused to publish me unless I changed started contacting me. Oh, well, we heard about your success and we'd like to give you this advance, and we'd like to have you come and republish the book under us. You can keep everything about the book, but we want you to come and republish under us. And it was great. It was flattering. It was kind of like almost a comeuppance. You told me I wasn't good enough. You told me I wasn't going to make it. Here I am making it. Now you're coming back to me. You want me to come with you. But I also thought about something else. If they were willing to advance me and they were willing to take me, that meant that I had great potential and I could maximize that potential myself and stay where I was in self-publishing land and not have to answer to anyone, not have to fight the next time I put out a book. Oh, well, can you change this? Oh, you're under contract. You're under contract with us for 5 books. So now you've only satisfied that with this one book. Now we have a say in how these other books look. I'm good. If you guys can make a success out of my book, I can make a success out of my book. So allow me to introduce myself. I am Amanda Chambers, the founder and CEO of Divine Legacy Publishing, which is a self-publishing company that caters to Black authors specifically. And I've made it my mission to help other authors do what I did, keep creative control of their work by self-publishing. So now you may be asking, what is self-publishing exactly? Simply put, it's the opposite of traditional publishing. In traditional publishing, you write the book and then you turn it over to your publisher. They take care of the editing, book cover, ISBN, copyright, everything they do. And then because of that, they take part ownership and royalties. They get a cut of your profit, which is the royalties. On the other hand, self-publishing is the act of being the sole creator, financial backer, producer, owner of your work. It's yours outright. Nobody has anything to say about it. It's yours. And yes, I did say financial backer, but don't let the thought of having to financially foot the bill discourage you. Proper planning, adequate knowledge of how this should be done, how that should be done, the timely manner in which it should be done will go a long way in bringing your dream to a reality without bending your purse strings and breaking them a little. So, self-publishing is not a new phenomenon. In 2017, the number of self-published books topped 1 million. 1 million. And a study done in 2018 showed that 36% of the books on Amazon's top 100 books were self-published. 36%. But here's the problem. Of that 36%, only a small portion were Black. Why? You and I both know that Black folks have stories. We have stories for days. So why were we seemingly left out of the self-publishing equation? It's simple. We lack the resources that are geared towards us. Resources that know our unique struggles, vision, wins, losses, and needs. Resources that understand that Black folks are multifaceted. We're multifaceted beings. There is no one size fits all in Black culture. Resources that understand our readers. Who are they? What's our reader base? How do we reach them? How do we engage them? Resources that won't charge us more than they charge others, or provide subpar service just because of who we are, when they provide spectacular service to others. When I was first learning to self-publish, I joined all the Facebook groups, all the forums, everything for self-publishers. Some groups had like over 10,000 people in them, but there weren't nearly as many Black folks as non-Blacks. I began to notice that there was kind of a trend, if you will, in these groups. Someone would ask a question, a non-Black person, there'd be responses, resources, let me inbox you to give you this help. You can call me, we can work on it. But then when I or another Black person would ask the same questions or similar questions or a question at all, the answers were few, far between, almost non-existent. It got to the point where I stopped posting my own questions. And instead, I just kind of silently lurked and looked at other people's posts and searched the group for, oh, this answer or this keyword, and just pulled from the questions that were already being answered because nobody was talking to me. I'll find a different way. I'll make sure I get my answers. But it shouldn't have been that way. We shouldn't have to lurk and sneak and figure out a way to get assistance. It should be there for us. So in publishing, we're met with the same roadblocks that we faced for centuries, right? Only now we seem reluctant to do what our predecessors did, create our own. When faced with adversity in publishing, our ancestors created their own printing presses, their own newspapers, their own books, their own companies. They got their message to the world at large on their own terms. Now, repeating those same actions will allow us to retain our culture, control, and coins when we share our message with the world. Now, I don't need to go into great detail about the treatment or perception of Black people and Black culture, both historically and presently. We all know it. This treatment has extended to our books. And for years, we were forced to choose between whitewashed mainstream books or read books that were focused on one extreme of Black culture. And before that, it was slim pickings on books that spoke to Black life from various standpoints across various genres. It just wasn't there. As a child, I remember reading Encyclopedia Brown, Super Fudge, the Ramona Quimbley books, and wondering, did Black kids live in their neighborhood? Were they around? They were never mentioned in the books. And when the Babysitters Club introduced Jessie, I was overjoyed, even though it took 14 books into the series before she even made an appearance. But finally, there was someone who looked like me, just one though. And they went great pains to make sure that she just fit in with the other girls perfectly. When I hit puberty, I remember my aunt gifting me this book, and it was like one of those coming of age books where it teaches the girl about her body and her hormones and, you're changing and it's okay and all of that. And the goal was to make it normal. But how could it be normal to me when the book was filled with white girls with white problems and white scenarios? I had different things going on, but the book didn't speak to me. When I was in middle school, I went through this period when I was obsessed with scary books. Couldn't get enough, but rarely did the books have Black characters. And when they did, they were ghosts or slashers or murderers or whatever negative entity existed in the books. And, I wondered, were Black people able to fight evil? Were we the good on the good side sometimes? And though we were blessed with Octavia Butler, and she was writing and producing during this time, she wouldn't get the recognition that she deserved and have it trickle down to little girls like me for years. So then we get to high school, and I remember reading white romance novels and changing the characters in my head to Black people because Black romance novels didn't exist. I guess we don't fall in love and live happily ever after. That's not a thing we do, but we do. And so my favorite romance author for the early part of my my high school career was a woman named Sandra Brown. She's still producing amazing books these days. But again, a white writer with white scenarios. She even had a book that was set in the Louisiana Bayou, and it was as white as you could possibly get. And yes, later we had amazing Black authors like Zane, Brenda Jackson, Eric Jerome Dickey, Brenda Jackson, just to name a few. But you would be surprised to learn how their careers started and what they had to do to get their stories out to the world. And I can tell you it was no crystal stair. And speaking of crystal stairs, I'm not negating that there were classic books by authors like Langston Hughes, Toni Morrison, Zora Neale Hurston, W.E.B. Du Bois, that we can't ignore that. But they didn't speak to my existence growing up. They didn't speak to what I was going through, where I was in my life, or the time frame in which I lived. They're amazing classics, but I was a kid growing up in the 80s. I was a teenager in the 90s. I couldn't always connect with things that were written decades and decades prior to my birth. And, you know, picture it, right? Black people from all walks of life with the ability to easily access books that speak to them, that resonate where they are in their life journey. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how we're supposed to be able to just go onto a bookshelf and say, oh, that sounds like something I'd like. That sounds like something I'd like. It's not always there. You know, how are we supposed to have that happen when we're discouraged from writing in our authentic voice or deemed unpublishable by traditional publishing companies? We can't. Black culture isn't just one size fits all. Our story should reflect that. We have doctors, math geniuses, entrepreneurs, executives, mothers, fathers, presidents, vice presidents, teachers, dope boys, criminals, poor, middle class, rich, and everything in between. Other cultures have writing across different classes, castes, areas, dialects, and beliefs. Why do Black people in Black literature have to fit into one specific box? Again, what's the point of writing in your authentic voice if it's just going to get chopped and screwed into something that doesn't represent you? You always hear that representation matters, and it does. So why historically do we have to have it so hard to pick up a book for that focuses on a plus size woman, right? A plus size Black woman with natural hair, you know, not suffering from some kind of trauma, making her way in the world. That book doesn't exist, that person doesn't exist? I think she does. Or what about a Black man who's not a player and he is looking for love in all the right places and he's a great father and he's active in his kid's life? That guy doesn't exist? He should be in a book. Or the little Black girl who has two loving parents to encourage her to dream and have a big imagination. Or the little Black boy who doesn't have to dodge gang life to struggle through school and work 2 jobs. Those children exist. They should be out there for other children to read about. We know they exist in real life, so why shouldn't they exist in abundance in books? They can if we take control and make sure that all Black stories are represented. We're so much more, and self-publishing allows for all those different Black walks of life to coexist, showing the multifaceted beauty that Black culture is, and giving readers the ability to engage in the books and see themselves in pages where they can get lost in the story and understand and feel it. Now, I'm not saying that traditional publishing doesn't have its merits, one of which being that the author doesn't have to come out of pocket for any of these costs about creating or releasing a book. But as they say, when you don't pay, you don't get to play. And when someone else is footing the bill, you give up some of your control and power. Now, depending on the policies and procedures for publishing, the publishing company that you might get with, they could own everything about your book, including the copyright. Remember, they pay for and provide your cover, your editing, your formatting, your ISBN, your barcodes, and so on and so forth. They own it. Some years back, before I became an author, I had a friend who was an amazing writer. She was actually unfortunately released from her publishing contract because of poor sales. So the book was good. I read it. It was good, but it wasn't publicized well and it didn't do well. And so the publishing company deemed her a detriment instead of an asset and released her. They stripped my friend of everything right down to the title of the book. She was only allowed to leave the company with the unedited version. So no edits, the unedited version of her book, and she couldn't re-release it on her own for 5 years per the contract that she had signed. Now, that was a big issue because this book was book 1 of a 5-book series. So what was she to do? Release books 2 through 5 and just leave 1 on the shelf for 5 years? That doesn't make sense. Redo it, but remember, in order to redo it and have it fall in line with the rest of those books, she would have to re-release it. She couldn't do that for 5 years, and they would sue her if she had released that book in any way, shape, or form within those 5 years. So she had to shelve it, and she had to shelve the other 4 books in the series right along with it. She was so discouraged. There were readers who were fans of hers that were saying, you know, when's the next book coming out? I can't, you know, I told my friend about your amazing book and, you know, they can't find it anymore. It's not up there for sale. How do we get this book? How do we do this? She had no answers. You know, it's embarrassing, but also she had no answers other than you have to wait because that's what they had to do. She was so discouraged. She was so, you know, this was a huge brick wall that she hit for something she wanted to do with her life. It's been 7 years since that happened. And she has not gotten her writing mojo back. She has not released any books, not even the one that had already been released 5 years prior that she had to wait. She didn't even release that one. Her voice has now been silenced. Publishing companies also pick and choose who they put in heavy rotation for their best marketing, publicity efforts, and often Black authors find themselves kind of at the short end of that stick. And again, depending on the company, authors' outside marketing efforts might be limited per their contract. So you have a company that might not be marketing you that much, and then you can't do a whole lot of marketing per their rules with their signed contract. So it's kind of like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. What do I do here? Unfortunately, in traditional publishing, the publisher holds much of the power. For example, when Zane first started shopping her book around the publishers, some publishers called her material too risque for the general public. Now we know it's kind of risque, but they wouldn't even give it a chance. So she self-published her first 3 books, and guess what? She sold over 250,000 copies. And guess what happened? Those publishing companies changed their tune and flipped right around. And they came and they signed her, and she ended up founding an entire publishing company, which is an imprint under Simon & Schuster, but she controls that company and she makes the decisions. And it all started because she would not let her voice be silenced by people who thought they knew what was best for her writing when she knew what was best. I once knew a man, and I still know him, who wrote a book, and it was a really, really great book, but he was a full-time father, full-time husband, full-time job, full-time college student. So he would write his book on lunch breaks and in between classes, because let's be honest, that was about the only time that he had to himself. And he would type on his phone and he would go in and use Google Keep, type his words in. And then at some point he would transfer them from Google Keep to a Word document until he had finally built his book up. And it took him about 1.5 years to finish, if I remember correctly. And when he did, he sent inquiry letters out, and it was a really good book. I will say that. I'm not always into sci-fi and stuff, but I really enjoyed his book. And he actually got picked up by a mid-sized publishing company. Now, his book did pretty well. And he figured, you know, okay, my book is doing well. The publishing company says that I've sold this many copies. I should be able to quit my job now, focus on finishing school and writing the next book, which will then bring in more revenue. This is great. Wrong. Because of the royalty scale, for his publishing company, he only made 76 cents for each paperback book that he sold and 69 cents for each ebook. His publishing company put up the funds to edit his book, create his book cover and all of that. So guess what? They're able to take that. You better believe they're going to take that royalty back. They're going to pay for themselves. They footed all of this. They funded you. That's it, right? So this return that they're looking for exists in the form of royalties. Royalties, at least among most of the top publishing houses, are basically the same. Authors are paid for hardcovers, 10% of the cover price for the first 5,000 copies, 12.5% for the next 5,000, and then it tops off at 15% thereafter. 15%. You wrote this book, you sat up at night, you did the research for it, and you get 15% of the profits. And that's for hardcovers. For paperbacks, which are one of the most popular forms of a book, authors receive about 7.5% of the cover price and about 25% of the publisher's net profits for ebooks. So net profits, not gross, net for ebooks. Many independent publishers will pay less because they're smaller companies and they have more overhead costs than the larger companies that can consolidate costs a little bit better. So what does that mean? That means that they don't pay authors a lot. Sometimes publishers will even sell books to bookstores for a discount. So, oh, if you carry this book, we'll give you 25% off. They don't take 25% off of their cut. They take 25% off of the overall cut. So that means that the author loses money too. And because the author has kind of let control of their book go to the publishing company, they can't say, no, don't give a discount on my book to that bookstore. It is what it is. And you're going to get your cut of whatever's left over. Now, again, adding control to the mix, many authors have no control over where their books are sold or the amount of discounts. The lack of control definitely affects your coins. The Authors Guild released a report in early 2019 that showed a drastic decline in authors' earnings over the last decade. Now, that decline exists in traditional publishing, but the earnings of self-published authors have increased in the same time frame. Now, back to the man that I was speaking about earlier. He sold nearly 40,000 copies of his book, which was priced at $9.99. But the royalties he received after the publishing company took its cut weren't even enough to replace his job. Now, here's a little math for you. $9.99 times 40,000 is $399,600. More than enough to quit a job and, do what you need to do, finish school, all of that. But remember, he wasn't getting $9.99. He wasn't even getting half of $9.99. He was getting 76 cents. 76 cents times 40,000 is 30,400. There's no way he could have quit his job and still provided for his family the way that he was already providing. Now, I'm not saying that publishing companies shouldn't get a cut. They don't deserve the cut, especially since they front the money, they foot the bills. But there's a big difference between 30,400 and almost $400,000. You can't convince me that there isn't a way for a more even distribution, if you will, of the wealth. After all, the author did write the book that everybody is profiting from. They wrote it. That's got to count for something, right? Now, I could honestly talk about royalties, copyrights, publishing for hours, possibly days, honestly. But what I really want you to take from my words is that you have choices. You have choices. You have the choice to decide what type of publishing is right for you. You have the choice to want your words to reach the world the way you wrote them. You have a choice for how you want to be paid. You hold the power. Exercise that power. Don't let anyone ever silence your voice, compromise your culture, take control, or mess with your coins. Thank you for spending your time with me today. I appreciate you. Once again, I am Amanda Chambers, and I am the founder of Divine Legacy Publishing, a self-publishing company. Thank you.
Scholars, leaders, champions, entrepreneurs, and CEOs, welcome to Black CEO and Iconic, and welcome to this session, When Visibility Hurts Vision. I want to thank you for making this investment and being part of this time. My name is Daryl Kelly, and I am the senior pastor of Free Spirit Community Church in Panama City, Florida. But I'm also author and founder and CEO of Inspired Life Publishers and Inspired Life Incorporated. You and I have something in common, and that is vision. Vision is what we have in common. You've done vision planning, you have a vision statement, you've done vision casting. You can see the goal, you can see the purpose that needs to be fulfilled. And so the goal today is to boost you to a higher level and increase your visibility. What happens when visibility hurts vision? So basically, I want to just give you a definition of visibility. Visibility is the relative ability to be seen under given conditions of distance, of light, and of atmosphere, and etc. So, let's look at those three things: distance, light, and atmosphere. When something is too far of a distance, then it affects your ability or the clarity or its ability to be seen. Visibility is harder when things are at a distance. And in life, there are moments when our dream seems too far in the distance. Our goal seems too far away in the distance. And sometimes the next opportunity seems like it's at such a far distance. And when the next phase or the next element is not visible, it hurts your vision. When me and my daughter go to arcades, we tend to like to have this little friendly competition on the basketball shootout. And it's unique that when you're playing this game, how for the first maybe 30 or 40 seconds, the goal stays still. So it gives you time to get into a rhythm. But then what happens after that? The goal starts moving. It goes back and forth, up and down. Sometimes it shakes. And so it makes it harder to hit the goal because the goal keeps moving, but that's also true in life. That's something we all face in business as well as in life. You set goals for 2019, but the goals moved. You set goals for 2020, but the goals moved. We came into this new year and set goals for this year. And once again, we see situations and things happening around us. It keeps moving the goal and sometimes making it harder to achieve. Sometimes the issue is distance between you and your vision. So we'd rather see things up close. We see better when things come into a closer range of view. Then that definition also talks about light. So let me ask you, have you ever been in a room that was dim? Especially if you go to like the movies and you do a matinee during the day, but you come out back into the natural light and the sun actually hurts your eyes. Think about that. Something visible hurting your vision. That happens sometimes when driving and the sunlight catches the reflection of another car windshield or something. As soon as that light hits you in the eye, all of a sudden, just the brightness actually hurts your vision. Think about that. What happens when visibility hurts vision? So if you have experience, when we think about that principle in life, you go to You know, you log on to a seminar, you're taking some kind of course or class, but then you get so overloaded with information that it's hard to even implement anything you just heard because you're trying to take it all in. It's like sometimes when things are too bright, it hurts your vision. But the opposite is also true. We're also affected by the absence of light because darkness also hinders our visibility. So, but the reality is that there are many instances in life when life gets dark. And maybe it could be a very important deal that fell through. Life went dark. Maybe a key sponsor pulled their funding and the opportunity went dark. Maybe it was a bad breakup with you and a previous business partner and things get dark and on and go. We can fill in the blanks with how things and how life gives us dark moments. We all have those dark moments. We all have those dark places we go through, and visibility is affected or does affect our vision. And then lastly, that definition gave us the word atmosphere. Sometimes it's the conditions around us, the environment around us creates challenges to our visibility. And sometimes it's the environment, so this is what happens when visibility starts to hurt your vision. I've actually driven into a tornado, but I didn't know it because it was dark. It was at night, talking about the conditions, right? The atmosphere. So I live here in Panama City, as I stated earlier, and I was driving to Atlanta, Georgia for a conference and an event. And as I was coming into Atlanta on 85 North, so the first thing happened. So first I just drove into some rain. And driving into the rain is not really a big deal because when I'm from Florida, Florida is the lightning capital of the United States. So we have pop-up showers, thunderstorms all the time. So driving in the rain really isn't a big deal. So at that point, the rain was just a hindrance to my visibility, but still not a big enough problem to stop me from where I'm going. I can still see where I'm trying to go. Though it is a slight hindrance to my visibility, I can still see where I am trying to go. And some of you in life have driven into some hindrances. You've come into a place where you've driven into the rain. But I'm gonna tell you, sometimes when you're just driving into the rain, some of you actually are having a bigger reaction than you need to have. Some of you are overwhelmed with things that you can actually handle, okay? You're actually overwhelmed with things you can actually handle. I want you to see this. You can still see through the rainy days. You can still see through the rainy times and not let that affect your final destination where you're going. But that's what happens when visibility hurts vision. So storms will come, right? This we know for sure. So you should still be able to progress even in those rainy phases, even in those rainy stages. So watch this now. So I still know where I'm going. My vision has not changed. My purpose has not changed, but because of poor visibility, it had a negative effect on my progress. Does that make sense? Poor visibility puts a break in your momentum. Poor visibility is an interruption to what should be a normal flow. Poor visibility. So the same thing happened or does happen in our personal lives. And your momentum can be broken. We've faced challenges this year, things we did not anticipate would come, including the pandemic. But what happens? It created a hindrance to a lot of our forward progress. So you're making progress, but you could be making more progress, or you should be making more progress. And I believe you logged into this session because somewhere in your past, there was a break in your momentum. And it's not because you don't have vision, but because the conditions around you are creating instances of poor visibility. So at first I drove into the rain, which represents driving into some hindrances. Secondly, I drive into now the actual stormy rain, the actual heavy rain. It's vertical, it's horizontal rain. It's hitting the car sideways, and it's you hear the sound and the wind whipping up against the vehicle. And the only thing that you can see, the only thing that I can see is the headlights, or actually the tail lights of the car that is in front of me, driving into the heavy rain. So now it slows us down. Northbound lane, southbound lane, coming into a major city, 6 to 8 lanes worth of traffic now. Slow down to like 20 miles an hour because it's so thick, so heavy, so fast. I mean, the medium, the low speed on the highway is the minimum you can go is 40. They give you a minimum speed limit, right? On the major highways, and we're down to 20 because it's so hard to see. And all we can do is focus on the car, the headlights, the tail lights of the car in front of us. You know, hands on the wheel, leaning forward, just trying to make it through, not understanding what we had driven into. So now, the heavy rain represents those moments where it slows us down. And then thirdly, the cloud hit. The cloud hit. The cloud was more than just a fog or a mist that hovers over the road, but it was more like a moving wall of smoke. It was like a moving wall of smoke and dirt, and you can hear debris hitting up against the car. And the only thing you could do is just, I put my foot all the way down on the brake, holding onto the wheel, praying not to get hit by anything, praying that nobody hits me from behind, because now we've gone from poor visibility to low visibility to zero visibility. I could no longer see the car in front of me. Can't even see the street lights. Come to a complete stop. 6 to 8 lanes worth of traffic have come to a complete stop because there is zero visibility. The scariest thing in the world is for you to not be able to see what's coming your way. One of the frightening most experiences in the world is to all of a sudden lose visibility. That happens in real life, you know? And so I'm just sitting here holding on to the wheel. What happens? This is what happens when visibility is hurting your vision, because the vision has not changed. The purpose has not changed, but visibility has now interrupted everything. So low visibility brings you to the place where there's hindrance to your progress. Poor visibility brings you to the place where there's now a break in your momentum and a break in your flow. But zero visibility brings you to the place where great moments and great movement now come to a complete stop. And the same is true in business, the same is true in life. And that's where I was, in the middle of a storm, in the middle of a highway. But something amazing actually happened. In the moments that you're in it, it seems like forever. But in reality, this was only 3 to 5 minutes worth of time. And something amazing happened. That storm, whatever touched the ground, did not actually touch down on the highway. Though it created all this issue to our visibility, it did not actually touch down on the highway. Yeah, just breathe with me. Amen. Exactly. Yeah. All of a sudden, that burden and that fear, that anxiety starts to lift because things within a matter of moments begin to clear up. And that's what I want to let you know, that things will clear up. Things will brighten up. Things will improve. Conditions will change. And so here we are. Everyone who had come to a complete stop is now able to start moving again. That's what I want you to know. You can start moving again. So I don't care how dark your situation has come. I don't care how dark your storm gets. I don't care how much of the cloud has been hovering over your life. That cloud is going to lift. Clarity is coming back to your vision. Visibility is coming back to your vision. Things are going to be made clear. See, so now you're going to start moving forward again. That's what this is about, being able to move forward again. And there's no other feeling like the feeling of knowing that you're making progress. There's no other feeling than the feeling of knowing that you are accomplishing what you set out to do. So that means no more visibility for no more zero visibility for the next phase of your life, because it's starting to clear up. No more zero visibility for what's next. All right? Zero visibility means there's no clarity. Zero visibility means there's no movement. Zero visibility means that there's no perspective. There's no insight. Zero visibility means you will stop at the obstacle because you no longer see what's possible. And that's what I'm pushing you forward. I'm pushing you through that phase, that you're not going to stop at this obstacle, because now visibility and clarity is going to let you see what is possible. Visibility is the ability to be seen under given conditions of distance, of light, of atmosphere, and etc. You need vision to tell you where you're going, but you need visibility to show you how to get there. You know, even when one of the things we hate most is to instantly lose sight of something. Okay, could you imagine if all of a sudden, wherever you are, it just went pitch black? You'll be sitting here in the dark with your eyes wide open, trying to feel you. Why? Because we don't like it when visibility is just suddenly cut off. Even if it's a friend just playing a joke on you, they come up from behind you and cover your eyes. We hate that, because it's something about not being able to see. It's something about not having our visibility that we don't like. It shakes us. So when I was stuck in the storm, I want to leave you with 2 strategies for pressing through these moments when visibility is hurting vision. 2 strategies is this. Number 1, I realized I did 2 things in the midst of that storm, and as I look back on it, it's true in life, it's true in our business. And that is, number 1, I kept my hands on the steering wheel, and number 2, I kept my foot on the brake. That seems simple, doesn't it? My foot was on the brake. Matter of fact, that's strategy 1. My foot was on the brake. My foot was on the brake. We have to learn to apply the brakes. What do I mean by that? Some things you have to put a stop to before it stops you. And it can be a challenge to put a stop to things. And I'm going to be honest. It's a challenge to put the brakes on people you know. It's a challenge to put the brakes, worse yet, on people you love. You know, I graduated high school in 1993 and started my first company in 1994. And I remember having the plan written out, typed up, had photos to go with it, had articles of incorporation, had my fees together, had a whole packet ready to send off and get it started. And I come into the house and let my mom see it. It's like, Mom, look at it. I've been working on it. Here's the packet and the progress, and see everything. And Mom looked at the first page and just kind of glanced at it. She looked at the second page, you know, skimmed through it, looked at the third page, closed the packet, handed it back to me. And she said this, she says, how are you going to do all that? You see, how are you going to do all that? And I learned early that sometimes you have to apply the brakes to people who don't see it and believe in it the same way you do. You see what I'm saying? So I learned, even from that point on, I never really included my parents much in my business decisions, because limitations only exist in the minds of people who have no vision. So people who don't have a vision don't have an expectation. And if they don't have an expectation, they're not going to respond or react or get involved when the opportunity arises. So you have to learn to apply the brakes to some people in your life and just wait for that storm to pass. And strategy number 2, keep on holding to the steering wheel. Keep on holding on to the steering wheel. I need to tell you that you have steered to this point in your life by being diligent. Hold on to that steering wheel. You have steered to this point in your life with excellence. Hold on to that steering wheel. You have steered to this point in your life with being confident. You have steered your life to this point with having good standards, with having good practices, with having high standards. So hold on to that steering wheel, even all the way through till the cloud lifts. Keep holding on to these principles that got you this far. Life is full of disappointments, disasters, and distractions, but you need to keep on holding on to that steering wheel. And you know what? And even the pastor side of me will tell you to keep on holding on to your faith. Hold on to your faith. That's a part of the steering wheel, because, you know, God didn't bring you this far to leave you. This storm is going to lift. You know, within the last 3.5 years, I could just tell you, disappointments, disasters, and distractions have hit me personally, right? You know, I was ordained as a new senior pastor within these last 3.5 years. So taking on a whole new ministry, it has enough responsibility of its own. But then after that, I was sabotaged by leaders, other leaders in that ministry who were fighting against the transition. But then soon after that, you know, the church building itself and half of our county here was destroyed by a natural disaster, Hurricane Michael, Category 5. And then right after that, my mom's health took a turn for the worse, and we ended up losing her. She passed on Father's Day of 2019. And right after that, I had to take my daughter into a major surgery for her back because she had severe curvature of the spine and scoliosis that had to be done. And then right after that, coming in, you know, COVID-19, it became another distraction for achieving all kind of goals we set out to do. And even right now, my dad is now, his health is taking a turn. And so we're dealing with those issues in negative report after report. But guess what? You can rest assured that I'm still just holding steady to the steering wheel, the same steering wheel of diligence, faithfulness, commitment, holding on, pressing through, working hard. That's what we have to do until the cloud lifts, because life is full of distractions, disasters, and disappointments. So no matter what the challenges you face, no matter what challenges are facing you, guess what? Challenges create champions. And as you overcome it, you'll see yourself make that forward progress. Keep holding on to that steering wheel. So there's more to come. Stay on course. You can either complain about the opportunities you miss, or you can start preparing for the ones that are ahead. So this is the year for your vision to become more clear. All right. So I want to leave you with that. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being a part of this session. Thank you for being a part of the Black CEO and Iconic. I welcome you to also follow me. There's areas where you can follow me and get in contact with me. If you're looking and if you need visibility and clarity restored to your vision and to your purpose, reach out to me and connect with me. And I'll be happy to share even more. And let's unpack this even more in your situation, in your life, how you can move from visibility, low visibility, zero visibility, into now clarity for your vision to come alive. All right. So thank you once again. It's been a joy and a pleasure to share with you. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Hello. My name is Ronaldo Randall. I am a leadership, business, and life strategist, serial entrepreneur. And so it's my pleasure to be speaking to you today about mindset and how to create a mindset that'll take you to the next level so you can get out of your own way. And so today we're going to talk about mindset acquisition and mindset maintenance, right? So there's an acquisition part and there's a maintenance part. And so I'm going to give you a 10-step process for mindset acquisition and maintenance that is mentioned in my most recent book. So let's talk a little, let me build the context. And so mindset supersedes skill set. You might want to write that down. Mindset supersedes skill set, right? Just like hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And so this idea of mindset superseding skill set, a great depiction of it would be, for me, if you've ever seen the Netflix documentary, The Founder, where it talks about the McDonald's enterprise, and it talks about how it came to be and how Ray Kroc got into the picture. And if you haven't watched it, watch it. But Ray Kroc was the person that had the mindset. He was a visionary. But the McDonald's brothers, they were the ones that had the skill set. They had the system, they made the burgers, it was their brainchild. But they couldn't take it to where it needed to go because they didn't have the mindset or the vision. And so Ray Kroc did that, and he is the one that we hear about when we hear about McDonald's, right? And so, you know, a multinational company. And so that's the difference between skill set and mindset. I also want to talk a little bit about just, you know, the first of the year just passed. Here we are, and in January, everybody sets this one. It leads the charts in all New Year's resolutions, right? That is to lose weight. And so that's a mindset acquisition. You acquired a mindset that said you were going to lose weight. Yet, however, that becomes more difficult when it's time for the rubber to meet the road, and it's time to maintain that, right? When it's time to continue to set on the course that you set out to do, it becomes more difficult, right? People don't usually stick with it. About 50% of people will stop that journey by February, right? And so it's easy to adopt a mindset, but to maintain it is a little bit more difficult, right? And so let's talk a little bit about what I'm going to talk about today. And so I'm going to go through these 10 steps, but I also want you to understand that in many cases I become, and when I'm talking, sometimes I'm a mailman, right? I'm delivering something to people. I just don't know what's in the package. I'm giving my message, I'm teaching, I'm training, and I don't know what's landing. I don't know if I'm watering, planting, watering, or harvesting an idea in somebody's mind, concept. But today I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm a mechanic, right? Or even a manufacturer. So you all have all the raw materials, but I'm gonna help you put it together so that you don't have to worry about anything except driving, right? So you have all the raw materials, but I'm the mechanic. I'm gonna put the engine, the transmission, the radiator, the axle, the tires, I'm gonna put it all together so you have your automobile, you have your vehicle so that you can get to where you need to get to without thinking about it, right? Because success doesn't happen by mistake, and mindsets don't happen by mistake either, right? You can say that mindsets happen in two different ways. There's a revolutionary, right, where something happens, bow, and then your mindset change, or evolutionary, over time, little by little, inch by inch, your mindset changes. And so I'm gonna help clean that up. We're gonna do a 10-step process. So follow as we go through. We're gonna take some notes and then give y'all a free gift at the end. All right, so the first thing you wanna do when you're acquiring a mindset. So the first three really are about acquisition of the mindset, and then the latter 7 are about maintaining it. So the first thing is you have to make a decision. Write that down, make a decision. You have to make a decision. And so when you make a decision, just like you may have made a decision at the beginning of the year, for me and for you, you need to do something to make that thing stick, right? Because people make decisions and then there's no skin in the game. And so what you need to do is you need to do something, take an action. You took action today, right? You're on a conference, like you took an action. Put some money to it. Tell a close friend, tell somebody you respect so they can hold you liable and accountable for what you said you were going to do, right? And so that's the decision. Many times you got to come up with a why, right? We talk about why. What's the thing that's going to make you move forward when you don't feel like doing it? Some people's whys are not them because you let yourself down all the time. It's somebody else, family, kids, grandmother, spouse, significant other. And let that be the why. I like to call it what horrifies you, that thing that horrifies you. So we break that down to an acronym, WHY, what horrifies you? What are you so scared of getting back into, falling out of, that you're willing to continue to work when you're tired and you don't want to work when you're sleepy? And it's all those different things. And so let's transition directly right into discipline. So discipline is number 2. So to be able to have that, to make that decision and follow up with some of the things I said at the latter part of that description, is that you have to have some discipline. And so discipline is hard. This is where many people falter, right? It's that thing that you say you're going to do it in a spirit and a state of mind where you feel good about it. But the discipline is continuing to do that thing when you're no longer in that state of mind. You don't feel the same way. You're not energetic the same way. And that's the discipline. And so discipline weighs, Jim Rohn says it this way, discipline weighs ounces, regret weighs tons. And so it's either you're going to deal with the weight of the discipline up front, or you're going to deal with the weight of the regret on the back end. So do things, put things in place that are going to make you disciplined, right? Disciplined people are good stewards of everything in their life, time, talents, and treasures. So you have to become disciplined about the things in your life, particularly your time. You have to own your time. Don't let anybody rob you of your time. So put things in place that make you disciplined. right? So write it down. If you don't write it down, you don't mean it, but you got to put things in place that will keep you disciplined to the thing that you said that you were going to do outside of your why, right? So now you say, my why is my mom. The things that are keep me disciplined is I'm going to set my alarm. I'm going to involve other people so they have to do it when I do it. These are things that make you disciplined. And then the third one, right? So the top three, once again, are about the acquisition. The third one is you need to become obsessed with whatever it is that's in your mind, right? If you're at work, you ought to be cheating on your job with your dream because you are so obsessed with it. And you need to be obsessed to the point where people talking about you. They can be saying good things or bad things, but if they're not talking about you, you aren't doing enough. Period. You're not doing enough. And obsession often gets a bad rap because it's often tied to things that are negative. However, you can coin it how you want to. You make it positive. You need to be positively obsessed with that thing you want to do. Think about it. You need to be engulfed in it, right? It should engulf your mind. I know my dreams don't let me go to sleep. Some people dream when they're asleep. My dreams don't let me go to sleep because I'm obsessed with it. Always reading, always podcasting, always YouTubing, always thinking, always obsessed, right? All right, so now let's jump into the maintenance. Number 4 is personal development. So you all are partaking in personal development right now, right? You're here. This is personal development. And personal development is very, very important. I suggest that you do it first thing in the morning, as early as you can, to set the stage for your life and your mind, right? Set the stage for your day. Take control of your day early, right? I suggest that you get a good mix of content-rich stuff as well as motivation. Content-rich information as well as motivation. Get it in early, all right? And then I also would suggest, let me give you this little tidbit to keep you encouraged. So people say that motivation doesn't last, and they're correct, but neither does a shower. And so that means the same way you shower every day, and I hope you do, is the same way you need to get that motivation every day and get it early and get it often. So motivation and content, you need that personal development to make you a better person so you can step in to the shoes that you'll be filling in the future, right? Next level. And then number 5 is self-talk. Number five, we're number 5 now. Number 5 is self-talk. So you need that professional development so you can say positive things to yourself. So there's several levels of consciousness, and I'll go into that later. But let's just talk about subconscious and conscious. Conscious is what you're seeing from me right now, right? I'm talking, I appear confident, hopefully, and I'm telling you about, we'll tell you some information. And so this is the conscious me. And then the subconscious, I could have imposter syndrome. I could be shy. I could have low self-esteem, right? And so what you do is the positive self-talk is going to come from the professional development, right? You put the stuff into yourself so you can speak it to yourself, because you're always going to have this thing on your shoulder or inside you tell you that you're not good enough. And in fact, what you should do is whenever you feel like that, you should take some type of action. Take an action like that. Stand up, right? Get your dopamine going. And then immediately think a positive thought, right? Because you want to get your conscious and subconscious on the same page. And so you got to continue to say positive things to yourself. You get fed so much negativity that you got to combat that with double the amount of positivity, but immediately. All right, so that's number 5. Number 6, tighten up your circle. Tighten up your circle. And I got that concept from, I don't know who out there is in tune with hip hop, but in 2005, Beanie Siegel had a song. And in his song, he said, tighten up your circle before it hurts you. And that stuck with me for years, decades. And what it means, you hear it said a lot of different ways, is that, you're a reflection of your friends. You will be a reflection of the top 5 people in your circle, right? The 5 people you spend the most time with. You emulate that which you assimilate. Or you simulate that which I said right the first time. So you emulate that which you assimilate. And so tighten up your circle. If you're the smartest person in your circle, you need to expand your circle. This is very hard for people because it means letting people go or spending less time with them, but you got to tighten up your circle. And I'm going to leave that there, and we'll revisit that on another platform. And then number 7, help people. Number 7 is help people. A lot of people like to help people once they get the money. Then they want to be a philanthropist. You want to help people when you get the money. Start helping people early. My flagship business was a 501c3. I got into the entrepreneur business game helping people. But you want to help people because the more people you help, you will win by default. You want to help people. You never know how things might change and your situation might change. And so you want to help people. And I'll tell you this, no one can steal your glory. No one can take your gifts. They didn't give it to you. And whatever is there out there for you to get, no one can get it. And so once you adopt that mindset, then you're not going to be worried about if I help this person or am I competing with them for customers, right? That type of thing. Help people in and out of your business, in and out of your industry. Help them when you can, and without thinking about I'm gonna get something in return, without an alternative motive. All right. So number 8 is gratitude. You want to be thankful. Lot of positive energy, lot of successful, highly successful people talk about gratitude, doing it early in the morning, right up there towards the time when you're doing your personal development. Gratitude, write down things you're thankful for. Because the truth of the matter is you have all your faculties, hopefully, activity of your limbs, regulation of your mind. So you should be grateful for those things. If you lose everything, you should be able to get it back. If you built a business and it crumbles for whatever reason, you lose it for whatever reason, you should be able to build it back. And so you should be grateful that the business is not the business, that you're the business. And if you did it once, you could do it twice. All you need is all of this, all of that, right? That's all you need. So be grateful, because the truth of the matter is that none of it's yours anyway. And so you can't control any of it anyway. You can't control you wake up in the morning. And so you need to be grateful every day you wake up so that you have more time to do what you put on this earth to do. And then be uncomfortable. Become comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's another favorite of highly successful people. Like, you will not, if you stay in your comfort zone, you're gonna be in trouble, because there's no growth with comfort. Just like when you're working out, like, you have to stretch the muscle so that the muscle builds so that you can become stronger, right? Your success is right on the other side of that uncomfortable situation, that fear. And in fact, fear is a part of the process. Don't be scared to fail. In fact, fail faster so you can learn faster, so that you can get to what you need to get to, what's out there for you. You know, the failures build you, and the successes build your business. But you are the business. So either way, you win. And the last one is number 10, which is balance. You know what? 1 through 9 are gonna put you out of balance. I try to discover the formula for balance, and there's no set formula. The thing is, you gotta grind hard. Early mornings, late nights on occasion. Sometimes you're sleeping into your sleep, dipping into your sleep bank. Sometimes you're not. But balance is something that you always have to adjust and readjust based on the season in your life, based on the season in your business, based on the season in your enterprise. I will also say this: always keep things in priority, right? For me, it's God, family, business, work, and everything else comes after that, right? So keep things in perspective. And remember, don't put down the things that you care about when you pick up your new endeavor that you're going to be obsessed about. And so really quick, one last time, they are all 10: decision, discipline, obsession, personal development, self-talk, tighten up your circle, help others, gratitude, be unafraid, right? Be uncomfortable, and balance. That they are all 10 to get you that mindset acquisition and mindset maintenance you need to take you to the next level. Visit my website for your free gift, right? friendsinbiz.com/resources. There's 2 resources there. I think that if you use them, they will help you to get to the next level through acquisition and maintenance of your mindset, but it also are some tools there as well. So thank you, Ronaldo Randall signing out. So do not forget to go to access your free gift, friendsinbiz.com/resources. That's friends spelled normally, INBIZ.com/resources spelled normally, to access your free gift. Thank you.
Good evening and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be able to present with you today. My name is Tiran Jackson, and I plan to cover with you some information regarding being inspired and facing adversity and how you overcome it. However, I'm not going to present it in a traditional style. I'm going to teach you guys some things related to what I call the Soulful Success University. Basically, I'm going to cover with you guys points of success that you can take away and apply in business, in your personal life, in numerous areas as it relates to when you face any challenges, any obstacles, or anything that might be preventing you from getting to where you need to be. However, I'm going to put a spin on it. I have an interesting and traumatic story in which I want to share with you all part of my blueprint towards overcoming the adversity that was faced. And in doing so, share with you guys a little more about myself, my journey, and identify ways that things can be taken away from what I went through and applied with what you're going through in your business, in your day-to-day life, and in the long-term perspective of what you're going to face. So with that, I'm going to open up a PowerPoint presentation and share with you guys the walkthrough of the Soulful Success University. As you can see, this is intended to provide resilient inspiration and give you guys an indication on some of the things that we can take away from the story that I've gone through in order to provide success to you in the future. First off, I'm going to start off with giving you a little bit of background and a little something that I want you to understand as it relates to me as I get into this story. First off, I hope you had a chance to watch my keynote speech earlier, my defining moment. Within there, I'll go into some details of my personal story and issues in tremendous detail. However, I'm going to give you a brief recap as to what got me and led me into this position. I'll start off by saying this. For me, it all started 2.5 years ago. Life was great. Look at that handsome couple on the screen. That was myself and my wife. 2 years ago, we went to the Bahamas and we were celebrating our 15th wedding anniversary. At that point in time, we both were rising in our careers. Family life was great. We had a very strong, powerful, great relationship, and we were looking to be able to connect, spend some time together, and do some things that we hadn't had a chance to do just because of how hectic and busy our lives were. We got to the Bahamas. First 2 days were phenomenal. We got to have a great time. The vacation was great. Got to have some delicious dinner, delicious food, go to the beach, have some drinks, just enjoy our time reconnecting with one another. Things were wonderful. Things were great. We thought this was the best vacation that we had been on. And we were sitting there as we were sharing with each other, going over through some of what our dreams and fantasies for what we saw ahead. You know, when you get to that time to connect with that special person and you get the chance to actually, you know, unwind, relax, and get to think ahead about how great things are going to be, knowing that things have already been great leading up to that. And that's one of the things that we were really into. So this was a picture that was taken on the second day of our trip to the Bahamas. As I said, things were great. The third day, we were planning to go on a boating excursion where we were going to enjoy ourselves and get to see more of the island and just embrace our relationship and get stronger within that relationship. However, there was a change in plans, an unforeseen tragedy. If you see the picture on the left, you see a boat burning. Why is that boat burning, you may ask? Well, my wife and I, we got on that particular boat and started our excursion that morning. 5 minutes into the trip, the boat exploded. I was left on the surface of that burning boat, face down as those flames were rising. My wife, she was thrown off the boat as a result of the explosion. Without going into complete detail, my wife, she died as a result of that accident. She was able to survive 2 hours before she was announced deceased. Along those same lines, I had significant bodily harm. As a result of that accident, I lost part of my left leg. I was broken in multiple places. I was knocked unconscious 5 times. I had to go through a tremendous level of physical recovery just to get back to where I am today. I was going through mental issues because I was struggling. I came through a state of depression that I had to fight out of. I had PTSD for a period of time. I had memory loss, things that you wouldn't even fathom on top of what I was already dealing with the emotional and physical pain that I was going through. And I was even in a state where I questioned my faith in God, because I asked myself, why did this have to happen? Why did this have to happen to us? Malika was a great person, a great woman. She lived her life the right way. Why was she taken at such an early age? Why was I in this state where I was on the verge of dying myself? and I didn't know if I was going to survive. So things went from being wonderful, great, and perfect to, in that defining moment, my happy life that I was living was interrupted. And then I'm in a state of, what am I going to do? As I say, at this point, I was at the lowest point imaginable in my life. I was in true despair, and I didn't know what I was going to do. So with that background, let me transition into what Soulful Success University is. And what I want to do is be able to teach you guys some principles that I've learned and experienced as I've walked through this journey from that time 2.5 years ago until today. First thing you may ask yourself is this for me? Well, as we go through this, I want you to ask yourself several questions as we go through this process. One, if you've ever had something bad happen and you didn't know what to do, and you ask yourself, well, what will I do now? You're sort of lost, you're sort of confused. Then Soulful Success University may be for you. Now, as you know, we're facing a difficult, unprecedented, unforeseen challenges now. We've got, things dealing with COVID. There's a lot of things. It's the way we operate our business that we have had to change over time. We may be working a 9 to 5, and that may be going well. It may not be. And there may be some struggles from an entrepreneurial standpoint with your own business. So with these challenges, you got to ask yourself, do I have a clear strategy on how I'm going to get out of it? Maybe you've had a situation where you've either had to go through a significant change. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you've gone through divorce. Maybe you've gone through something that has changed life as you know it. If that's the case, then Soulful Success University may be something that is very beneficial to you. If you're dealing with adversity and you're feeling this sense of just being stuck and can't get out of bed, can't move, can't proceed with progressing your life, and you need to figure out how to recover, then some of the points that I'm going to go into may be ideal for you and may be helpful in going through this process and learning more with regards to soulful success. And then just in general, am I in a state of despair? Do I know what I'm doing next? Am I just going through life and not making any progress or taking the right steps forward? If the answer to that is, I don't know, or yes, I am in that state of despair, then soulful success might help add some clarity into some of the things that you may need to do in order to progress and move forward with your life. As a result of my experiences, I've had to go through a great deal of stress, of obstacles, of challenges, and my original plan was completely demolished. But in the midst of it, I've been able to find my purpose. And that purpose has come through the pain that I've endured, but it's also allowed me to be able to help others and be able to develop my business and expand in different ways. So with the situation that I was dealt with, considering that I've been able to find ways of being able to apply some of the things that I experienced into success, there may be ways within the Soulful Success University that you could greatly benefit from learning some of the principles that we'll cover here. So I want to start off with giving you guys some of the main takeaways that I want to share with you guys. And this is an introduction to a more extensive program, but in this workshop, we're going to cover just the high level points of it. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about some of the details of what I faced through my recovery from that defining moment to where I am today. As I stated, to me, part of the primary objective of this is to find your purpose through pain. And what I'm going to share with you is just my personal roadmap to recovery from the setbacks that I happen to face. Along those same lines, things became clearer for me. So I'm going to go through my process of exploration. In doing so, that created clarity on the new purpose that I had in my life, because the purpose that I believed I had before that defining moment was not the same as the purpose I realized as I've gone through the last 2.5 years of my personal journey. I want to work with people to help them understand how to identify what that purpose may be and the ways and techniques to pursue that purpose. And in addition, I want you to walk away feeling somewhat inspired and motivated as well. We all need to get a clear focus on how to get back on track when we've had to face this pain or this adversity, whether it's from a business perspective, whether it's in our personal lives. For me, I had to go through a great deal of physical recovery, as many others may have to, and then the emotional setbacks that come along with maybe losing someone or having something traumatic happen to either ourselves or people that we know. In doing so, I want to share with you guys the principles and the way that this course is set up, because our foundation covers several different key modules in which I want to make sure that we touch on. These are go through phases through my journey and takeaways that I have from each. The first one is just the rebuild or relapse, that option there. And when you're in a situation, right after that situation occurs, that tragedy occurs, you have to get your plan together sooner or else you can fall backward. Mirror manifestations, looking at the person in the mirror and being able to figure out what is he or she going to do next. I'm going to cover with you how to be resilient by design, because resiliency is so critical and so important when you're facing these challenges and adversity, because we're all going to be knocked back, knocked down, but resiliency is defined by the means of being able to bounce back and recover from any type of tremendous trauma. I want to share with you about the tribe of transformation, because this is something that encompasses more than just yourself. There's others that's going to be involved. There's no single person who has found success by themselves. And sometimes we need to factor in how we're going to integrate the people that are involved in our lives. And in some cases, maybe have to find other people to be brought into our lives in order to help us to move forward. From stress to success just covers with dealing with some of the things that may cause us tremendous frustration and challenges, and just the issues that we're dealing with, and get ourselves from that state to that future point to where we're actually thriving, where we're actually getting to where we want to be. And also cover how we want to learn how to lead with love. I think there's tremendous leaders out there in the world, but one thing that I realized through my journey is there's an element of love that comes in with everything that we do. And if you want to touch and inspire people, you have to actually have a genuine love and use that love in the practices that you actually uphold and carry through. And then finally, I want to touch on the future forward. As I said, I'm going to share with you my journey, my path as to getting to this point, and then some of the things that can be taken away and applied in your journey, in your experiences, going down your path to where you're trying to get to in life. One takeaway I want you to understand as I go through this, because I was knocked down beyond what I ever imagined, but I chose to be resilient. And keep in mind, resiliency is a choice that we all can make for ourselves. So as I get into this, the first element I want to share with you about is the rebuild or relapse. And in my case, this was the immediate aftermath of the defining moment, the accident. As I shared, after the explosion, my life changed completely. My wife was taken from me. I suddenly became a single father. I was broken in so many ways, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And just getting through that shock is the first thing. Just being able to survive that moment. One of the things I want to talk about is just the things that I had to deal with or had to use in order to get me through those moments. As I stated, the first couple of days, I was in tremendous pain. I had to go through multiple surgeries. I had to get transported from one clinic to another hospital and go through several emergency surgeries just to survive, just to live. At that point, I didn't necessarily have the means of being able to determine what the next action was going to be. So I was somewhat out of control of what was going to happen. But I also knew I needed to try to get my mind in the right place in order to get through these challenges. In doing so, one of the things that I took away as I was starting to get past the initial surgeries just to survive was I had to come to grips with the fact of my wife was gone and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I had all of these feelings and emotions inside. And so for me, one of the greatest steps that helped me start to make sense of what was going on, because it was all such a blur, was I needed to start journaling. I never was really someone who was great in documenting and recounting everything that happened. But this was a means of me, from an emotional standpoint, being able to put on paper, not just sort of what happened, but some of the feelings that I was going through emotionally, knowing that my wife was gone. I started reflecting back to some of the times early in our relationship and some of those great moments. And in some ways, it brought sadness. It brought tremendous sadness, but it was the first step. I had to do something because I didn't want to fall into a tremendous state of depression. I was already dealing with a high level of tremendous physical pain, and life for me was not comfortable at all during those times. I couldn't move. It was a struggle to eat. It was a struggle to just get through those moments. But as I was able to move towards those, getting through that first week, that immediate time in the aftermath, I was being pushed to try to do things even though I didn't want to. While I was in the hospital, I was being asked to start doing a little bit of occupational therapy. I could barely get out of the bed. I couldn't get out of the bed. They had to teach me how to push myself out of the hospital bed with one arm because I was in such pain and all of my other limbs were damaged. But doing these things was just, I didn't recognize it at the time, but looking back, those were the things that gave me that initial push in order to start the process of healing. As far as dealing with others, because in that immediate moment, I really wanted to be a recluse. I couldn't deal with talking with anyone that wasn't in my close or immediate family. And as you can imagine, there were a huge number of friends and family and people who knew Malika and people who just knew of the story and knew of us that wanted to reach out to me. But I was not in a state of mind of being able to communicate. I was drained. I was physically drained. I was emotionally in despair and didn't have it in me to go through that. There were numerous requests for news interviews and people who just wanted to talk. And I knew I wasn't in the place to do that. One of the better decisions that I made was not to do that. And my family was with me during this time to sort of shelter me from some of those things, because all they were going to do were trigger back those thoughts, memories, and emotions of what happened. So I want to say that because in taking those steps to avoid too many additional distractions that were going to take me back to a bad place, and also understanding that the immediate needs for me at that point were to make it through the physical surgery and just try to keep my sanity, coming to grips with the fact that my wife is gone. One of the things I recommend when dealing with a traumatic situation and is in that aftermath, that immediate time once it's occurred, the first step I want to say is you need to learn to assess what the situation is and start the process. Start the process. Like I stated, me doing that occupational therapy was me doing something to get a process started. Me being able to journal and to document things as it related to what my relationship was and the person that I lost helped me grow emotionally. Even though it was a small step, it was a step in the right direction and allowed me to begin making progress. This can be taken over into the business world. You know, sometimes things may not go as we wanted to as far as our business. Our sales numbers may drop, or we may have something drastic change the way we operate. But one of the things I want to recommend is that we all assess that situation and then start making some type of action, doing something that may push you in the right direction. That's how we begin coming to grips with the fact that things have changed. My mirror manifestations. This takes a look at taking a real look at yourself, taking a real look at that situation and coming to grips with what reality is. As you can see, that man on the right side, that's myself. And that was the first time that I actually looked in the mirror and took a picture and actually paid attention to me. This was 2 months after the accident. Prior to then, I rarely wanted to see anything related to what I look like physically. I had to come to grips with the fact that the life that I had before was gone and that it was gone forever. And I also had to come to grips with the reality of my situation. It took some time, but for me to face that reality and not want to be in denial, there were plenty of times where there were family and even some friends wanting to talk to me and share with me, things to get me off my mind, off of what was truly happening as I was starting to recover. But there did come a point in time where I had to try to gain some closure on what happened and what was going on. Some of that closure came from me when I got an understanding of really what happened to my wife, Malika, from the accident. As I stated, she passed away, but she was alive for 2 hours after the accident occurred. Based on what was shared with me at a later point in time, she had tremendous damage to her lower extremities. If she would have survived, she would have had a very poor quality of life. And I wouldn't have wanted to see her suffer like that. She wouldn't have wanted to suffer like that. But finding that information out did make it a little bit easier for me to understand why she was taken in that situation and not spared. Thankfully for me, I've been able to physically recover and get past my injuries, but the outlook for her wasn't going to be so great. So understanding that gave me some solace in knowing that at least she's not suffering here. And along those same lines, I had to get even closer to the Lord than I was in the midst of getting through the challenges that I was facing. I had to get a better understanding on death and the transition of those from this earthly world to the spiritual world where eternal afterlife is had. So in consultations with my pastor and other people who helped me understand the word and the reasoning why some of these things happen, I had a greater understanding and at least a greater sense of comfort in knowing that Malika was still going to live on forever and that she was going to be an angel for myself, my son, and those that she touched. Also, just knowing her legacy, she was able to touch a great number of people. She serviced people in different capacities from various organizations, from the church, and just all around. If there was a way for her to volunteer and help people, she did. She left she was a beacon of light to a number of people in this world and helped make this world a better place. So knowing that her legacy was somewhat set and in place gave me some acceptance towards the fact that even though she was no longer here, she did make an impact on the world. As far as myself, standing in this mirror had me face my fears, knowing that the initial moment where I had to notify my son that mom isn't coming back, I was afraid of doing that. That was the hardest thing that I had to do. He was staying with family in the US while we were in the Bahamas, and to make that phone call was one of the most difficult things. But there came a point where I knew I just had to do it. Knowing that there's a fear that now I am the only parent. There was a level of comfort that come knowing all I had to do were the things to be a good father and that she was going to handle everything as it related to being a mom. She was the president of the PTA association for the school that he went to, was active and involved in a number of different committees, and did a great job of parenting him and giving him that motherly love. Now that's taken away from him. And now I've got to figure out how am I going to try to even come close to doing those things. So there was an anxiety and fear associated with all of a sudden being a single parent, not just a single parent, but a single parent with disabilities and hindrances and limitations that I can't even get up and do the things that I would normally have been able to do before. I also had to come to the mental acceptance of the fact that I was not the same, that I was never going to be able to walk in the same way that I had walked previously. I was never going to be able to run and play basketball and just move without thinking in the ways that I did before. Looking at this picture in the mirror made me come to grips with that. And so sometimes we find ourselves in denial of things, but we have to take that moment to look in the mirror and see exactly where we are. The takeaway I want us to understand from this is sometimes you do have to accept that certain things will never go back to how they used to be. Now, this doesn't prevent us from being able to move forward into a better place, but it does make it where the sooner we come to grips with that past is really in the past, the easier it's going to be for us to take that first step and move forward. Now, I want to share with you a little bit about resiliency. And just my resiliency and how important I think resiliency is when you're dealing with troubling situations and challenging obstacles. In the midst of my story, I had multiple times where God could have took my life as well. I survived that initial explosion. I was left burning on the boat, and there were things that happened that got me off of that boat. Other passengers from a second boat were able to get me off before I burned to flames. But I could have been taken at that moment. As I was in a Bohemian hospital, I was laying in the bed, and through some of the operations that they attempted to provide and do, my health actually got worse. My left foot, which was 80% separated from my leg, was attempted to be reattached. In doing so, it caused infection to spread throughout my body. As I was laying in that bed, all of my vitals went from a state of being in a stable condition and showing and registering green on the EKG monitor to suddenly getting to a concerning state, turning yellow, to all of a sudden turning red. My blood pressure got extremely high. My heart rate just laying in the bed was up to 150 beats per minute. I had a temperature of 104 degrees, and I was sitting there saying to myself and talking to God, coming to the realization that I was going to die in that bed. Now, through a number of things that happened that I had no control of, I was brought over to the US, taken to a trauma unit, and they had to do emergency surgery to take my leg. And in doing so, that's kept the infection from spreading. Now, I wasn't out of the woods yet. I still had to go through many more surgeries over the course of that next couple of days. And there was a time where I went through 4 surgeries in a day, and my vitals dropped again. But later that evening, I actually started showing signs of recovery. I could have been taken at that moment as well. And by the time I had gotten past that in my conversations with God, it became clear to me that at least physically, the worst was behind me. If he wanted to take me, he could have taken me in one of those 3 times. And that there must be a purpose for me to be here still. I came to understand that if I'm still here and I got a purpose, I might as well keep pushing forward. I might as well do what the doctors are saying. I might as well start to accept the fact and embrace it that I'm going to still be here. At that point, quitting was not going to be an option. At that point, I chose to have the will to live, the will to keep moving forward. And I said to myself in the hospital bed that it's going to get better. And as that was happening, my faith in the Lord and my words were starting to get increase, even though I was still physically broken and emotionally shattered. But yet I wanted to make sure that I was driving forward and that this will was going to push me, not just to live, but to thrive. And I say all of this to say, even though this is dramatic and this is significant, it still parallels with what many of us are facing in our lives, because we're all going to have setbacks of some kind. The thing is that at that point, when I was in the hospital bed, I did make the decision I was going to do whatever I needed to in order to at least have the best quality of life that I could. And that God was going to create a way for that to happen. We all must be willing to be resilient in those moments. And it's a choice for us to be resilient. And that's a choice we should make every day. So when our business is not going as it should, when our sales may not be getting as many as we should, maybe enough people aren't visiting our website or clicking purchase, that's fine. We have to figure out ways of being resilient through those difficult times and thinking that we're going to still push through, because that positive effort, that positive energy is going to be what drives us through getting through that storm and being on the other side better than we started. Another element to the Soulful Success University that I like to touch on is just how it is when we have to incorporate the people in our lives. This is our tribe of transformation is what I like to call it. And for someone, and some of us, we may find ourselves to be, somewhat extremely prideful and reliant on ourselves more than we may need to be. I want to emphasize within this program the importance of having trusted friends and family. For me, as I was starting to recover, some of these people who I got to know and really trusted, they helped me provide some emotional stability and counsel me and give me some understanding on how to deal with this loss and some ways that I should think of it outside of the way that I've been thinking before. Sometimes when we're left to our own thoughts, especially with dealing with something that is negative and traumatic, we may look at it from a perspective that isn't going to be helpful for us to get to a point of thriving again. Having those right people who could give me some advice and help me understand that life is still going to go on and that I did have a purpose that maybe I didn't understand at that time helped me keep moving forward. And I also want to point out the fact that some things that I learned throughout this process was that I had to be vulnerable than I'd ever been before. I had gotten out of a habit of being the one who provided answers all the time and had to be in a situation where I was somewhat helpless, but I had to understand that I'm going to need other people to help me do the things that I needed to do. I was confined to a wheelchair for essentially 2.5 months. And for a period of that time, I had to be pushed around. And this was so much different than what I had been used to. But it took me relying on my family, on my sister, on those who are closest to me to help me do things that at that point I just couldn't do myself. And the lesson that I took away from that is it's okay. It's okay to be vulnerable. Sometimes the help is there, but if we don't ask for it, if we don't reach out for it, we may not receive it. And we may make things much, much harder than it has to be on ourselves. I had to learn how to accept help. This was something that came over time, but I realized that as long as I had people who were genuine and had the right approach and were really wanting to do the right thing for myself, for my son, and in Malika's loss, that they were going to actually help me get through with things. I had a number of people provide a meal train, provide food for myself and my son when we got back home, and help take care of things, because at that point I couldn't cook, I couldn't provide anything for myself and my son. So that was extremely helpful. I had people push me as I was starting to get a little frustrated and discouraged with the physical therapy that I had to go through, but encouraged me that I needed to do these things. And I even had people who were willing to work out, stretch, and do things with me in order to give me that support in order to keep moving forward. And then I also want to point out, as far as some of us, we do need to understand that there's an element of being humble and learning to appreciate what people bring to the table for us, how we need to value them. and that we start to see that there is a beautiful light within people, and that some people genuinely care. And that opened up my eyes and my heart to wanting to not only appreciate the fact that they were doing these things, but that I allowed myself to be vulnerable to allow them to do those things. And my takeaway is that I want you to think that, you know, you have to be strong enough to stand alone at times, but you also have to be smart enough to be aware and know when you actually need help. And it takes a great person to be brave enough to ask for that help when they know that they need it. And my tribe, my group, my people who were there for me did a tremendous job in doing that when I was at my lowest points in the recovery process. Now, from stress to success touches on part of that tribe, but it goes to the next level. There were things that I knew that I needed that my tribe could not necessarily do completely. As far as being able to deal with the grief and deal with the loss emotionally, figure out how to put those pieces of my life back together, how to deal with the emotional pain that my son was enduring. I needed professional support to do that. I had never been to therapy before, but I knew that I was going to need somebody to help talk me through how to deal with such a change that was going on in my life. I knew that I needed to actually learn how to walk again. Now, as crazy as that sounds, I had to have someone push me into doing those things. And I had to have tremendous support from a physical therapist who would help me get through those things. As I stated before, I suffered from a degree of memory loss and PTSD. And anyone who has had to go through those issues and challenges, it's not something that you just happen to overcome by yourself. So I did have to go through numerous steps of neurological tests to understand if my memory loss was going to be something that was permanent, or if it was just going to be something that was temporary, and if it was an issue that I needed to be addressed as soon as possible. So finding the right resources and people to help me get through my needs and make sure that those needs were met is something that takes some of that stress and anxiety off of yourself. And what it did was it really helped me to move forward at a quicker rate. My healing that was going to happen, hopefully naturally, was accelerated because I was able to find people who were experts at what they did and understood how they could help improve my quality of life and take the steps that I needed to in order to move forwards at a quicker rate. There's an element in there that I want to make sure that from a business standpoint, we understand. I needed somebody to help me figure out what I was going to do with my career and give me some life coaching that allowed me to expand from looking at what was directly in front of me over the course of the next 2 to 3 months and think about it from a longer term perspective. This led me to change from being an engineer previously into taking steps into entrepreneurship. And if I didn't have that, it would have been much harder to see what that vision was going to be for me in the future. As I was recovering and even got to where I was stronger enough to even help other people who were going through amputations or going through sudden mental or physical pain and just getting the news of that, or even others who have lost somebody close to them, I was able to see that there was a joy that I found in being able to talk with them and help them get through the challenges that they were facing. Because we're not made to be able to endure these pains by ourselves. And sometimes walking through that journey and having that experience makes it easier for the next person who has to go through it. So as I got this help from the right people, I was able to use that and integrate it with what I was going through in order to help others. What some of this professional support and aid actually did was, as I mentioned before, it expedited my healing process and my recovery process, but it also decreased the likelihood of me making poor decisions and possibly relapsing to a greater state of depression or not being equipped to deal with the grief. And this happens, the takeaway that I want us to understand is sometimes we do need to find the right people and figure out how we're going to incorporate them in our life. This goes back to needing help, but sometimes there's specialized help and a specialized level of knowledge that certain people have that are going to help us understand things better and get things off the ground as it should be. For all of you who are part of this Black CEO Iconic Conference, you're taking steps because you've taken the step to learn from people who have already accomplished things, seeing people who have already faced struggles and battles within their businesses that you may be seeing and facing today. There may be someone who's going to provide you coaching in the future that you're going to learn and meet from this conference that you wouldn't have before because they're speaking to something that you specifically need, and in identifying what those needs are and actually going forward and getting that support, you're doing yourself a major service in trying to progress at a faster rate. So keep that in mind. We're not going to all be able to do everything by ourselves, and we do need to recognize when we need help. Another element to my recovery that tremendously helped me was the need to learn how to lead with love. And I want to paraphrase this as just understanding what my priorities and purpose were. As far as clarity on my priority, I want to take you back 4 years ago. Malika and I, we had a conversation, and it was one of those what if conversations. What if something happens to me? And I remember it clear as day. She said, if something happened to me, I have several things I want you to do. I want you to move forward and be happy. And I don't want you to grieve too long. I don't want you to get stuck in a place where you can't move forward. I want you to make sure you do everything in power to make sure that our son is taken care of and that you're raising him to be the man that he needs to be. So in my process of recovery, I constantly reflected back on those words that she shared with me. And that became some of my motivating force in order to keep pushing, keep moving forward. Times when I didn't want to do the physical therapy in order to just get to a point where I could walk again, so I could be functional, so I could be able to be the dad that I needed to be for my teenage son. It drove me into doing those things. When I knew that I was going to have to ignite a career again and be able to get out of bed and start grinding, start working, start doing things to make things better for myself and my son, her voice was still in my ear. And that really gave me a true sense of what my priorities were. And then the purpose came not only in doing what I needed to be a better father for my son and a better individual on this earth, but to, as I stated before, I found that there was joy for me in helping others to succeed. Others who were going through traumatic surgeries, or others who have lost either their significant others or have lost their job and didn't know what they were doing. As I was healing, I was trying to heal other people. And that purpose just became more and more clear as I did more of this. So it started to make it clear what God wanted me here for on this earth still. So I want to leave you with this portion. Let that love and let that purpose that you happen to have be your guiding light. And as you learn to help others, you don't realize it, but you're helping yourself develop and heal and grow throughout this world. This can be used in business and personal. This can be used in every aspect of our life. But learning to love others and learning what that love is that you want to apply will help us all move forward in this world. Finally, the last point that I want to touch on that the Soulful Success University is going to give you more detail on is just the overall change, your mindset and perspective. Over the course of the past 2.5 years, I learned that even though I had a great first half of my life, that I don't spend too much time looking backward at what it was and trying to get back to something that I had. I treat it as if I had to close that book and I had to create a new book, and I'm moving forward into the new chapter of that life. And I look ahead as to what's to come. And I try to make sure that the things that I'm doing are preparing myself to meet that future desire, that future expectation, that future goal. We can't go back and change what has happened. And when adversity hits, that's something that we can't go back and affect. I've had to transition to what my new normal is and accept it. As I stated, changing career, and I have a new focus on what's to come and where I'm headed. And then in the process of going through this journey, I found that there is a level of self-discovery where I found my authentic self. I found things that fulfill me, have a better understanding of how to love myself and love others, and using my purpose in order to impact people in ways I never imagined. And what I see now is that that positive attitude that comes along with it, even though it was a major, tremendous setback, actually leads to progress and results are achieved. And as you start achieving more of your goals and your results, that attitude is only going to increase, and you're going to want to touch and help more people in a positive light in this world. So keep this in mind. In challenging times, you must have the strength and the integrity to be honest, not only with yourself, but others, on where you are currently and where you're trying to go in the future. With that, that's a short introduction into the Soulful Success University and some of the things that I want to share with you. My name is Tiran Jackson. I am the owner and principal of Reborn Resilient, and you can find me on the internet, on the website at rebornresilient.com. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn under my name, Tiran Jackson, or under Reborn Resilient. Be on the lookout. I'm gonna share more of my story in my upcoming book, My Defining Moment, and there will be more insight into the Soulful Success University going forward. Thank you all. I hope you're having a wonderful conference and have a great day. This is Tiran Jackson, owner of Reborn Resilient. I'd like to take a second to invite you to my workshop, the Soulful Success University. This workshop follows my keynote that you should check out titled, My Defining Moment. In this workshop, we lay out the blueprint for overcoming adversity and obstacles, which are relevant to our interpersonal lives, in business, in our health, and even in the relationships that we have with others. I invite you to join me to learn more about how to get past these challenges that may be holding you from reaching your fullest potential. Look for my keynote, My Defining Moment, in the workshop, the Soulful Success University. This is Tiran Jackson. It's a pleasure to connect with you. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Hey, what's good, family? We are still going strong with day 4 of our iconic event where we're featuring authors and speakers on this day. And I love to celebrate and shout out fellow entrepreneurs who are doing the doggone thing. So let me shout out some folks who've already gone on stage, made their virtual presentation, but let me give them their flowers and acknowledge them for what they've shared with us thus far. I want to shout out Ryan C. Green, and what can we say about the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Dennis Kimbro, Nikki Smith, Joan Randall, Rena Cooper, Kern Cherry, Otis Bellinger, and many, many more who have gone forward to give you their story, give you their message, and to share strategies to help you to build and connect your brand with the people that you have been called to serve. Now, as we move into this next part, I just want to explain to you that it's about to get hot up in here, because we're going to have a panel discussion, and it is entitled Black Women Confidential. Now, I don't know what it's going to be about, but I suspect that there's going to be a whole lot of black girl magic involved with Black Women Confidential. My girl E.R. Spalding always keeps me guessing. She wouldn't tell me what it was or what it is, but if I were you, I would keep my eyes connected to Black CEO's premier event, Black and Iconic. And as we move forward, make sure that you go over and get that virtual seat, that virtual ticket for our masterclass happening on day 6. Go to go to BlackCEOVIP.com. That's BlackCEOVIP.com. BlackCEOVIP.com. If I keep saying it, I know I'm going to get it, right? To broadcast this show out on your page, go to BlackCEOLive.com. To get yourself some swag and some merch, make sure that you go to BlackCEOT-shirts.com. BlackCEOT-shirts.com. And then finally, to make sure you connect with the speakers, you can go over to bizfreegifts.com. I can't impress upon you enough that the masterclass is must-see TV. I encourage you to go over to get your virtual tickets. And the way that you do that is BlackCEOVIP.com. It will tell you how to invest in your business and how to invest in yourself. All you got to do is type it in the search bar and hit enter.
Go to work. I am so excited. Yes, I'm an edutainer. My name is Nichelle Farrell, and I'm a serial author of 200 books and counting. Yes, it is so wonderful to motivate so many people. It's so many people that say they want to become an author. So with that in mind, yes, I can help you to become an author. With that, also note that an edutainer is an educator as well as an entertainer. So I help people help themselves. At the same time, I help to educate as many people as possible. I am a teacher of 22 years. Yes, I'm not a burnout teacher. Wow, I made it through, even through the pandemic. Yes, I'm still teaching online. That part right there. So you gotta love it. That's being an actress as well. And you can just only imagine how much fun I'm having bringing all the stories to life. Yes, that's what we need to do in the world. And the world is so vast, filled with so much negativity, unfortunately. And it is a few, not just a few, but it's so many people. But it seems like there's a little pond of people that are helping people to feel more great. And we need more people, so we're gonna reprobate. Just like this platform here to motivate, support, validate people as much as possible. So with that in mind, whatever state you live in, whatever department you work in, whatever your career is, please remember it is so instrumental to help as many people as possible to learn that whatever they learn, it will be with them for the rest of their lives, and no one can take it away from them. And it's so very important. It's imperative that we continue to share that upper first grade of upper elementary school, we call third grade in every state, is so instrumental to the world, because that is the platform when children are now reading to learn. And with reading to learn, that covers so much. Even getting ready to drive a car soon when they become a teenager. Oh my goodness. And all the different careers that's out there. And even to do math, fill out contracts, they have to read. So to be able to read with expression, if we can plant those seeds as well while they're in third grade, it will be so beautiful that it will just grow with them. And they will receive it more so. And that takes me into writing. Of course, I told you I am a serial author. And I'm writing more and more workbooks, poems, motivational books. And soon you will see some drama if you don't think this is already drama. Just to know that it is something about putting it into writing. So as much as we can empower people to know that their voice is so very important, if they could just really hone that and put it down on paper so that way it reverberates into the future. And you know we're going to talk about math, and it's very important to share as well that it's business, business, business. Money is not everything, as we've heard that cliche often, but it's something about when there's money involved, things seem to be a little bit easier. School loans don't seem like a problem. Different foods that help you look more healthier and fit so that it resonates in your physiological being, your thinking patterns, method of operations. So it's very important that we do share with as many people. Starting, we can go beyond third grade, and we can start before third grade as well. And the child is learning how to pick up things, to pick up the bottle. We need to incorporate math, the numbers, that foundation, so they feel solid. Yes, it's a state of urgency. Yes, it is. Just to think about that. Because you know what? Compound interest, it goes so fast. And you just never know how much interest on this loan, on that loan. What's going to happen when they become businesswomen and businessmen? What's going to happen when they don't feel secure? So we have to gain that sense of urgency. You got to be confident now and forevermore. With that, please note, yes, I'm an acting coach as well, but all of this is real. I'm in so many businesses, nonprofit organizations. I work with so many people, it's not even funny. I'm also a United Nations ambassador. I work with people in the community for photography, videography. You know, if you don't know, I actually do stand-up comedy in communities, in churches too. Community events, outside, inside. I'm over here on social media, comedian, online. Just to know, it's the vast amount of things that we can do. We have to empower more people to understand that there's more than one lane. And if you want to stay in one lane, like we've heard too, dig that sucker deep and wide and plant more seeds in that one lane and enrich it. Okay? So with that in mind, please help more people to thrive. That word, thrive, it's almost like the word success. Many people have different definitions of the word success. So with that, we want to streamline the situation with, first, let's do this. Create those vision boards. It's very, very, very instrumental to working with the future. Although we don't know the future, but we can work to help what's going to take place in the future. Just like we can create portals and platforms and organizations to do so many great things. And while we're on our way to do so many great things, we have to research. We have to take time to study, process information, relax, and understand, you know what? There is so much to do every day. Every iota of a minute is very precious. So as much as we continue to help shape this global mindset of many people, we have to remember, not so much everybody talks about, or quite often, balance. That's something to ponder as well. We might have to talk about that in a workshop. But just to know, when you have that energy and that sense of fervor and zeal to do what you're thinking about, and have it written down or designed on a wall that may become a vision board and later become a blueprint of a fantabulous, maybe production company. Just so you know, I'm also a producer, a director, a CEO of Journey to Stardom Productions. And I create videos using Final Cut Pro X, iMovie. I make iMovies at the gas station. It's so much fun to incorporate all these different flyers. I create flyers as well. It's really astronomical in my mindset, because the brain is a muscle. And the more you work that muscle, the more it is strengthened to do other things. When we keep it in a capsule, as if you will, then it's stifled. But if we think of the fact that it oozes more and more information, and sometimes we're not sure how that impacts the future, how it impacts someone right then and there, like now. However, when you know that your heart is in the right place, when you know your drive, your will, your motivation, your dreams are coming true as you speak, you are operating in that will at that time, that it oozes out in the energy and the atmosphere where you are. People can even feel it reverberate through their ears, whether they're listening through iPods, earbuds, they can feel it, they can hear it, they see it because they're visualizing it then, there, now. So, going forward, it's so wonderful to picture a community called Go to Work. My brand is Go to Work. Imagine someone asks you, what would you do with $1 billion? Say, for instance, you win a lottery. Or someone goes ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to invest in you right now because you have a vision. Imagine creating your own city where there's schools, there's banks, there's grocery stores, there's places for people to have recreation, like parks and places to think and work out and work on a physiological mindset, whether it is their short-term memory, their long-term memory, be able to talk and draw, do art, play music, and so forth at the same time. Create future billionaires. So don't just stop at, oh, I have $1 billion and I'm going to create a go to work city, if you will. That why not think in the beginning about replicating? So the mantra of go to work is very much so that I've been helping so many people to go to work. It's spelled GODAWORK. Go to work. It's a mantra to stay on task, to focus on the objective, and recognize we don't have time for what may be awry. Focus on the goal, and the propensity shall propel to greater heights to do many great things and accomplish the present goal. So, go to work. I do want to share the backstory really quick. I have been teaching, like I shared with you at the top, 22 years presently. It was children that were on task. And I would say, go to work, stay on task. And then it became long for me to say for 27 children to reread the objective, to remind them, or to say, look at the objective. So I would just say, go to work. And technically I was saying it lazily, go to work instead of go to work, get your work done, go to work. I was saying, go to work. And it became a mantra. They started making college pennants as if go to work is a university. It was very neat. So that's been going on for a very long time. And then I started doing radio. I'm also a radio host. And it became a go to work radio show. And someone shared with me the business of copywriting information. And there you go. And it just goes on and on and on. So I have a plethora of radio shows, plethora of web series shows, and working on movies and so much more. So that mantra, you can Google me, go to work. Of course, I have books that talk about go to work. One of the book series in my 200 books as presently online is Go to Work for Smarties. Smarties is an acronym for Splendid Mathematical Actors Reigning Talented, Intellectual, Energetic Success. And with that in mind, please know it's a workbook. I wanted to inspire other people to write what they are envisioning as I ask them questions. There are prompts and there are actual lines in the book. So just like you see as a similarity to diaries, it's a workbook right then and there. And after you get done writing to respond to the prompts, turn that into your own book. And now you're a self-published author. So it's always future forward and a propensity to do so many great things. So outside of this edutainer, absolutely, I am a mother of 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters, and it is so much fun for them to just laugh at me, and it's okay to be laughed at, okay? And I'm a stand-up comedian, so that goes into that thread as well. So it's really phenomenal to actually have a audience, a ready-made audience as well too. But at the same time, we learn from each other. So I'm hoping, and every day I'm looking forward to more people saying, I learned this from you. I'm learning this from you. This impacted my life in such a way. And I've had so many of those stories because I've been that person that helped them with their first things, their first exposure radio, their first exposure. I'm also an acting coach. Their first exposure in a table read, their first exposure on set, and actually creating a movie and helping them to teach them how to create a movie, because I'm also an editor. I use Final Cut Pro X, as I was sharing with you, to help share all these different skills that I have with so many people. It is an honor, and it's definitely complimentary when I actually get a chance to go to some of the premieres of their shows and their listening parties. Also my A&R music. I'm also an education director for the Universal Hip Hop Museum, where the first hip hop museum is being built in New York at this present time, and then we'll have our second museum built here in the state of California. So it's definitely an honor to work with legends and people that we're just like, wow, they go to the 7-Eleven too. Oh, they grew up in the same neighborhood also. I'm actually from Compton, California, and so you already know, based on media, that there's a plethora of stars and legends that are from the very rich city of Compton. So I'm hoping, and I'm very, very privy to the fact that there will be more legends, and they're operating as we speak. I have a YouTube channel that promotes future youth billionaires and more future adult billionaires. And they say, well, how can you promote billionaires if you're not one? Well, I'm a billionaire in my mind already. So with that, all the things that I've already accomplished, all the things I've already helped people with, that's where it's at. We have to get people to understand that when you stifle the fact that it's not in the present, that right there, that's why we have companies like dream catchers. We have people that have other organizations that's all about the possibility, and then it becomes the probability when you work at it. It's more likely when we say probability versus possibility. When we work at it every step of the way, every day you're thinking about it. Like they say, whatever you think, you become. Whatever you think about, what you work to produce, it shall come to pass. It continues. And definitely have to have God in everything. And I didn't purposefully put God and go to work. It was a suggestion due to the fact go to work was not available when I went to copyright the word. So that reminds me, I'm also an author, an artist of a new set of serious ABCs. So you look for me on social media everywhere. And if I forgot to share some information with you, one of the reasons is I'm hardly ever talking about myself. I'm always helping other people to go to work. All right, until next time, thank you for listening. Go to work. Parents, guardians, people that work with children, looking for ideas to help to shape and formulate and focus and provide more direction for children or adults, know that these are a few clubs that they can look at, these posters, these flyers, but they're instrumental. And yes, I created them. Yes, I have implemented them. So here is another form of helping to shape our future billionaires, our future writers, our future videographers, our future documentary producers and so much more. Please have them take a look and help them to see that there is something that they can lean on, something that they can try, something that can keep their mind focused on, this is what I could do to help.
So, hope y'all ready. Power Word is ready, and we're gonna get this thing rocking and rolling. So, listen, I completely understand that there's some people out there right now where you feel like you're in a situation where, like, you can't stand the cards, right? The cards that life has dealt you, and that's the only thing that you're looking at. Right? You're looking at the cards that life has dealt you. So I don't know if you're a poker player. I'm not much of one myself, but I know when someone said they got a royal flush, that's a good hand, right? Right? When someone says they got a full house, that's a good hand, right? I don't know if you play spades, right? If you play spades, then you know if you run a Boston on somebody, somebody had a good hand, right? Or if you ran wheels on somebody, you had a good hand, right? Now, some of you are thinking about life that way, right? That you just weren't dealt the best hand, so it's hard for you to win. You can't see a way, a possible way for you to actually win and come out victorious in this thing. Like, you feel like they dealt you a hand where it's just not possible for you to get to wherever it is that you want to get to. You hear people saying it's okay to dream. You hear people saying it's okay to want more, right? To want more out of life, but you just don't see it because the only thing you're thinking about is the cards that you were dealt. And the way that you're thinking about it is like, yo, I might as well just fold. I might as well just fold because these cards that were dealt to me, these aren't the cards of a winner. These aren't the cards for victory. Listen, I'm here to tell you today that it doesn't matter what cards were dealt to you. It's the way that you play that hand. Listen, and nobody else can play the hand the way that you can play it. So what I need you to do is get focused, right? Just get focused on what cards were dealt for you and figure out how you can maneuver those cards in a way that's going to manifest some success for you. Right? So listen, because that's where I was. I was in that situation for a long time. Listen, I was in special ed classes for 10 years, right? I spent 10 years in special ed classes. So I'm going to take you on this road, right? I'm going to take you on this journey of how I went from special ed to special guest, right? And it all started from me thinking that the cards that I was dealt weren't going to get me anywhere close to success. So I started thinking about my life like, yo, my mother and my father were drug dealers, right? My mother and my father, they were also heroin addicts, right? So how could, with these cards that were dealt, right? With these cards in my hand that I was dealt, how could I possibly be successful? How could I possibly get to the dreams and the goals and aspirations, all the things that I might possibly want from my life when I don't see that that's even possible? I don't see it around me. It's not in my vicinity. So how can I get to it, right? But you got to understand, I started thinking to myself, like, okay, I understand that I'm in this situation and things aren't looking great for me and my family, but I gotta figure out a way to make this thing work because nobody else is gonna do the work for me. Nobody else is gonna give me success. Listen, that's the thing that most people don't understand. You earn success, right? No one just hands that to you. No one just gives that to you. You have to earn that thing. So I need you to understand that whatever it is that you want to do, the dreams that you have is not too far-fetched, right? It's not something that you can't have, right? Like, if anything, you're probably not dreaming big enough. But what I'm telling you is you can have it, but you have to change your mindset. You have to change the way that you think about it. So I remember, listen, I'll break it all the way down for you. Listen, I remember, just walk with me on this journey real quick. I just want you to see it. I remember sitting in my very first IEP class, sitting at that table, and the counselors and my mom were in there, and they were telling me, Brad, we're going to put you in special ed classes. And I kept thinking to myself, man, the words kept popping into my head. I'm not special. I'm not special. I'm not special. I'm not special. I kept saying it to myself over and over and over again because they took something, a word, right, that was so powerful and they made it into something that was negative. And for years, I believed that I wasn't special. I couldn't stand the word. I remember sitting at that table with my head down and they kept saying over and over to me, Brad, you're special. You're special. It's okay. Special ed classes aren't a bad thing, Brad. Everything's going to be okay. And they broke out the dictionary and they flipped it over to the word special and they read the definition of it. And I said, I understand that. I understand what the word special means in the dictionary, but that's not what you mean when you're talking about me. Right? You're telling me that I'm special ed, that something's wrong with me, that I'm remedial, I'm retarded, I'm stupid, I'm dumb. All these words that I hear people saying about people that are in special ed classes, that's what you think about me. And I couldn't even lift my head. The entire time I just kept my head down. There was a pool of tears on the table. I just couldn't lift my head up. I couldn't look my mother in the face. I didn't want anybody to believe that I was a special ed student, that something was wrong with me. It wasn't so much that I was in special ed classes. It was just that I didn't want anyone to think that something was wrong with me. I just wanted to be normal. I just wanted to be at the standard, right? That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be at the standard. I just wanted to be like everybody else. The cards that were dealt for me, I said, you can't be serious. I said it to God before, like, God, come on, you can't be seriously. Like, these are the cards that you dealt for me, special ed classes. Like, I was living in poverty when I was in Jersey City, like in the hood, bullets flying, people getting robbed, like stealing and like corruption, all this craziness going on around me. And then I get moved to the suburbs and I get thrown into special ed classes. What kind of cards are you dealing me? Like, what kind of life is this that I'm supposed to have? What kind of future is there for me? Listen, you got to understand that you can do something very simple in that situation. Listen, you can take your pain and use that pain to fuel your passion, which will ultimately lead you to your purpose in life. Listen, I took all the things that were going wrong with me and I said, I'm gonna repurpose this thing and I'm gonna put it towards something that's gonna allow me to be greater. I took all the anger and all the pain that I had inside and I put it towards sports, right? I put it toward that drive I had in my mind where they kept telling me, Brad, you're in special ed classes, so you can't go to college. You're in special ed classes, so you can't play college football, right? You can't succeed. There's no way you're gonna be able to do it. You got to do something else with your life. And I said, nah. Because if my mother and my father were able to beat a heroin addiction, then I can beat the school system. I can beat the school system. So I said, I'm gonna figure out a way to make this thing work. So I started pushing and working harder and harder, studying more and more. And I graduated from high school. 10 years I was in that special ed system. That's the definition of staying the course, right? Focusing on the process and not the reward. Because I so badly wanted to get out of those special ed classes, but I couldn't. But it didn't stop me from continuing to do the work. And when I got out of high school, when I graduated, I made a decision that I was still going to go off to college, even though they told me that I couldn't. I started off with Mercer County Community College. And then from there, I went to Kane University and I walked onto the football team. And I played ball there, won a championship. Like the only thing that was on my mind was that I understood what the world thought of me, what people thought of me, right? What they thought my limitations were. I understand that they were easily able to see the cards that were dealt for me. but it was still up to me to play him the way that I wanted to. So I made that decision that I was going to be successful no matter what. And I went off and I got my 2 degrees. And I realized I had a gift for speaking, so I kept moving. I said, okay, now I'm moving in purpose now, okay? We passed the pain. We passed the pain. I'm moving in purpose now. So listen, what I want to give you real quick, is my ABCs for success, right? My ABCs for success. Simple. I'm taking you all the way back to kindergarten. ABCs for success. Listen, A, say it with me. A, right? A stands for awareness. Listen, you have to understand where you're at and where you're trying to go. Awareness is everything. Awareness is key. You have to be aware of your shortcomings. You have to be aware of your strengths and your limitations. I knew that I was good at speaking. I knew I was a good orator, right? But I knew I had issues when it came to data-driven things and processes and being strategic about certain things. So I said, okay, I'm going to get help in those areas. I'll get a tutor. I'll get somebody to help me. That was the main thing. You got to be aware. What are the things that you're lacking? What are the things that you're strong in? Hold on to those things and get focused. Okay, so when me switching over to B, say B, right? B is begin. I just need you to get started. So there's so many people in this world, they are so talented, so gifted, but they'll never get started. They never start the work. They never start the process itself. So I can guarantee you, listen, it's 100% chance that you're going to fail because you never even started. You never even tried. Okay, listen. C, our last one, C, consistency. Listen, you got to be consistent with that thing that you want. One thing, listen, I learned this a long time ago. Somebody told me, so I'm going to give this to y'all. Listen, if you are persistent, you'll get it. But if you're consistent, you'll keep it. Oh, come on. Listen to me. If you are persistent, you'll get it. But if you're consistent, you'll keep it. If you are persistent, you can get the money. You can get the car. You can get the clothes. You can get the job. You can get the promotion. You can have the family, right? You can get the wife. You can get the husband. You can get all these things in the world. You can get opportunities if you're persistent. But if you are consistent, that is the thing that will allow you to keep it. Listen, I can get married, but can I stay married? Can I avoid divorce? Right? Like I can go off to college, but can I graduate? Listen, I can get money, but can I keep it? Can I keep it flowing? I can build a team, but can I keep them? Listen, I'm telling you right now, those are the ABCs for success. If you take that and apply it to anything that you want, any of your dreams, any of your desires, I promise you, you'll get to wherever it is that you want to get to in life. Now, listen, before I get out of here, I just want to give you a story that I heard. I heard this story a long time ago, and I just want to share it with you, right? You might have heard it before, so if you heard it, don't mess it up for nobody, all right? So let me just give you this story real quick. And there was a guy, man. He had everything. He had the cars, the clothes, the house, the money, the family. He had everything. And one day things went wrong. He lost everything, right? And he tried to get it together, but it just wasn't working. He got depressed and he started giving up on himself and he couldn't do it no more. And then what ended up happening was his wife said, I can't do this with you. You're not the man that I married. I can't do this. I can't have my kids growing up around a man like this. If you're going to act like this, I can't do it. We got to go. So his wife left him. She took the kids, the cars, the house, the money. She took everything from him. And then he found himself living underneath a bridge. He was stuck under there. He was depressed and he was like at wit's end. He didn't know what to do with himself. And then one of his friends found him. His friend found him. He said, yo, what you doing down here, man? He said, Len, I can't. Like, I'm at the end of my rope, man. Like, I've been contemplating suicide and everything, man. Like, my wife, she took everything from me. She said I wasn't the man that she married, so she left. He said, nah, I can't have this, man. I can't leave you like this. You've been my friend for years. Listen, I know about a guy, right? I know about this coach, right? A mentor who can help you. He's helped thousands of people before. He can do the same thing for you. He said, I'm gonna take you over to him so you can meet him. He said, all right, let's go. Took him down there to meet him. He said, all right, you go inside. I'm gonna leave. He said, okay, I can handle it from here. He goes inside and he sees a guy sitting at a desk. He said, hey, listen, I heard that you are a coach or a mentor and you could help me. You can help me to fix my life, right? I lost the cars, the clothes, the house, the money, my wife, my family. I lost everything. and I want to get it all back. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it if you just tell me how I can fix my life, how I can get everything back. And I heard that you're the man to do it. And the mentor, he looks at him, he says, I'm sorry that you came all this way down here, but I can't, like, I'm not the man that I can't do that for you. I can't fix those things. He said, what? I came all the way down here, you tell me you can't help me fix these issues that I have? He said, no, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do that. He said, man. He said, but listen, the person that can help you with all of those things, to help you to fix all those things, he is here. He's here. I can take you to meet him. He said, oh, you can take me to meet him. Like, oh, great. Like, can we go now? He said, absolutely, we can go now. He said, all right, let's go. Let's go. I got to meet him now. He said, all right, come on. So he takes him over to a door. He opens the door. It's pitch black. It's a staircase going downward. Pitch black in there. You can't see anything. He said, listen, the light at the top of the stairwell is very dim. So once we start walking down the stairs, you're not going to be able to see anything, but you just got to trust me. There's a light switch at the bottom. I'll turn it on when we get down there, but it's going to be really dark going down the steps. He said, okay, no problem, whatever. Let's go. So he grabs the guy by the arm. He said, I'm just going to grab your arm just so you don't trip or fall, or you don't get lost, nothing like that, or don't get worried. Like, I'm still here with you. He said, oh, okay, yeah, whatever, no problem. Let's go. Whatever's going to get me there, then let's go. But you're sure he's down? He said, absolutely. He said, all right, let's go. They start going down the steps, and as they're going down the steps, the light it's dim, but it's enough for them to see, right? So the light is probably around his thigh area, right? And as they start going further and further down the staircase, the darkness starts to come higher and higher up to his waist, right? As they're going further and further down the long stairwell, it's getting darker and darker. Now the darkness is up by his chest, and he's starting to get nervous. He's like, are you sure that the guy's down here? Because I don't see anything at all, and it's a really dark, like, I'm trusting you here, but like, come on, this is the first time I met you. He said, no, it's okay. Just trust me. He's down here. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. They go deeper and deeper into the stairwell, further and further down the steps. And by this time, the darkness is now above his head, and he can't see anything. He can't even see his hands in front of his face. So now he's nervous. At the bottom of the stairwell, like, okay, we're at the bottom of the stairwell. Can you turn the lights on? He's like, yeah, I just have to walk over to the wall and hit the light switch, and everything's going to be fine. He's like, okay, but this is it's taking you a while, and I can't see anything down here. It's dark, and I'm getting scared. First time I met you, like, can you please turn on the lights? He said, I'm going to turn on the lights. You got to hold on a second. I just got to get over to the stairwell and turn the lights on. He said, but you cannot turn around and go back up the steps. He said, what do you mean? You can't turn around and go back up the steps. You have to trust me. I need you to stay with me. I'm going to turn on the lights. I just got to get to the lights and turn it on for you. He said, okay, but I am nervous, and I can't see anything around me at all. Like, you got to understand where I'm coming from. I get where you're coming from. Just calm down. I'm going to help you out here. The guy's down here, and you'll be able to talk to him, and all your problems will be solved. He said, all right, I'm trusting you. And he's like, okay, I'm getting nervous. I can't take it anymore. Like, I don't know you, and I've been through so much. I'm nervous. I got to go back up the steps. He grabs the guy by the arm and slings him back down the steps. He goes over, flies into a wall. When he gets to the wall, the lights come on. The mentor turns on the lights, and now the room is illuminated. And the lights are so bright because he's been in darkness for a while. It takes him a little while to adjust to the light. He rubs his eyes, he opens them, he starts looking around, and he realizes that the four walls that are around him are mirrors. He said, you brought me all the way down here to look into some mirrors? You said you were going to help me to fix my life. You said you were going to help me get my wife, my family back, the money, the cars, the clothes. You said you were going to help me to get my success back. He said, well, you said that you wanted to meet the person that can help you to fix all the areas of your life. Well, if you want to do that, I need you to look in the mirror, because change is as close as your furthest mirror. So what I need you to understand is that he didn't need a guru. He didn't need a coach or mentor. All he needed was somebody to just let him know that everything that he needed was already inside of him. Every facet of your life that's going wrong, that you don't think is in the best shape, you can change it. You can fix it. You are the one who will be able to make your dreams become a reality. And listen to me, I want you to learn how to dream with your eyes wide open, because whatever it is that you desire, you can have it. Dream your dreams. I want you to just be that light at the end. No. You heard the saying, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? You hear that all the time, but I don't want you to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I want you to be the light at the end of the tunnel. Not just for you, but for somebody else who needs it. You see that mentor? He was the light at the end of the tunnel for that guy. He just needed a push in the right direction. And I'm telling you right now, all you need is just a push in the right direction. So here it is. And right now, I need you to go out and make your dreams become a reality. Live life. Make it happen. And those dreams that you are experiencing, those are meant for you and only you. Only you can do it. Only you can make those dreams become a reality. It won't look the same. It won't be the same if somebody else does it. There's a legacy that you're supposed to create, and I need you to do it. There are people in this world that are depending on you. You have a legacy to leave behind. And I'm waiting for you to live it. Listen, my name is Brad B. Rad Butler II, and I encourage every last one of you to make your next day your best day. Peace. I'll see you guys.
Hey, Black CEOs, what's up? Welcome. I am super excited to be here with you all today. I am Brittany Holmes Jackson, a two-time National Essence Magazine bestselling author and a literary legacy coach. Basically, I'm your writing coach that helps you build your literary brand, and I'm excited to be here because I get to help you find your story today. I'm all about helping others share their stories and why it is necessary for your book to have a brand. So we're going to kick this off with understanding why it's important to tell your story so that your work never dies. $2,854,838. When you see this number, what do you immediately think of? It could be money. Maybe we popping up with over 6 figures in our business. Maybe this is over 6 figures in units sold. Or maybe it's how many people died in 2019. Because unfortunately, but not surprisingly, in 2020, this number raised to an estimate of over 3 million great minds, compassionate hearts, and potential legacy builders losing their lives. So if you were to die today, what would be your legacy? How would people remember you? How would they define your impact on the world? Who would tell your story? Or better yet, who will remember your work? I often reflect on how intentionally I am being with my life and wonder what it would look like for someone who works as hard as I do to suddenly pass and people only mourn for a moment before forgetting my name or my work. But this goes beyond the cryptic concept of death. It's about the beauty of increased impact, and reach beyond what naturally time allows. I'm reminded of a popular influencer who was among those almost 3 million people who passed away last year. Her death affected so many, but her life impacted many more. Almost a year post-mortem, people are still reading her work because she chose to immortalize herself and her brand. This is why your brand needs a book. Let's dig a little bit deeper and discover more. The first thing is a book automatically increases your visibility. It literally takes Google me, baby, to a whole nother level. It takes your brand beyond social media, which could die at any point now, and positions you for a larger stage and strong, longer lasting reach. People may never meet you or follow you on Instagram or Facebook or even YouTube, but they may more than likely be influenced by your work through the exposure your book will give you, especially if you implement the right strategies for a book launch. A book also positions you as an expert in your field, in your niche, for your target audience. Your knowledge and expertise is invaluable. Sharing it in literary form gives you a leg up on the competition and places you in spaces of credibility. Imagine being in finance and your name is running alongside the likes of David Ramsey or Suze Orman because you have yet to publish your expertise, you've yet to reach the milestone or achievement that lies in front of you. And it is limiting your reach. It is limiting your reach. It also amps up your sales funnel. Let's talk about it. Somebody is in your Shopify buying a digital product, buying a physical product, and as they go to the cart, nothing pops up for them to also purchase your book, amping up your sale. When your clients are at checkout, the upsell of a book simply adds value to what you've already given them. Having your ideal client purchase your course or a one-on-one consultation only to be able to add value to your service by offering them a tangible resource they can use and revisit over and over to constantly get those gems. It's not simply a sales funnel at that point. It's a game changer. And it turns that one client into a walking billboard, resulting in continuous investment. Here's my favorite. It immortalizes your genius. This is it right here for me, for everybody who's listening. Because again, I ask you, what happens when you die? While it's a harsh reality, it became a reality for so many last year and so many more to come. What happens if your work has not been written down? You heard the stats. Way too many people are dying daily and leaving little to nothing behind. And we're not talking about just money here. It's more than money. It's about the innate genius, the innate gifts that God has placed in you. Why not ensure your work is written? Biography, memoir, devotional, a business blueprint, whatever it is, however you choose, get your legacy on paper. Cool. Okay, Brittany, I hear you. It sounds good. How do I do this? Where do I start? I don't know nothing about writing, nothing. So I can't give you all the steps tonight, but I want you to think about GMO. GMO stands for what I believe will truly break you out of that mindset you just came at me with, so you can push forward and build your legacy and your brand with your book. The first part is G. Get out of your own way. Just as you have pushed beyond the barriers that hindered your initial business success or life transformation, You have to do the same here. Many believe that they can't share their story, maybe because it's too emotional, it's triggering, or it's just too much to write. You got other stuff to do, and that's understandable. However, the best brand builders are the best storytellers who unapologetically and unashamedly share their life's journey with the world in order to get us to buy in to what they are offering. M stands for map out your transformation. Anytime you experience transformation, you should write it down, because then you can teach someone else. Begin to write out how you do everything pertaining to your life or your business. How did you make your first 6 figures? What steps did you take to go from minimum wage to maximum goals in your business? How did you allow your test to transform you into a living testimony? If you can outline these actionable steps, they can be transferred to assist in someone else's transformation for years and years to come. And then O is outline your bestseller. That map that you just created is the guiding outline for your book. Every stage of your developmental process is a chapter that outlines the problems you encountered and the solutions you developed. Every trial you faced plays the part of positioning yourself to be relatable to your reader. And then every lesson learned is a strategy, a whole strategy that can be applied before encouraging your readers to reflect on how they can too apply it to their own lives. GMO. Get out of your way, map out your transition, and outline your bestseller, because above all else, the impact will be priceless. You'll be leaving your mark for the world, but also for the lives of those who are specifically tied to your obedience. I ain't gonna preach, but just let that marinate. Expanding your reach beyond social media and what the algorithm allows. You determine who gets your book. You determine how you reach your audience, not social media. You gain credibility in your respective field. How awesome would it be to say, hi, my name is Brittany Jackson, your literary coach, and here is a book that can guide you to writing your next bestseller. A, accumulating wealth, not just in finances. It's not always all about the money, even though we love to rack it up, but in your life overall, because of how significant your story will be for those who it reaches. C, celebration of the lives changed. I am all about impacting. That's why I'm here today, to impact you into walking into transformative purpose by writing your own book. You can celebrate the lives of those who know you would have never come into contact with had you not written that book. And then celebrate you. You fearlessly, unapologetically, unashamedly making a lasting imprint that not even death can erase. Your legacy, your brand, your book, your legacy. Let's write it, y'all. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to BlackCEO National Conference 2021. And the theme for this year is iconic. My name is E.R. Spalding, and I am the founder of Black Woman Startup, and I am here to be the moderator for a fantastic, well, let me switch that a little bit, an iconic panel discussion with some amazing women around Black Woman Confidential, Secrets of a Black Woman on the Rise. You heard that right. We're going to be spilling the beans, opening up the can of worms, Pandora's box, if you will, and we're going to be talking about some of the things that can only be found in the sacred spaces of sister circles around the world. Black women have been doing this since the beginning of time, and we're getting ready to have a resurgence where we have the critical conversations that help to push the needle forward, having the critical conversations to allow ourselves to be seen, to be heard. We're taking our voices off mute and we're doing it here live for you today. So I want you to sit back, relax, and begin to really absorb yourself as you immerse yourself into this sacred space with these phenomenal women. Each one of them are going to come up and tell you a little bit about who they are and what they do so that you can get to know them a little bit better. And then we'll dive into today's conversation. So without any further delay, we're just going to go ahead and have this round robin. And Monica Williams, I'm going to call you for first, right? It's always good to be the first. So Monica, come on up and let us know who you are, where you're from, and a little bit about what you do.
Hi, everyone. I am glad to be here amongst these amazing women, first of all, who look beautiful. I am a Maryland girl living in an Arizona world. I currently am in Arizona, but I am from Maryland through and through. And so I always want to say that. I am an advocate, change maker, mom of a beautiful teenager named Bria, a breast cancer survivor, and just glad to be here.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Monica. We are here with you. And I hope you heard her say that she is a breast cancer survivor. So I'm sure she'll have lots to share with us about secrets of a Black woman on the rise. Angela Clark, you're up next.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Angela Clark. I am a licensed psychotherapist and psychologist. And I'm going to follow Monica's lead. I am a West Virginia country girl with a city vibe. I am currently in New Jersey, and I have traveled my way up the East Coast from West Virginia, and currently I'm in private practice. So I'm the owner and CEO of Clark Associates, which is an outpatient mental health practice. And my primary niche, the women that I treat and that I have such a passion for helping to join them on their healing journey, are Black and brown women who have not had a place, a safe space to talk about those things that they have been living with for many years that they are ready to overcome. And I thank you so much for having me be a part of your panel today.
Well, Dr. Angela Clark, thank you so much for being here. And we know that mental health, all of our sanity, is so vitally important. Tawana Taylor, come on down.
Hello, hello. It's so exciting to be here among you all. You all look amazing. I am truly a Southern girl at heart. I'm a daughter of the U.S. Army, and so the world has always been a rainbow for me. You know, even in the midst of everything that's happening, to be with you all and to see all of this natural beauty is just amazing. I'm so excited. I am entrepreneur that helps other multi-passionate entrepreneurs take action, get laser focused on their extraordinary profitable ideas, break up with overwhelm, and use processes and systems to achieve desired results. And that end part, desired results, is so important because often we get excited, we take that leap and launch and then have to go back and level set and start over, right? And so using project management over 15 years of small business and state government experiences as a certified project management professional now pours into full-time entrepreneurship and helping women not suffer in silence, but to live in their authentic nature and do their business and do it well.
Well, thank you so much. You need to come on over to my neck of the woods because I am PMP certified too. So I get it. Processes and systems, we love it. So Miami Knight, we are with you. Tell us who you are and where you are from.
Hello, ladies. My name is Miami Knight, and I am from
I'm originally from Florida, but I'm currently living in Atlanta, Georgia, and I am a grief educator and trainer. I work with some amazing women, success-driven women that are ready and have decided that they are going to start facing those obstacles and those things that they lay awake at night. You know, we look good on paper and we can look good on social media, but at night we're thinking about those unforeseen things that people don't know about us. And so I help people move through the grieving process, learning that it is a process that has to happen in order for us to move forward. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Plenty of nights where I've cried on the pillow, right? And that soaks up all of my tears. And grief is something that we must go through, but not enough people know how to get through it in a very healthy state. So thank you so much for being here, Miami. Elizabeth Hope Brown, we are coming over to you next.
Hello, I am so excited and echo the sentiments of everyone here. The joy, the beauty, the calling, the passions that everyone have about their individual endeavors. I am Elizabeth Hope Brown. I am a mother, first of all. Behind me, you can see my wall of fame, very proud mom. I am a social worker, over 25 plus years of public service work. I'm currently with the local housing authority as a director of tenant services, but I'm also the founder of EST 1441 collaborative with my daughter. I started a 7-book series. The first book is And on the Seventh Day She Rests. Pretty much every genre that everyone has already spoken of, we give a voice to the voiceless. We talk about mental health, wellness, self-care, domestic violence, suicidal ideation. I mean, topics that in our culture and community that we need to normalize and give a voice to and stop shunning it under the rug. I've worked in psychiatry and behavior health. I've been an avid member of churches over the years, but a lot of things that are still not being discussed, we need a new platform. So through my writing, through these type of panels, we're giving those voices, we're giving those opportunities in a safe zone on a platform that they can discuss it. And then it's a gateway to referring to other clinical issues that they need to start talking about. So happy to be here and just glad to be in the presence of all these wonderful women.
And thank you so much for being here, because you're absolutely right. There are a lot of places that for African Americans, we have been afraid or not even allowed to allow ourselves to go into and to begin to have those critical conversations. And this is why we are here today with Black Woman Confidential. All right, Troika Jackson Grillo, we are over with you.
Okay, so I'm from the country. Y'all can tell. Y'all can tell as soon as I start talking. I'm from Georgia, but I live in California. So that's a big transition. I've been living here for about 20 years. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist. I had a solo practice that, because of the pandemic, had to transition to a group practice. Not only because I realized I wasn't looking far ahead enough. I was looking for myself. And Black therapists are unicorns. It's only like 2% of us. So there weren't enough safe spaces for them. So now I'm having to take the leap, and I became the CEO of Califia Promise Therapy. And Califia, I always say Califia, but it's Califia. Califia is the mystical Black warrior princess. And so the state of California was named after her. And I thought all of this was in my purpose. How did I get all the way from Georgia to here? I had to experience all those things, and I thought I need to help my sisters on a bigger platform. I was doing one at a time, and I still wasn't I thought my purpose was done. But now when I get to come on this platform and hear these wonderful women and look at these beautiful women, I'm like, okay, now I'm not the smartest person in the room anymore. If you're the smartest person in the room, you need to get out of the room and go somewhere else. I'm not the smartest person in the room anymore. So I'm excited to grow and to share all that I know. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. And at BlackCEO, we have a saying that has become our mantra, and it was brought to us by Dr. George C. Frazier, and we have kind of adopted it. And we say 1 + 1, when you cooperate, 1 + 1 = 2. But when you collaborate, 1 and 1 = 11. So #11. We are all here today in this place to collaborate. And I believe over at Black Woman Startup that it is really the amplifier effect, right? just as Troika was mentioning, she was like, you know what? I recognized that I was doing something incorrectly. And what I was doing incorrectly is that I was out there being that, Black woman unicorn, right? In psychotherapy, when really what I should have been doing all along is finding the tribe of other Black unicorns that were out there. And she just met them in Dr. Angela Clack, Tawana Taylor, Miami Knight, Monica Williams, and Elizabeth Hope Brown, right? Finding the connection points so that we can begin to collaborate. Because when we begin to do that, it begins to amplify our voices. I say this all the time. One of the things that I love about when we are watching the BET Awards is when they really get down to kind of elevating that icon, right? So when they had, we are getting ready to do a tribute to the fantastic Shaka Khan, what happened? They didn't just bring, Whitney Houston to the stage. They didn't just bring Monica to the stage. They began to bring all of these individuals to pay tribute to this woman. Well, I've been to all of those concerts, one off here, a Fantasia concert over there. But when you put all of that Black excellence in the room, it just begins to amplify the message, right? And it's like, oh, this is a Holy Ghost experience that's happening up in here. And you cannot get this jam session anyway. So it pays to be in the room. And so this is why this conversation is so critical tonight. Black Woman Confidential. Because what happens is that in our careers, in our lives, in our entrepreneurial endeavors, we find ourselves flying solo in many spaces. We find that we are the only Black woman in the room. We find that we are the only woman in the room. We find that we are the only one with kinky, coily, twisty hair and expressions and food and traditions in the room. And as a result of that, and especially by the number of individuals who we see on this panel tonight, that there have been some issues that have developed over the years because we have not allowed ourselves to be surrounded in the tribes, in the circle, in community with other individuals who look like us, who sound like us, who experience like us. So the question that I am going to put forth, and I'm going to start with you, Troika, right? Because this is like a very, very recent revelation for you. So what have been some of the sister circles that you have found yourself a part of that began to open up your awareness that there was a need for something more? Right? So that you didn't feel and have that isolation that you had created in your world.
Okay, so even being here, I mentioned that I was from Georgia, and then I even lived in Virginia for 10 years. But you can't take Georgia out of people; it's just in there. And so I think I scared a lot of my sisters here when I first came because Georgia, we talk to everybody. And so I came, and I was looking for them because we only make up about 5% of the population in this state. So I was excited to see them. And so my first experience was I was rejected because I was way too country. I don't know, too friendly, was walking up to them. So what I learned to do was I had to learn, to wait. And I was like, I'm a hugger. Is it okay if I hug you? Or I would say, is it okay if I say sis? Because back east, that wasn't a thing. That wasn't a question I needed to ask. So it was learning to be aware of my surroundings and to honor the way they were brought up. Eventually, though, it whittled down to, they kind of make it really difficult for Black therapists, especially female. And so I started out with 8 people, and I'm going to try my best not to tear up. There are 3 of us left. And so they whittled it down to it's 3 of us. So the 3 of us meet every 3rd Sunday via Zoom. And, we just have conversations. We all work in 3 different, agencies. I have my own, but they work in agencies. And I hear their grief about not having enough safe space. And that's what pushed me for the group. So they're my cheerleaders. The problem is they are a lot younger. And so when I'm trying to explain the 11 that you're talking about, it's difficult to get that message across. I call them oasis because they're my oasis from when I'm getting, but I'm, I was telling them about this platform, and I told them about the dates. I hope they go every day so they can see more Black women. They need to see more Black women in positions of power. That is one thing that they don't see. So they do think that it's cutthroat. They treasure, I think they treasure our circle, but I do believe that that this is our time. And the reason I say that this is our time is because Black women are the most influential demographic in this world, not just this country, in this world. That is my belief. We are also the most educated demographic in the United States of America. And if we don't use this leverage while we have it to create these circles, there's a new circle on, I think, Facebook. And this girl found me from my immediate circle. She named her circle the Soul Sisters Circle, I think it is. And it is for therapists and mental health professionals to come and find a safe space. So I think that if once they see, I can't wait for this conference to come out. I've just been advertising and telling everybody I know. Telling everybody, because I think once they see it, it's just a matter of the younger Black women, oh, they got the energy and they have the confidence. The older Black women, we have the wisdom. We do that 11, there's no stopping it. There's no stopping that circle.
Thank you so much, Troika. Dr. Angela, I'm going to kind of lob that same question over to you and expound on it a little bit. One, do you have a sister circle where, as Troika mentioned, there is a generational gap where this wisdom is being passed down, and also the youthfulness is being pushed up, right? Because I believe in any place that you go, there should be reciprocity and generosity, right? We are all giving and receiving at the same time. So have you found a space like that for yourself? And what has it meant for you when we talk about sisters being on the rise?
So I think I have a broad range of relationships, from our younger generation to women that are my senior or even my mom's age, the wisdom of people who are in their 70s and 80s. I have that kind of network in terms of women that I've met along my journey. And that means some of these women have nothing to do with the field of mental health, but we've come together across disciplines and we've shown up in some of the same kind of meeting places. And from that, we found out that we could vibe with each other and that we could trust each other and that we could build an alliance together. And then some of the younger people that I've developed a relationship were from mentoring relationships. I definitely value mentoring relationships. And that's where I think I found my most value with younger women. And not necessarily all the way to like adolescence, but I'm talking like my 18, my 22-year-olds, and my 25-year-olds, because I have a niece in that age. And so I do a lot of conversations with her as well. But I think broadly, I have connected with women in different circles. It's so necessary. And I have to say that I've never sought my circle more than I did beginning March 2020. When the pandemic hit and the isolation, because as therapists and the women on here who do this work and testify as well, this is a very isolating profession. It can be. We often work in a silo. So we have to intentionally seek outside support and saying, hey, it's been a rough month. It's been a rough week. How are you doing? That's when I have sought my sister circles out. And I've done virtual meetups, and same thing, coffee meetups, wine meetups, whatever your beverage of choice is. We've had those kind of meetups, and we do it consistently. We try to do it like once a month because we do miss the connection. We miss the touch. When we see each other, the hugs and the kind of coming together in terms of just being around one another, we miss that. And so the closest we can get to that right now has been virtually. So I do love that space. And so I think broadly, and just kind of recap, broadly the relationships for me, and when I talk about the older women, one of the things that I had to seek out older women for is when I got married. And now I've been married 16 years now, so this has been some time ago. But when I got married, I met a man who had children. And it was new for me because I didn't have children. But I said, oh, I'm a child psychologist. I love kids. I can work with kids. Well, it's different when they're not yours. And it's different when they still have their mothers in their life. So that was a journey. And I was looking for women who had already done this to give me some guidance around that. And those were my sister's friends. They also, and my sister is 20 years older than me. There's many of us in between, but there's my sister's 20 years old. And I had to connect with them because I didn't know how to do this. And so that's where those friendships started. And so I've still been connected with them since.
So Dr. Angela, I think you bring up a really, really fantastic point, and it'll be a great way for us to begin to segue. And that was, finding yourself in a place where you didn't have that. However, you had enough wherewithal to be intentional to seek it out. So, Tawana, the question that I have for you is, can you recall an event or an occurrence in your life where there was not that, wisdom, there was not someone who was turning around and saying, hey, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to be aware of, and you realized that there was a gap, but then you took action on that and sought out individuals to support you in a very specific way. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. And thank you for even that angle. For me, it's always been in the area of financial, awareness. My mother is the 7th of 9. My father is the 10th of 10. And they absolutely raised my brother and I with this motto: 1 is enough, 2 is plenty, and 3 is way too many. That was their belief about children, right? And when I tell you, that thing, they planted a seed that resonated with me so deeply. Till this day, I have one and I don't yearn for more. I don't know what the divine is going to do for me. Her father and I are divorced now, but I say that because I'm like, for me, motherhood, parenting, particularly as a professional, particularly as an entrepreneur, is not something that I'm like, oh, yay, more kids. I'm like, no, I got things to do. And there are only a few people that I entrust, right, with my child. And how that portrays into financially is a lot of times you lack the time and you lack the ability to just move how you want to move because you can't acquire either the help that you need or you can't acquire the resources that you need financially. And so one of the things that really comes to mind is learning. I remember, I don't probably look a day over 20, but I'm closer to 40 than you think. And I remember coming out of college and being like, why didn't we buy a property? Why didn't we buy a property? Why did we pay for campus housing for 4.5 years? Why did we, like, all that money, that house and another house and another house could have paid my way through college or could have paid my after college education, just all kinds of things. And so it's like when it comes to finances and particularly debt, the day I remember the awakening of learning, if you're going to use your credit, don't just use it for consumption. You can use it for an investment. That, when I woke up, right? When I woke up and realized that, I said, I'm going to share everything that I know now, everything that I seek, I am going to share. And that's like the essence of my company, Bootstrap Dreams. Rich is relative. If you've got $1, you want to spend it wisely. If you've got $1.5 million, you want to make sure you get a return on your investment and some, right? And so it's like just understanding that there is a gap, because a lot of my opportunities have been on the wings, the eagle's wings of Caucasian women. And I'm grateful, right? Because that military experience that I shared in my introduction, when I walk in the room, the color isn't the first thing that I think of, nor is it the first thing that they're not taken aback by me, because I'm warm, I'm welcome, I'm smiling, and I'm willing to listen, I'm willing to hear, and I'm willing to share, right? Making room for the opportunity. So the financial capacity is one of the things that comes to mind, where it's like, wow, why don't we, the culture, have that knowledge? Why don't we seek to do more than spend our money?
And I think one of the things that you said, Tawana, is that we oftentimes don't recognize how deeply embedded these colloquialisms, these way of beings, the things that have been generationally passed down, because we have been intentionally oppressed as a people, right? Financial literacy has not been something that has been pushed. And that's resulting in mathematics not being something that is pushed, right? In urban environments, math and science, these are things that we have truly excelled at in the past when it didn't have a label on it, but me, or, it would be nice if I could find another Black woman to kind of sit at her feet.
I love that. And gosh, I love what everyone shared. And I think as we talk later, one of the books I'm just launching is The ABCs of Racism and Reconciliation. And one of the things for me through all of this is the church. I really wish the church had been more realistic for me through divorce, through breast cancer, through younger. I feel like the church, which has been a foundation of us for so long, has really not told us the truth. I feel like it's become more religious than real relationship. And I think if we had developed more relationship and been taught more of that in the church, then we could have better relationships even outside, whether you believe in Christianity or Buddhism or other religions. So for me, I remember after my father died in 2017, he was actually negligently allowed to die at a facility in Maryland. So I'm still battling that. And I just remember, like, at the church, family was like, you put it this way, you have to do it this way. And I was like, this is my father's last the last thing I'll get to do to honor him. So let me just honor him the way God is telling me to honor him, not the way your church or religion is saying I have to. So I feel like for me, years ago, now I have an amazing tribe where I call and say, look, I don't want to read the Bible today. I don't even want to pray. I just need you to hear me where I am at. But when I was younger, no one talked to me really about my mom, even, walking with God. They didn't really say, hey, people in the church might hurt you. Just because they're in the church, they may not have it all together. I think there's a false sense of what we get in the church. And the other thing is being able to understand that we are the church outside of the four walls. I think we do so much in the four walls because it's been safety for us. Back in slavery, we came together, and Sunday morning is still the most segregated place in some ways in this country. So for me, I would have to say my faith. I could say financially also. I love what everyone else has shared, but the church and religion and faith, I wish someone had talked to me more about relationship than religion as I even now go through things. So that would be one of the things.
Thank you so much for that. And that's really what this discussion is all about, creating and building those relationships with one another, because that becomes the platform and the foundation for everything that we do and growth. And if you are just joining us right now, we are in a very powerful discussion around Black Woman Confidential, Secrets of a Black Woman on the Rise. We are here at the BlackCEO Iconic National Convention, and we have brought some amazing women together to have this very personal and intimate conversation, because all too often what we recognize as Black women is that our voices are silenced for so long, and we hold so much in. When you think about just even the masculine versus the feminine energy, femininity is all about being that receptacle. It's about the holding and the nurturing and the growing of things. And a lot of times what happens is that the growth happens in the dark, right? When you think about a seed, it's planted in the ground and we don't know what's happening down there. We don't see all of the chaos and the confusion and the busting out and everything. All we see is the seedling come up. We're like, yay, right? And sometimes that's what it feels like for Black women. No one ever really pays attention to all of the chaos. All they see is, did the dinner get put on the table? Did the kids get off to school? Did you make it to work with some semblance of your hair done and everything? And not everything that it took in order to get there. And I was reading a post from a girlfriend of mine, Dr. Toni Moore. She is a brilliant attorney. And she had a post that she put on Facebook, and she said when she first went into a law firm, she would notice that the white male partners would nurture and mentor other white men. And the white female attorneys, partners, would nurture other white women. And she got criticized for, not doing her part. And she began to speak up and voice her opinion and say, hey, where's my mentorship? Who is it that I look for? And one of the partners at the firm told her that you can read and you can write, figure it out, right? And that has been the story. And so what happened as a Black woman, she did just that. She went within. She went to school some more. She, studied some more, and she became the smartest person inside of that firm. She became the smartest person inside of the courtroom. But what happens when that gets tired, right? When the weight of that becomes too much for individuals to bear. And so I'm going to go over to you, Elizabeth Hope Brown. And I know that you are an author. And I really love the title of your book, and on the seventh day, she rested, right? And I love that because that's true for me. Like I work like a Hebrew slave 6 days out of the week. And on the seventh day, it's like, no, don't talk to me. I turn off all electronic devices. Everyone inside of my company knows you can't reach Spalding. Don't talk to her from sun up to sundown, right? But that was something that had to be taught to me. It was something that was really literally mentored into me because I didn't do that. I thought I had to be a machine and a workhorse over and over and over and over and over again until I burnt out. And there were some things that, happened in the life after the miscarriage, and I'm laid up and I'm like, nobody came to see me. Like all the stuff that I do for everybody else, and and I'm laid up here. People were like, life goes on, and I was like, whoa, light bulb moment, light bulb moment. And I had to reach out to some women who were not part of my community, but I had to pull them in to create a community that supported me in that way. So Elizabeth, I'd like for you to kind of talk about some of the things that may have happened and who you see yourself as being, right? That woman who mentors another individual. Tell us a little bit about your experience.
Yeah, I'm about to explode. I wish I would have went first because you all have spoke some things that I could have just been piggybacking on. Like, yes. I think you just did the She Rest journey in a nutshell. Some people took it like blasphemy, like she rest. I'm like, no, because if like E.R. Spalding just described, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've been that person avoiding burnout, you've been that machine trying to do all things to all people. And then when it's your turn to need that, it's not there, So I created 6 characters trying to be realistic or fictional, create characters that were very practical that everyone on this Zoom call and that's watching could relate to. And it was difficult because I had like a Moby Dick in mind because I could go so many places as a mom, as a director now, as a social worker, as a wife. I got married at 22 to a preacher who became a pastor. He decided 5 years ago this wasn't a good match. And so the last 5 years, the book finally launched. It was something 30 plus years ago I thought to do, but I made sure to give that preacher wife, Monica, a voice. I made sure Trioko to give that woman who was in that environment who didn't feel understood. I was remiss. I live now in Georgia, where I was born and left when I was 3, grew up in Sacramento, California, been in 29 different states and out the country 10 times. So I've been around a lot of people who misunderstand me, my passion, my energy, my intentions, my motive, So I think it was you, Tiran, we're talking about finances and money. I went to college at a Black HBCU, which I loved the experience that I could not cannot afford. And I wish someone would have told me about the difference between public school and private school, the difference about living on campus and living off campus. Mine have gotten through debt free, and there's a way to do it. And you don't have to be poor. You don't have to be in the projects. You don't have to necessarily be low income. You keep your grades up. You keep good character. You volunteer. There's a way to do everything. But as a director, when I got divorced, I found myself in a situation. I went back to work full time. I had been doing all the things I'm doing now for free as a pastor's wife in the church. And so when God blessed me to do my job that I do now, I'm like, I can get paid for this to still build healthy families, to still encourage other people, to still speak life and say, sis, it's okay to not be okay sometimes. You can't be all things to all people. I had to give myself permission to turn my phone off and get some rest. They will be okay. What they don't figure out when you are down, they really will be okay. So my life experience, my professional experience, it was not by accident. I've cried those tears at night. I've cried those tears in the car trying to figure out what to do and feeling like I had no one to turn to. I was interviewed for jobs for 2 hours that I was more than qualified for, and they were looking for reasons not to give it to me only because of what I look like. Because on my paper, I think Miami said on paper I look great, but when I walked in the room, they were surprised by what they saw. And then I was told, you know, I want to give you this job, but I want you to accept it without reservation, because there will be some people who are not used to being told no by somebody like you. And I'm raised in California. I'm like you. I'm like, what do you mean somebody like me? Now I'm in a rural community in Georgia. What, someone beautiful, someone black, someone intelligent? Like, what's the problem? You know, but I had to learn that coming in the Southeast, that, you know, I'm like, you try to go, I hug everybody. I talk to everybody. My mom and grandma, we don't meet no strangers. And then I come in the room, like, I've been told, Elizabeth, sometimes you have to dummy it down. You know, I'm like, why I got to dummy it down? Ain't nobody else dummy it down. But then I have staff, like my daughter, I brought her in for, you know, she was 14 when I started my publishing company. And for her, she says, Mom, sometimes I listen in on you guys on the panel and she doesn't relate. Because of my strife, my mother's strife, the strife before her, we've done so much to shelter her and set the path. So certain things that we went through, she didn't have to go through. As a pastor's wife, very prolific, gifted. My ex-husband started pastoring at 19. I was teaching Sunday school to women at 25 who were 50 plus years old, still hurting about things that happened to them when they were 10 and 15. So I was in that position to where I had to be a mentor to women who were twice my age. And now I'm in a position as a mother of young adults to be a mentor to people at a generation before me who I learned from. Because like you said, Jackson, they smart, they innovative, they got it, they bold, they feel entitled, but they don't have that wisdom. They don't have that grace sometimes. They don't have that humbleness. So we need, like Angela said, all those generations coming together, sharing our gifts, being heard, and then listening. I've listened to you all. I'm like, yes, sis, we are on it. We are piggybacking. We are collaborating. I'm so grateful for this opportunity because it's still much needed. Unfortunately, after all the strides that we have accomplished, it is still, I found myself in the pandemic feeling lonely. Couldn't go out. I'm a social worker. I'm used to doing health fairs, being a vendor, being in the community. I'm used to being on public stage. Now I'm home, idle. And it was good though, because sometimes we have to get into our own self. We have to take ownership. We have to learn to love ourselves and be at peace with being by ourselves. But then those voices still need to be heard. So I saw this like at 4 o'clock in the morning and was like, this is me. I need to be a part of this iconic moment. I need to embrace these women that are on here. And I hope they embrace me just the same, because we still need one another. Very much so, especially for a time such as this.
Mm-hmm. What is that saying? People who need people are the luckiest people in the world. And I think now more than ever, we are really recognizing that. I was reading an article probably maybe about 2.5, 3 years now, but it was talking about women in general. And then it started moving into Black women, how important it is for us to date one another as women. And so right now we're missing out on that, you know, those girlfriend moments. Now I grew up family of 5, so not as large as the family of 10 out of 10 and 7 out of 9, right? But I come from a family of 5, so it's 3 girls and 2 boys. But I remember those moments in the kitchen, Saturday night, right? Sitting between mama's legs. And you got one daughter over there and she's whipping up the cornbread. Mama's got the hot comb and she get in the kitchen all together, right? But we carry these rituals into our adult lives when we really don't recognize it. And so the kitchen being the heartbeat, right? So when my sisters and I get together, it's like we're, exchanging, we're dating one another, but we're just standing around in the kitchen, right? What you cooking? What you got going on? But it's having those meaningful moments. And then also unknowingly, right, when you're with family, passing down the history and the traditions, because I have a sister who's 7 years older than I am. So there was a generational gap. I'm 7, she's 14. She's like, mama's like, well, you can go, but you got to take your baby sister. And she's like, what? So I had to, be thrust forward and grow up really quickly because she like, you better not embarrass me, right, when we go out. But having those moments. So Miami, I'm going to come over to you and ask you the same thing that I really talked with Elizabeth about in terms of creating those moments where you get to be that voice for someone else, that mentor, that wisdom gate, and passing that around. So what has been your experience with being the essence of Black Woman Confidential?
Thank you so much for this. Along my journey, I had a lot of trauma. So back in 2011, my son Tyke was shot in an incident that also claimed the life of his best friend. Well, Tyke, miraculously, he survived. He lived with a traumatic brain injury, PTSD, anxiety, depression, you name it. And he also, of course, had a lot of thoughts of ideation and suicidal, thoughts and things that he just couldn't understand and wrap his brain around. He was also the key witness to the trial of his attempted murder. Well, 5 years after that, Tyke shot and killed himself. So just breathe for a second after someone says that. I have had to now learn to take time and engulf myself in the space where I'm at. When I'm having to share that story, when I'm having to tell people, I've had this traumatic experience, and now I'm a part of a network of women that also have lost their children as well. I'm a part of Moms Demand Action and also Every Town for Gun Safety. And I work with those women that have truly kind of the same stories that I do. They have lost their children tragically to gun violence. And I'm able to be a mentor to them because along my journey, I also took the route to spiritual healing. I am an author as well, and I wrote The Key Process, a grief guide to mastering spiritual healing. And what that consists of, out of that, I pulled out these 7 keys of how I began to heal. And that was through meditation. That was by me changing my diet because, of course, food how much food that we intake and the toxins that are in our body, it's hard for us to process things. So with that, I learned mindfulness and I started exercising. And then I tapped into the world of Reiki and energy healing. And after that, I went through this whole process of needing to understand what ancestral healing was. And when I started doing all this work, I started defining my purpose. I was nowhere on the trail of becoming a grief coach, a certified grief specialist, and now a grief counselor. Nowhere. I was nowhere near that realm. I was actually a certified home stager at the time and had been an event planner for many of years. I was not looking for this line of work that I'm in now, but it found me. And so I had to learn to embrace that. And as I learned to embrace that, I got into this network of beautiful women that knows the struggles that I am having. And they also know how to relate to me. They actually allow me to say, if they ask me, how are you doing? They pause and they allow for me to answer. Because, a lot of times when we ask people, say, hey, oh, how you doing? And then you come with the next thing to say. But they really allow me. And what I've learned with being a part of this network of women, I've also learned how to move and shake through when I'm going through my own stages. Just because I am a grief educator and trainer doesn't mean that I don't have my days. I miss this boy over here. I miss him dearly. But yet, through this process and having women that I can support, it has helped challenge me. It has helped wake me up in the morning. It's helped me get up throughout the days and say, hey, you know what? I can do this. I can do this by God's grace. And I can do this because God has equipped me for this time. There's nowhere in the world I would have chosen, oh, I want to be a grief coach. But what I have learned over the time and through the education, that there's a need for this work. Because like I said, when I first came on, a lot of times we think that, we have it all together, but yet there are so many things that are unresolved, from childhood trauma to, just the things that we just don't want to deal with. If it's a relationship or a loss that we have, it could be a loss of a pet. But a lot of times we don't allow ourselves to heal that. We sweep it up under the rug, and then it's going to come out in a meeting or with a conversation with our spouses, or a conversation with a girlfriend. But if we allow ourselves time to heal, and to even discover and acknowledge what it is and accept what it is, and then allow ourselves to go through a healing process to free it, feel it, and face it, then we'll be okay. So that's why I'm here. And I'm so grateful that I have a network of women that I can, like I said, pull from as well, and also mentor to them to show them that, grieving is nothing wrong with that. It's something that we have to do. Our body has to do it. Our body has to release that energy, and we need to learn other ways of how to heal through the process.
Thank you so much, Miami Knight, for that. I think you said free it, feel it, face it. Right? That 3F methodology. Free it, release it, face it, look at it, make sure that it's standing right there, and then feel it, which is what we don't oftentimes give ourselves permission to do, because we have been living in someone else's persona that we have to be on all the time, every single hour of the day. I mean, I'm just looking at the time right now, and it has flown by. Like, where did it go? We could be here another 5 hours, right? Having this conversation. And certainly we want to be here with you. But as we continue to go through the conference, make sure that you get over to freebizgifts.com, connect with these ladies. All of their social media information will be there, because you may find your sister circle with one of them. Hopefully, in this conversation, the ladies will stay connected here, because I just see some phenomenal things coming as a result of it. Black Woman Confidential has been something that has been near and dear to me for a very long time. And we are actually having Black Woman Startup, that is, we are having our conference next month. And the theme of that is Black Woman Confidential. So we are urging everyone to become a part of that, register. It is a no-cost event, but it will be talking about the secrets of Black women on the rise in business, in life, in love, in leadership, in all of the places that we find ourselves. One of the things that I am a big proponent of and for is that all of the different hats that we wear, that we begin to integrate them all together. Right? Because what would happen as Black women is that we would find ourselves, and I know for me personally, if you would ask 7 different people if they knew E.R. Spalding, they would give you 7 different personas of who she was, depending upon if I was in a work environment, if I was hanging out with my girlfriends, if I was over here with my husband or the children, or in the spiritual space, right? All of these decompartmentalized things. And really what I learned is that the best version of who I am shone through when I was able to integrate all of those together and allow individuals to see the complete me, the authentic me, the the graceful and the gritty, right? the grand and the not so grand. And so if I were to leave you with the number one secret, it would actually be a quote that I hold dear to me. And it's a quote by Richard Bach. And it is, you teach best what you most need to learn. You teach best what you most need to learn. That has certainly been the case for me. And so as an entrepreneur, I find myself teaching and training and being in spaces for the things that I need to learn the most and continue to grow and deepen. And that is the relational wealth between women. That is the empowerment of the woman's voice. And that is the strength that we find when we go within and then create the courage to go out there and explore it with other individuals. And so, as we begin to wrap up tonight, we are going to go around and ask each one of our esteemed panelists here what is the number one secret that they would like to leave with you as sisters on the rise. So I am going to start with you, Monica, and then we'll continue to go around.
Wow, thank you, man. Everything that everyone shared tonight is just, I can't wait to be connecting with these women long after this conference. I want to piggyback on one of the things you said because I agree. We're not supposed to be siloed. We were not created to be siloed. There are narratives and things that have forced us to be siloed, whether we're in the room, outside of the room. So just this healing, and we've all talked about, my healing, the loss of a child, loss of a marriage, but just the healing in our community. If we don't begin to come together and bring our strengths together instead of always tearing us down for our weaknesses, our healing is not going to be what we need it to be. So I just really, the healing, it takes all of us, not just the village, but it takes all of us to embrace the healing to become the communities we need to become forward. So that's what I would leave with each of us right now.
So I would sum that up as your number one secret is being heal ourselves and we'll find that we heal the world.
Yes.
Right? All right, Elizabeth Hope Brown, what is your number one secret?
My number one secret I learned was I was created on purpose and with purpose. There's nothing new under the sun. And as I've gone through things and learned to express about the things that I've gone through and found my voice, I'm very sociable, but people can misinterpret that you could be an extrovert and introvert at the same time because I'm very clear on what I'm saying when I'm talking to people. And I tell you what I want you to know. But it's okay to not be okay sometimes, but it's always okay to be you. And I learned after years of life and trying to blend and trying to modify myself to comfort others is that I am who I am on purpose. And what is that purpose? I had to figure out and then walk boldly in it, regardless if I was walking with a multitude or walking by myself. So that's my one thing is you are you on purpose. And for whatever reason that you've gone through, what you've gone through is for a reason and a purpose. And then walk in it boldly and without apology, because no one else in the world can be you, like no one else in the world could be me. So the purpose, being me, being uniquely created, without apology is what I encourage people on the She Rest journey and in life. I'm like you, Spalding. I had to blend all those characters and personalities together. And when you know me, I may be in a different mood, but the core me is always the same. No secret about where I stand. So.
Absolutely. On purpose and walking with your purpose. Great. Troika, what is your number one secret?
My number one secret is it starts and ends with me. I mean, everything that I was looking for, everything that I was afraid of losing, I found in me. Everything that I thought had been taken away from me, I already had. Everything that I started using things that people use to bully me. My mom had to tell me I was being bullied, number one. They're trying to bully you, girl. I was like, you know what? I like me. And I had to learn, I learned to trust me. And I love the idea of finding other sisters. When you found other sisters who've done the same thing, because then they're not intimidated by you being that way. If you know who you are, and if you love you, they're not intimidated by you being that way. And you'll know it because you can feel it. It feels this panel, I am normally nervous because I've been the only penny in the change person most of the time. And when I do have to come with my sisters, I'm usually nervous. I'm like, am I too much? Do I need to dumb down? Do I need to? But I had a sister tell me one time, she said, you need to make your own mantra. So y'all can quote me on this if you want to, but my mantra is, I used to dumb down my shine, thinking it was kind. They either catch up or they get left behind. That's all I got to say.
It begins and ends with Troika. All right. Miami Night, what is your number one secret?
I would say decide, having the opportunity to simply decide, making a decision. Um, when I lost, after losing my son, and it was a year after, I decided that I wasn't going to live that way anymore because I couldn't if I was going to continue doing what I was doing. So by me simply making a decision to do something differently, that's what changed my outcome to be a better woman, showing up in the world differently. And it also helped me to understand what grief and healing was. I understood what grief, I started learning what grief was, but I didn't understand what healing meant behind the grief. And in doing that, that helped me to awaken my spiritual self. So, but I had to start by simply deciding.
So all you Black CEOs out there, make a decision, right? No waddling the fence there. Thank you so much, Miami. Tawana Taylor, what is your number one secret? I think we can't hear you, Tawana. Let me just check your mic real quick. Do a mic check.
Mic check.
Yes, we can hear you now. Beautiful.
All right, thank you. Yes, I was just telling Miami Night, she's speaking my language. You gotta be willing to make a decision, right? And so with that, it's like woman, sister, whatever you want to put in front of it, choose to be well. Don't wait for the situation to get better. Be better in the situation, right? Love yourself, know yourself, appreciate yourself. And like from the business standpoint, we're all here, right? We're women in business. And it goes to the space of you already have everything you need inside of you to go forward. You don't have to have it all figured out. That's where you collaborate, right? Like ER was talking about the one and one together. You don't have to do it all. Integrate so that you can show up and choose to be well.
Choose to be well. All right, Dr. Angela Clack, your number one secret.
My number one secret is to know your worth, to know your value. As Black women, we have been beaten down, beaten through things. We have lost. It is our time to reclaim what was lost and what was stolen from us. And so ask for what you're worth. That's one of the things that I know. So that quote resonates with me. Teach in the areas that you need to work on, because for the longest time, I had a difficult time charging what I'm worth. Because why? Because I felt guilty about asking for your coins. Well, why not? I'm earning it. So know your value, know what you bring to the table, and charge and ask for what you're worth. Do not compromise. Reclaim what is lost and stolen. And my mantra has been, I believe as women who will heal the world, but we must first heal ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Charge your worth and heal yourself. I'm going to give you, I would say a twofer, but in this instance, 1 and 1 is an 11. So we're going to give you an 11th hour, right? I'm going to add one more secret to the mix. And this is for all of my Black women CEOs, all of my Black women startups, and for my men Black CEOs. I am does not mean you are not. I am does not mean you are not. So in this space, we have the ability to constantly lift one another up, to collaborate with one another, and to allow other individuals to shine, because I am does not mean you are not. Thank you so much for being here with us in this iconic discussion about Black Woman Confidential, Secrets of Black Women on the Rise. We truly hope that you are continuing to be here and are enjoying this national conference with BlackCEO. And we also hope to see you at Black Woman Startups, Black Woman Confidential, that'll literally be 1 month after this, March 22nd through the 27th. So with that, we will say bye-bye. Avidaze, Shalom, whichever language, but this will not be the end. And we're going to do this in true Black CEO fashion. So anytime we come together and we get ready to leave the room, we do a countdown from 11 and we count backwards. And then everybody with a thunderclap shouts out their first name, where they're from, and the name of their business. And they say, Black CEO out. So ladies, are you ready? Are you with me? Everybody come off mute because we are getting ready to have the countdown. And if you are in the digital audience, make sure that you are typing it in the feed, and we're going to count down at 11. So I'm giving you a little time to type in your name, to type in your city and state, where you're from, and to type in the name of your business, because guess what? This is broadcast all around the world, and there are so many people who can connect with you. So here we go, ladies, and we're going to do this countdown together. We're ready? Starting at 11. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are
Miami,
Atlanta,
Miami,
Atlanta, Georgia.
Black CEO out.
All right.
Black CEO.
Oh, Black CEO out.
Black CEO out.
Black CEO out.
Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and you are listening live to Black CEO's premier event for 2021, Black and Iconic. And this is day 4 of our Authors and Speakers Showcase. And I don't know about you, but I am so excited to hear from fellow speakers and authors who are going to help you to elevate your business and your brand with their tips and their strategies and the experiences that they've already gone through that can help you to get over those hurdles and to overcome some of the fears that you may have in your speaking and or your writing journey. But right now, let me talk to all of the speakers out there. I want to share something with you that Andy Enriquez shared with me maybe 3 years ago when I came off stage, and he sat down with me and he said really succinctly, hey Rob, when you go on stage, the next time you get up on stage, whether you're virtual or you're on a stage, on a platform, make sure that you are able to do 3 things in a very efficient manner to have the impact that you want to have for your listener and your audience. He said that you need to be able to answer who you are to your audience, what you have, and why should I care? Who you are very quickly lets the audience know how you connect to them, how you relate to their pain points, right? So you need to be very, very clear about explaining who you are. And who you are doesn't necessarily mean that you take 20 minutes to give all of your accolades and all of the degrees that you have on your resume. Be very, very clear about who you are by connecting and relating to your audience. The second thing, tell them what you have. And then that what you have portion, tell them what problems you solve as a result of them listening to you. Tell them what is it that you can help them to get better at. What question can you answer in their business and in their personal situation? So in what you have, you want to answer those questions. And then, why should I care? That's where the magic happens. You need to be able to explain what is the transformation that you can provide as a result of listening to your message. If it happens to do with wealth, if it's with weight loss, whatever it is, what is the transformation that you can provide as a result of listening to you and your presentation? So if you're a speaker, if you're struggling with how to present your idea, make sure that you keep those 3 questions in mind. Who you are, what you have, and why should I care? And if you can do those 3 things, you are well on your way to being a $1 million speaker. I'll get to the authors on the other side when we get back from the next part, but my name is Robert Antoinin, and I approve this message. Peace.
Welcome to Strawberry Letter 55. I'm so happy you can join me. I'm going to go ahead and get us started with the presentation, and we will be on our way. Yay, Strawberry Letter 55. And I'm Renee Johnson, CEO and President of the Asher brand. Additional, who am I? I want you to just take a look at that picture there. That was a picture of me during my 55th birthday photo shoot, which was last year, May 22nd, 2020. So excited. Got the crown in my hand, palm of my hand, and that's who we are. We are queens, and we have to know that we are of royal priesthood. So we're royalty. And that was something that, as we go through this workshop, you'll hear more and more of the different things of where I was and now where I am today. So again, Renee Johnson, I go after life pursuits like my life depends on it, because it does. As I mentioned in my presentation, I set out with the motivation to be taken off my blood pressure medication, and I achieved that goal within 3 weeks. I had a fear of public speaking, like, shaking in my bones, but I set a course to challenge myself and achieve my goal in 30 days. I was always unsure of myself, second guessing and questioning every decision and choice of words that I selected, until one day I found out that people just want to hear from your heart. So if you speak from the heart, it's going to reach the heart. Don't worry about anything else. And just like with anything, it spills over into all parts of your life. Once you become confident and you overcome different insecurities, you're reaching those life pursuits. Now you know you can do anything. You're on top of the world. So later in the year of 2019, I was able to earn $30,000 within 3 days, because I was always fearful of rejection, of people saying no. And I just got it in my mind, you know what, I'm going to reach out to every client for the year of 2019 that said they wanted to do something with me, but for whatever reason, we didn't get the business closed. So I went out, called everybody, bam, made the $30,000 in 3 days. So why are you here? You are here because of goals and dreams that you also have from the presentation. You are, maybe wondering, is it too late for you to achieve, anything more because of things that have happened to you? You might be an empty nester. You might be someone who's lost a spouse or parent. You were downsized from a job. You're going through what they call the midlife crisis. I like to call it the midlife evaluation. So you're wondering what is next. How this workshop can help you. This workshop will help you recognize that while you are still here, there are dreams that are still possible. I believe dreams do come true. After leaving today, you will be well on your way to putting in place a process to help you reach your goals, your dream, and I like to call them my life pursuits. In this limited time together, I want to go over as much as possible. I promise to give you more information on how, we can take it further if you choose to. I have a comprehensive program where I teach you how to reach your life pursuits. It's natural to long for things, especially those things that we feel that will make us better, because our assignment here is really for others. Yeah, we get the satisfaction of it as well, but we're here for others because we have to make encounters. When we encounter people, we have to make that exchange to where we're making that person better than when they came into our present. So I know when we're out there, for me, sometimes you try things, you try it once, you try it twice, and you say, oh, and you fail both times, you don't achieve the desired results, and then you feel like, oh, it's not for me. And then you give up because you think, oh, well, it's not for me. God is, that's not what God wants. But sometimes all you're missing is a good plan, a blueprint, if you will, because God, he gives us so much, and then he wants us to work it as well. So our belief system plays a big part. We're impacted daily from things that was filtered into us when we were children, things that we have processed internally from our environments. All those things make up who we are. And sometimes they could be preventing us or impeding us from soaring and doing all those great things that we should be doing. So we have to go through and kind of analyze and process all of that. So this 6-step process is going to help you. And there is a 7th part to it, and I'll go over that at the end. But if you follow this, you will be able to achieve those life pursuits just like I was able to. So we have 6 components of a letter. That's all it is, very simple. When you write a letter, I know when you were younger, when writing letters were in as far as communication, now we got the cell phones, we got the digital email, but letters were so special, so personable. And I remember young, before I, got married, met my husband, I had a boyfriend that was in another state, and when letters would come, you get so excited. And so that's what this letter is. It's going to be something so important, and that we would cherish it, greatly. So 6 components: the date, the address, the salutation, the body, the closing, and the signature. None of those terms are unfamiliar to us, right? So on today, 4 things on this agenda today. We're going to spend time identifying life pursuits, defining the letter components 1 through 3, which is your date, address, and salutation, assessing your environments, both inner and outer, that's the component 4, that's the body, strategizing and creating the blueprint, that's the component 5, which is your closing, and then committing to the plan, which is component 6. What's next? So important, the $1 million question. Identify 1 to 2 to 3 things that you feel are of importance to you. We're going to give you 2 minutes. I see, it's 3 to 5, but for the sake of time, I want to make sure we have enough time at the end. I want you to be thinking about, in your workbook, there's a spot for you to write down those life pursuits. An example for me was to conquer the fear of public speaking. So that's 1. To get off my blood pressure medication, that's 2, and to reach my sale goals, my quota for the year of 2019. I want these goals to be those, and I even need to, stop myself, these life pursuits to be short-term, things that we can accomplish maybe within 12 months. I think going out for 2 years, 24 months, you can stretch it, but I want us to look at these in short term, because what I believe, when we put those big audacious, those hairy audacious goals out there for a long period of time, it's going to be more difficult to reach, and then sometimes we're going to get discouraged. So if we get those small victories in, those are going to allow us to push us to the next, because we're gonna feel good about those small victories, and then they're gonna turn into bigger, like the snowball effect. So let's look at things. I had one as short of a period as 30 days. Maybe it's 30 days, but go ahead and take the time, give you 2 minutes so you can write out in the workbook those life pursuits that you want to pursue over the next 12 months. Okay? Maybe you want to write a book and you want to give yourself 9 months. 9 months is a very important amount of time frame. I think of a baby. It takes 9 months for a baby to develop and to be born. And so this is now that period of birthing, you know, then you'll be into the laboring and then the baby is born. So could be something that's out for 9 months. But I guarantee you, you have something that you can work on that's going to help you become better and then also helping others. If it wasn't for me in those 30 days of going Facebook Live, I went live, Facebook Live for 30 days straight for a half an hour every day, just talking about different subjects for 30 days. And at the end, I was now no longer fearful of talking publicly in front of people. So, and I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't done that. Okay, 1 more minute. All right. So the date, we go to the date of this letter, and that's where we have all corresponding supporting verses that I wanted to go with each component. The date is Habakkuk 2:2, write the vision and make it plain. When we put a date on something, that is marking its place in time. So that's what we're doing with our life pursuits. We're going to make sure that that date is noted. It's a special date to us because what do we do with dates? We celebrate them, anniversary, birthdays, when we graduated from high school. We know that date. My husband, I was talking with him the other day and I was sharing with him, I know the dates of when I worked at different companies, and I've only worked at 3, but I knew the dates that my whole career, I knew the dates that I worked and the day that I left. And he was like, who remembers that? It wasn't just the year and the month, it was the actual date, because that was important. Because every time I left my place of employment, it was always voluntarily. I left and I moved on to a better position. So elevation, whenever there's an elevation, you remember those dates. So I think of Stephen Covey and his 7 habits of highly effective people, where he says, begin with the end in mind. So I kid you not, before he wrote that book, I believe he wrote that book in early 2000. This was already part of what I did before. When I graduated from college in 1987, that was probably the first that I remember where that's all I was thinking of when I was going to graduate in 1987. And so I just started seeing that date and I started working towards it. And so that's what this date is. And what I want you to do is put that date down for your what's next. When you wrote out your life pursuits, I now want you to give it a date. And I want you to put the date in the slot of this letter. That is your date that you're going to work towards for your life pursuits. All right. The address in the supporting verse is Exodus, the 3rd chapter, the 14th verse, where God told Moses, I am that I am. He said, tell the Israelites that. That's who he is. And that's what you're going to do. You're going to tell yourself who you are, who you will become in that time frame. You're going to write it out. You're going to walk in that identity. You're going to know who you are. So if you were writing a book, if that's your life pursuit, to write a book, you gave yourself a date. You're now an author. You're now an author, and maybe you can go a step further and say you're a best-selling author, but that's where you're going to address what you are. For me, my address was, I am in a healthy place. I was going to make sure that the things that were happening to my family, of course, I cannot say that it won't happen, but at least I'm making efforts and taking precautions to somewhat lessen that probability of me having to be ill and being taken care of in my latter years, and that I even will make it, to my latter years. So I'm in a healthy place. It could be a physical address. Maybe you're planning to relocate somewhere, the East Coast, the West Coast, the South, and that's your physical address of where you're going to be. It could be a state of being. You just divorced and you're moving past that and you want to be in a place of peace. I'm in a state of peace, happiness. Any of those state of being, you can note that as well. Your salutation, the supporting verse, Romans 4:17, calling those things which are not as though they were, as well as Hebrew 11:1. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. I will say that I believe no sickness will come to me that will be unto death. I will say that. The acknowledgement of the arrival of that thing, faith. I see the vision. You must believe and greet that thing daily. You will speak it. Hello. If you're going to be in a place of peace, hello, peace. You're going to say it. You're going to speak it. I love some supporting verses as well that I love to quote, because everything that you're dealing with, going through, there's a supporting verse in the Bible that you can use to speak it. If you're dealing with sickness, if you're dealing with grief, if you're going through sadness, everything, there's a verse. If you're weary because you feel like you're working and things are not coming the way that you want it to come into fruition, is not manifesting, there's verses that you can call and pull on. God said he will never forsake us. So if we're feeling like we're lonely, we can call out that verse. So we can call out, I can do all things, Philippians, through Christ who gives me strength, Philippians 13:3. Now this is, again, verses that I have selected. You can select those verses as well. One of my favorites all time, John 10:10. God said that he's come that we may have life and have life more abundantly. That verse just means so much to me because that abundance is here on earth. And that abundance is not money, it's not always monetary. It's more too of mental. I can have an abundance peace. Peace is everything to me. Peace, and I know most people, as they get older and older, how much they value their peace more than anything. So I make sure that is protected, my peace. So God wants us to have those things. And if we speak it and we say it, those things will come to pass. The body. So the body of the letter, we know when we're writing, that is that's the meat of the letter, right? Sometimes you're going to go to that body before you're looking at anything else, what day it was written, who it's addressed to. You go right to the body. So the body is where we find, of course, our mind. And so it's the shell of those things. It's the protector. And again, this is the weight of the letter. And what I want you to do is the verse for that. I'm sorry, I wanted to read the verse first, but Romans 12:1-2. Therefore, I urge you, brothers and sisters, in view of God's mercy, to offer your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God. This is your true and proper worship. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and the perfect will of God. So we want to make sure that we're taking care of what God has given us. We're in control. We're in control of our mind, our body, and our soul. So we want to make sure that it's pleasing to God, that we're doing everything to make sure that we're offering it, our bodies, as a living sacrifice. And we know that we are to transform our mind so that what we're doing is going to be acceptable and it is the will of God. So there's a constant work in this section, a constant work. And so we wonder why a lot of things don't get done because we jump ahead. Now, I know the body is in a letter, it comes, it's in that fourth component, but we have to go ahead and set those things up. And then once we get to the body, we make sure that it is in line with what God wants for our life. Because this is where we're doing a lot of evaluation. We're doing self-awareness in the body. All right. So our mind, the mind, this is where the transformation takes place. We got to work on making our mind stronger, and we have to make sure that we become stronger. So right now we're going to go right into number 1, which is practice labeling your emotions. You want to make sure that you put a name on those emotions, because we're all going through different emotions and we have to identify and put a name on them. It could be you're feeling sad, you're feeling angry, you're scared. You have to acknowledge them. Having a self-awareness of those emotions keeps you from making irrational decisions, even getting yourself into those predicaments that are not going to be conducive to you. So number 2, establish healthy ways to deal with uncomfortable emotion. We have to learn how to cope with our emotions. I wish when I was younger that I understood how all that worked. Sometimes I remember, I would get angry and, sometimes do things, say things that I really wouldn't want to or wouldn't have ordinarily said, but because I was acting out on the emotions. And so also when we don't label and deal with them, we can, in a healthy way, we can do things that are counterproductive. So you think of retail therapy. A lot of people feel like, oh, even girlfriends will call me up, I need to go do some retail therapy. But then we go out and we're buying things we don't really need. We're also buying things that could put us in some type of financial situation. We're charging things, racking up credit cards. So we got to make sure that we establish healthy ways. And so some healthy things we can do is, how about start a project? You can buy some type of board with some markers, crayons, and, and start creating, start drawing. You can go and read a book, get a book that is going to, yes, it's going to cost you something, but at the same time, it's going to help you and develop you. You can start a garden. All those things are healthy ways of dealing with those emotions. Number 3, you want to identify and replace unhealthy thought patterns. You probably heard of that stinking thinking, right? You want to make sure that you get rid of that stinking thinking. You want to do away with self-fulfilling prophecy, saying things that you want that will happen, and they will happen. I remember when I would get up to go and speak at an engagement or something, I had to speak, and I would always think in my mind, oh, I'm going to mess up. I'm going to say something. I'm going to do something wrong. And then it happens. But if I would to get up and say, I'm going to crush this presentation, I'm going to leave these people speechless, then those things will happen. So I have to start changing the way that I think. And then number 4 is take positive action. So now I'm saying it, now I need to do it. You heard of, a person that's walking the talk. That's what we want to do. We want to change our behavior. We want to even you know, sometimes taking positive action is doing away with something that we were doing. And sometimes we might want to, if there's certain places we go and we know we're picking up some negative energy, we want to divert. We want to go in a total different direction. So sometimes we may have to change our environments to change our actions into positive actions. And then 5, we want to give up the bad habits that rob us of our mental muscles. So we want to make sure that we are going places and doing things that don't put us in places where it's depleting us, because we will end up not in a good place, not being able to operate and not being able to function because we're letting things break us down versus build us up. So that is your mind. So important in setting your life pursuits and meeting them, because if we don't have a transformational mind of changing the way we used to do things, we're going to find ourselves back in those same patterns, doing the same thing. So we know what insanity is, you know, doing the same thing, expecting different results. So we have to make a transformation of our mind. So our body is that body yada thing. And for me, it's, you know, we're talking about the physical body. We know that without the body functioning the way it's supposed to, that it's impossible for us to be able to get things done in the way that we should. So what do we need to do to make sure we keep our body in order? We need to feed it. We need to feed it the right way. Feed it, give it what it needs, the nutrition, the vitamins. We have to make sure we're eating healthy. We have our fruits and vegetables, certain things you have to stay away from. One thing that I took out of my diet was milk. And I used to love milk. I love milk. I would have milk, you know, with my cookies, you know, and that's another thing I had to give up. I would do cereal, my milk. Just love me some milk. And I know most people thought that was kind of weird because they were like, who loves milk? But I had to give it up. I give it up. And now I do just almond milk. So some of the things that you have to do, you just have to give up. You have to replace. I started the gym membership, and that's really one of the big things that I'm so excited about, that I started this gym membership, and I'm still there. I started in October of 2019. We're now first quarter 2021, so I'm still there. Your annual exams, you have to go and see your doctor. You cannot think that you're going to be okay. These people, that's what they study as far as making people aware of what's going on with their bodies. It was my doctor who said, you are trending in the wrong direction for your high blood pressure. This is what you need to do, because down the road, you may feel like you're okay now, but down the road, it could cause, you know, greater problems, especially, as I said, my older siblings was passing away with heart disease, Parkinson's, everything. And I'm like, this is just not good. So what can I do now that will make that change? We want to make sure our hygiene, the things that we are doing with our bodies, that we're making sure that we're making, you know, things are proper, you know, when it comes to your hygiene, making sure that you're doing all the things that you need to do to make sure that, again, you're taking care of your body. Once you have all those things intact, what you have on is also a representative of your body. So make sure that you have on things that are presentable and that they speak well of who you are. So the body, because body, that's the confidence. You know, for me, that was everything. That kind of just did a whole lot of things to make sure that I am walking in the way that I'm supposed to walk. Okay, so the soul is it's everything. What does the Bible says? What does it profit a man to gain the world and mess around and lose his soul? So we don't want to lose our soul. We want to spend time in nature. That is so, so wonderful. I spend my outdoors, especially when spring hit, I can't wait, because part of my exercise routine is outdoors. Right now, I don't do much. It's all inside, but spending time with nature is kind of like the air. It's like God just kissing you on the face. I mean, it's just wonderful. I just was able to talk to God, and I always had some type of message that I'm listening to, some type of podcast I'm listening to as I'm walking and I'm talking with God. So spend time in nature, whether it's going hiking, whether it's somewhere in the mountains, whatever, but outside, that's just so critical. A soul journal, devotion. I mean, that is something that too, I started a gratitude journal. If every day you're thanking God and writing down all the things that you're grateful for, what a difference that will make. So make sure that you start the journal, the devotions, and then also go on a date by yourself. Some of the best lunch dates have been with myself. I'm there and I'm really being appreciative of who I am, and I'm just spending quality time with me. And you know, they say if you don't want to spend time with you, why would you think somebody else would want to spend time with you? So enjoy that time too. I mean, I went to a fine dining restaurant and I was in there by myself eating, enjoying myself. It was for dinner. I never thought I could do that. I just never thought people did that, but I do. I go and I spend that time with myself. Take yoga classes. You know, those are things that really give you, I did a little bit of yoga, not a lot, but it's refreshing. There's other types of classes, Pilates, maybe that is something that you could do, but just being able to get away and stretch and just feed your soul. Meditate and pray. You cannot go wrong with the meditation, with the prayer. I find myself talking to God, you know, all day, thanking him and asking him too for, you know, just the strength to continue on and give me the things that I need that maybe I don't have in the natural, to give it to me in the spirit. And then also to be an intercessor for someone else, not only pray for you, but pray for others. Travel. Now, I never travel, but I know there's a group out on Facebook that's all they do is travel. And a lot of people, women, I see that they're on those trips alone. And I would imagine that it has to be probably an exhilarating feeling to just be able to go in some unknown country, land, and you're by yourself. My husband and I, we travel together all the time. So that would be not something I would do, but it's still something that if you are single and you are, you know, in a place where you're at a road and you're trying to decide, you know, what's next and how do you get there, that's a great time to do that. Now, I traveled along, of course, for business, and that also is a time too for that refreshment. But sometimes just a breakaway, and you know, for a day. I live around Lake Michigan, so to travel to the lake and just, you know, marvel at what God has created is just an awesome feeling. So take a long walk. Those are always just enjoyable. And I mean, outside, that's when nature is just one of the best things to really get your mind open and really to start the creation process is what I found. And then offer to help others and to give. I mean, that in and of itself is truly, truly being a blessing to others. All right. So now we go to the closing part of the letter, and that's where we now are going to strategize. The supporting scripture is Proverbs 16:3, one of my favorites as well. Commit your works to the Lord and your plans shall be established. You have to be specific in this area. So I want to come off blood pressure medication. That was what led me to the gym. So now I'm saying I want to come off the blood pressure medication. In the beginning, I was saying I want to be healthy. Now I'm being specific of what I want those things to do. And then this is all under different categories because I'm kind of like, I got different life pursuits, but under that blood pressure medication, I may put also, I want to lose 20 pounds. So in addition, I want to lose 20 pounds. And then I'm going to say that to help get to that, I'm going to work out 30 minutes each day, 30 minutes a day, every day I'm going to work out, okay? And then to help me too with the weight, I'm going to make sure that all food, excuse me, has been eaten by 6 p.m. So now that could be the total plan, or that could be just parts of it. I didn't want to go into the in-depth plan for me because there are more pieces, but that's the start of it. When I wanted to overcome my fear of public speaking, I decided to go Facebook Live 30 days straight. And I was out there every day for 30 minutes, every day. 30 minutes Facebook Live, and I had my own agenda. I had different subjects that I talked to. I formed a group, a Facebook group, and it was just women. And it was 30 days before my 55th birthday. And I wanted to bring women along with me to maybe they had some life pursuits, some goals that they wanted to achieve. And so we met and we also reviewed every week. They let me know what their goals were. I let them know what my goals were. And we held each other accountable, and we met once a week to make sure we were on track. And so if you were writing a book, would you say, I want to write a chapter every 4 days or a chapter every week? I'm not sure. I've never written a book. I'm not sure how many chapters you want in your book, but you would know that. And then if you are wanting to open or start a business, I will work on my business 1 hour a day. So that's typically if you're working already full-time somewhere and you're not going to just quit and start that job, but you're going to give yourself an hour a day, and then you start breaking it down. What will you do in that hour? Will you start writing up the business plan? Will you go and do your research? All of that should be very specific so you can measure it to make sure it's done. So when you get to the evaluation time, you can know what your progress is, how well you're doing. So you have to stay on top of this. Every week I was doing an exercise and so forth. I was taking pictures of myself and seeing where I am and where I was previously. So this is where you strategize, and what you're going to do is the closer, because it's what's going to seal this whole letter up. All right. So then we go to the signature. And on this one is Matthews 18 and 19. If two of you agree on earth, and that is where if you have someone agreeing with you, that is enough for things to work out and for your prayers to be answered. So we have the signature where this is where we're going to commit. We're going to promise that we have the highest level of commitment and loyalty to fulfill the above life pursuit. And we're going to sign this letter. You know how we sign: respectfully, sincerely, with love. We're going to give that letter a signature. All right. And for everyone where it says, if two of you agree, that means that you have someone that's going to walk with you through this process. And so you're going to have a second letter that you're going to give to your accountability partner. You're going to actually mail it, let them know that this is what you're doing, and you want them to hold you accountable for what you have put in this letter and how you're going to fulfill this life pursuit. Okay, so then the mailing of the letter, we're going to place the letter in the envelope, we're going to seal it with love, and we're going to mail it. And this verse kind of sums up everything. So now faith, hope, and love abide. These three things, but the greatest of these is love. Because what did I call this? A love letter to self. This is because I love myself. I want to fulfill everything that God has placed in me. I want to make sure that when I go to my grave, that I'm empty, that I have fulfilled everything. So what better way than to say that you love yourself than to go ahead and make sure all of these life pursuits are fulfilled. So I am healthy and whole. I speak this every day. I'm consistent in what I do to stay healthy. So this is me. I took these pictures just last week, and I'm in the gym every day. I make sure that after 6 p.m. I'm not eating. My diet has changed. Certain things I do not eat. My husband, he's like, I can't believe you're not eating that. No, I know to stay away, from those things. And I still get enjoyment from the things that I do eat, but there's just certain things that I will not eat. Now, do I have an occasion where I may treat myself? Because I think everybody should not be depriving themselves of something that they enjoy. So if it's something that I like to have occasionally, I will, but I will make sure it's always, in moderation. All right. So 55 years old, I can help you reach your life pursuits. As a life coach, allow me to walk with you on your journey. Let's continue the conversation. So thank you for coming to this workshop. There will be additional information following that will allow you to connect with me so I can help you further. There's another workshop that goes along with this that also will help you, because it's a place of being in where I have the address where you say, I am happy. That's also a state of being. And so I have a workshop that deals with that, because you have to be happy, and that happiness is within, and there's nothing outside of you that will fulfill that. So I invite you to join me and we continue the conversation. All right. So again, thank you for joining me at my Letter 55 workshop. God bless.
Hi, I'm Dr. Karen Hills Pruden, and I'm going to talk to you today about leveraging professional equity to elevate your career during corporate chaos. Today, we're going to talk about expertise, reputation, and relationships, and how you can use them to propel your career. Now, every time I say something that resonates with you, I want you to type "no excuses" in all caps in the chat. But who am I? I've spoken to women internationally as far as Pretoria, South Africa, about women in leadership. There are leaders everywhere. And by a leader, that definition is someone who has great energy, strength, and power. And the young Karen, I haven't always been a leader. So the young Karen did not feel like a leader. I was determined, strong-willed, and did what I wanted to do regardless of what others said. I was emotional, and I made decisions based on my heart, and emotional decisions are not always rational. And so in talking about corporate chaos, I know a little bit about chaos. You know, everyone has a story, and I am no different. Type yes in the chat if you have a daughter. Type yes in the chat if you struggle with keeping that daughter focused on her education instead of the boys. Type yes in the chat if you were that daughter. That would be me. And so type in the chat, no excuses, if you remember your first love. I remember my first love. My mom tried her best to redirect my attention from this young man. We dated all through high school and all through up until my senior year. And one day he asked me, what do you want for your birthday? And I said, I wanted to get married. So we were married. And as a young wife, I was pregnant the next 3 years. Life was wonderful until life was not wonderful. And so when my marriage ended, my children were 3, 2, and 1. Yes, you heard that right. My children were 3, 2, and 1. And so my life was in chaos. And to me, chaos is any distraction that is powerful enough and important enough to sidetrack us from reaching our goals. And so I will also add that chaos can be trying to elevate your career during a pandemic. As leaders, we sometimes have chaos going on at home as well as at work, you know, and so chaos at work may look like a coworker getting a promotion that you felt you deserved. Chaos at home may look something like suspected infidelity. We all experience chaos of some sort. As leaders, we determine how we're going to respond to that chaos. Your response will determine if you will diffuse the situation or cause it to grow and overshadow everything else in your life. Type no excuses in the chat if you hear me. Do not let chaos at home hijack your career. I need you to seek help to manage that home situation if you find that chaos is at home. You know, Dr. Willie Jolly has this saying that a setback is a setup for a comeback. And after my divorce, I set out to get myself back on track. I wanted that college degree that I gave up for love. And so I'm going to share with you how I leveraged professional equity to go from a teenage bride to an executive in the C-suite by converting my chaos. So the first thing you have to do is assess your current situation. You have to acknowledge that you're even in a situation. You know, now I was the mother of 3 little people, 3 whole human beings. And so when you are facing chaos, just remember that anyone can be an ally. Everyone is an option. Stay focused and keep your goals in mind. Leaders do not lie to themselves. No, you know you have whatever it takes to propel yourself to the next level. So stop delaying your progress because of pride and because of guilt. You know, you are sometimes ruling people out whose heart has already been touched to assist you. Now, chaos can show up in your professional life as well. You know, it did for me. Professionally, I was told that I would succeed my boss. My boss had been working for the organization about 45 years. I was told that I was her successor. We had worked together about 14 years, you know. And so after I was informed that I would be her successor, you know, 2 years went by and still she had not retired. And so once I assessed that, hey, she may not be, she's dragging her feet about retiring, I decided to seek a position elsewhere because I was ready to ascend up to the next position. And the next position would have been a director position. And so I put in some applications externally and I accepted a director position with a company that I was unaware of. You know, so I got the director position and I was overseeing 5 states for HR resorts. So HR resorts in 5 states. And so But 2 weeks within that new position, they changed my position. And then I found myself, I was overseeing 12 states, 12 states in this new position. Now, I was not happy because they did the old okadoke on me. But now I am responsible for 12 states. And so I devised a plan and said, okay, well, I'm going to stay in this position for a year, and then I'm going to move on into my next position. And so even when things go wrong or are unfair, you have to stay in the game. You know, that company turned out to be just an awful company. And so by the 7th month, I could not take it. And so we parted ways. Imagine me going home to my retired Army husband and saying, I no longer have this 6-figure job. Oh, and by the way, I don't have a job to replace it. So type chaos at home in the chat if you know what I mean. And so I knew I would find another job. You know, I was confident of that. And so I just did not know if I would have a husband after everything subsided. But 4 months later, I was offered the Chief Human Resource Officer job at my alma mater. And so I would not even have been considered for that position had I not took that awful 7-month job. And so there's a lesson there for many of you leaders out there. So I want to talk about, again, the 3 elements of professional equity. So at work, you have to leverage 3 elements. And the first element is expertise. Marsha Blackburn says that everyone has commodity knowledge. Commodity knowledge is what your experience is. And in leadership, you have 3 roles. You either make money, save money, or help the organization achieve their goals. But everything that you do should fall within those 3 buckets. When a business is in trouble, they did not have time to train someone up to take care of the trouble area. And that's why you got to have an area expertise. And you need to be known for your area expertise. And your area expertise is not your title, it is the results that you generate. And so just keep that in mind. Experts do not always perform the work, but generally they know how to get the work done. You know, so just keep that in mind. In addition to your specialty, you also have to have a romance with data. I love data. Data-driven leadership is a requirement now in the corporate environment. Your ability to communicate using data analytics is the new organizational readiness factor. You know, and predictive analytics allow you to remain competitive. You know, this is the measure of an effective leader when you have the ability to drive relevant, meaningful, and quantifiable business outcomes based on data. Being liked will not keep you in the leadership position. So just remember that. Making money, saving money, and achieving organizational goals. Type in the chat if you remember what I said about chaos. What is chaos? You know, there was a time I was the only person in a company who had diversity as a background. And then when I left that company, no one decided to get certified in diversity. And then guess what happened when I left that company? George Floyd happened. And so they had no one who was qualified to handle the sensitive conversations that were needed during that environment, during that time. And that time is still among us right now. And so you need to be an expert in something. You need to be known for something. And when you acquire that specialist knowledge, you know, make sure that you're not so humble in the workplace that you keep it as a secret to you. You want to participate. You want to let individuals know within the workplace of what your desires are professionally. And you just want to participate in meetings as well. If you're invited to a meeting, someone thinks you have some value in that meeting. So be an expert. Second thing you want to do is reimagine your career plan. Type in the chat if you know why I call it a plan. I call it a plan because your career must be strategized, analyzed, and implemented. That's right. We must pivot, you know, along the way. However, we must keep moving. And so there is no reaction without action. Keep that in mind. And try spelling the word reaction without spelling the word action. And I bet you could not do it. Type no excuses in the chat if you know what I'm saying. Our beloved forever President Barack Obama has said that change is never easy, but always possible. And so we must pivot to make adjustments as leaders. And no matter what you've been through, I'm sure you got this. You just have to do the work. Now, not only do you have to be an expert, but let's talk reputation. Reputation is the next element of professional equity. Your reputation distinguishes you from everybody who has education such as yours, who has a similar background such as you and a similar title. Stop looking around at others when you are equipped with the items that you need to be successful. You have the ability to influence others. To elevate your career, you need a reputation of doing what you say and what you say you will do and when you said you would do it. Type no excuses in the chat if you hear me. You must tell people that what they need to know in addition to what they want to know. Henry Ford once said, you cannot build a reputation on what you would have done. And so keep that in mind, be a person of your word. Third is execute by any means necessary. I did not say any means necessary, is every means necessary is really what I mean. Every means necessary is the ability to pivot. And so however chaos you have, whether it's personal or at work, it's never that far away. And so you must have the ability to pivot so that you can keep moving forward. So let's talk about distractions. Sometimes you have to just separate yourself from certain people to elevate your career. There should be some no excuses in the chat just on that, just about separating yourself from people. When I was working on my doctorate, I could not go to every gathering that I was invited to. At first I tried, I would go, and then I would stay up all night long trying to write a paper. And that was crazy. So leaders know how to prioritize. You know, those events were not that important and, you know, not so important that I had to stay up all night and try to complete them. And so your priority is to elevate your career, regardless of what is going on around you. You know, Les Brown said, accept responsibility for your life and know that you are responsible for changing it. Remember, hard work and persistence are the main ingredients to career elevation. And so social events are distractions, and social events can also be career derailments. The third factor is relationships. Relationships are a major factor in elevating your career. You cannot do it on your own. You cannot do it by yourself, leaders. You need others to value what you bring to the table. You need others to speak on your behalf when you are not in the room. You need others to tell you what is being said or done when you're not in the room. Solid relationships require time, and relationships have to be established even before chaos ensues. And so I am encouraging you to network beyond your bias. I need you to network with people of other genders, network with people of different ages, and network with people of different races. You know, Stephen Covey has this quote saying, trust is the foundational principle that holds all relationships together. And you have to be trustworthy to sustain relationships as well. Professional equity, expertise, reputation, and relationships are what holds your career together during corporate chaos. These are the elements that you can use to leverage your professional career during corporate chaos. In closing, you elevate your career by assessing your chaos, reimagining your career plan by using your reputation, relationship, and expertise, and executing by every means necessary. You know, I have a free gift for you. And if you're interested, just email free gift at prudentglobalbusinesssolutions.com. Type BlackCEO in the subject line, and I'll send you a template to help you in your career. I am Dr. Karen Hills Pruden. I am known as the career elevation expert for female professionals seeking senior leadership positions. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. You got this, leaders. No excuses. Make it happen. If you believe anything that I've said here, type no excuses in the chat. Thank you, BlackCEO, for having me.
Good day, everyone. This is Lord Donovan Hilton, always congratulating you in advance for your continued success. And thank you for joining us today to discuss how you can continue to be the top executive that you are and will continue to become. So I just wanted to show my face real quick because we're going to jump right into the story, the takeaways, and the free gifts. So let's go ahead and jump into this presentation. All right, so it's real simple. Using emotional intelligence to conquer the corporate world. I repeat, using emotional intelligence to conquer the world. Again, this is Lord Donovan Hilton, congratulating you in advance for your continued success. So what we're going to accomplish today is just three simple things. First, I want to share my story, which is my journey of becoming a respected community engagement and business development expert and consultant. While I share my story, I also want to deliver 6 takeaways that you can actually begin to use in your practice of emotional intelligence to conquer the personal world and your life. And what I would like to do as well is make sure you receive a free gift and ensure that you and I are able to stay connected as the both of us continue to grow our brands. So before I tell my story, I just want you to keep in mind 3 key things. Everything that I do within my personal life and really within your personal life and your personal and professional experience, for the most part, we're managing relationships. Always keep that in mind. When we're going through our personal and professional lives, we're building our brands, we are managing relationships. And keep in mind, in my story, as I tell this thing, the value and attitude that I have for myself, the vision that I have in my heart and my mind determines my future. And I've always had my attitude and my values and vision for myself at the highest expectations well before the age of 21, which is where my story starts. And so this thought process has helped me to become a better decision maker during my journey, especially during the uncomfortable experiences, as you'll see through my story. And so the first takeaway that I can offer is to identify, when we're talking about conquering the corporate world, you want to identify your short-term and long-term goals for your personal life and your career, because this is going to help you as you go through your ups and downs. And so starting my story, keep in mind, if you didn't know, I was homeless. In 2008, I was homeless, that's correct. 21 years old, life was good, Southern California, had my own place. I was working as an admissions representative, hosting basketball tournaments, camps, and clinics in Southern California. Had a girlfriend, she had 3 part-time jobs. She had her own apartment, paying rent, attended the university full-time. Life was great. But unfortunately in 2008, age of 21, my girlfriend, she was 20, the economy slowed down, the city went bankrupt. I was laid off as an admissions representative because I was one of the younger folks and I didn't have a mortgage nor a family. So, you gotta make those tough decisions. And I was one of the first ones to be laid off in my department. And I was getting more and more parents calling me saying I can no longer have my son or daughter in your basketball program. And soon I found myself evicted from my home, and through the grace, my girlfriend allowed me to move in with her. Now, when I got settled in, she was getting laid off from her jobs back to back to back. Keep in mind, the economy really slowed down. I didn't even know anything about the economy. I was just going to school, hustling, and making money. She was going to school, didn't know anything about the economy. I didn't know that stuff slowed down. So she was evicted from her job, laid off from her jobs, eventually became evicted from her apartment. Then both of our cars broke down and we found ourselves catching the bus, and we're like, what is going on? We've never had any challenges in life. We've always tried to help and be of servitude. And now all of a sudden we're evicted from our places. Our cars are broken down. We're catching the bus and we're bouncing around from motel to motel and trying to find a place within, between our families that are nice enough to open their homes and and so eventually my girlfriend's mom and sister found out about the hardships. They were talking to, my girlfriend and said, hey, why don't you guys come to Nashville? And so it was something that we've never considered, coming from Southern California with the beach, the Lakers, all that good stuff. But again, we found ourselves in a tough spot. She hadn't seen her family, her mom and her sister in over 15 years. She was raised by her dad. But it got to a point where we had $150 to our name. And so we decided to go ahead and make that move. So at 21 years of age, myself, my girlfriend being 20, we took our $150, went to the casino, and we made $600 from the craps table. And fun fact, I hadn't made any money from the casino since. And so we bought airplane tickets that night. We're rushing to the airport. We're running late, and we get to the check-in. We're showing our tickets. They're saying it's going to be an additional $200. I said, no, ma'am, I already paid my ticket. Here's my receipt. She said, oh, no, you have these bags with you. We have this thing called luggage fees. I didn't know anything about